You guys have fun with PMAC's abortion joke.
Hey,
No, thanks.
A girl called me the other day and said, "Come on over, there's nobody home." I went over there and there was nobody home. I tell you, I can't get no respect. Yeah. Was Rodney funny or was he not?
He was very funny. Classic, dude.
Let me put a crosshair on that mic. I want a crosshair on the mic.
Hey, when I was a kid, my parents moved a lot, but I always found them.
Your ships come in, but your piers collapsed.
Right. I was born so ugly, the doctor slapped my mother. I tell you, I can't get no respect. I used to love Rodney Dangerfield, but
you do a good
I got
Rodney
to watch
Dangerfield.
him.
I talked
my mom
Rodney.
and listen. I talked my mom into Eddie Murphy's, stand up on HBO, and she made popcorn and fudge. And 2 minutes into his dialogue, he started cursing, and my mom changed the channel and slapped me. I was like, my dad just laughed. He said, "Well, that was funny."
I bet your dad was fucking cracking up, dude.
Yeah, my dad thought it was funny as fuck. I was like, "Mom, I told you there was a little cussing, and you said okay." She said, "He ain't quit cussing for the first 2 minutes." I was like, "That's what's so funny, Mom. He sounds like my dad." She slapped my dad.
Of course.
Took the plate of fudge from both of us.
Well, that was her plan all along.
You know what I said? "Just don't tell Grandma, Mom." I'd have got slapped again. My grandma would say, "You go out there and you bend over that wood pile and you wait for me." I swear to God, it'd take that old lady an hour and a half to get there. That hour and a half would suck.
Wow.
She was a big woman. She wasn't gentle.
You got hit by a big woman as a child?
Well, yeah, and they act like, don't touch your kids at all today. Yeah, you want us to raise a bunch of unruly, uncouth children so you can just keep taking away their civil liberties, calling them felons, and locking them up for the rest of their life because we can't teach them how to act right.
Do you think we'll be able to turn it around, Mike?
I want to slap the judge that said don't slap your kid. What'd you do that for? What's a goddamn good reason not to tell me not to slap my kid again? Or that you're going to get more of that. There's more where that came from. Now, I understand don't beat your children, and I would agree. There's nothing wrong with teaching them to respect other people and being forceful about it or stern.
There's a difference between discipline and abuse, and lack of discipline, in my opinion, is of abuse.
I think it's another kind of abuse too. And I really don't believe in smacking your children in the face, so don't get me wrong. But, a slap upside the back of the head to get their attention, that never harmed a kid for life, in my opinion. It taught them something. And, a couple cracks on the ass, stand in the corner for an hour. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't agree with beating kids.
Nothing works better than a green switch wrapped around your legs.
Oh,
right.
What?
And you know why women, it's dad's fault that women grow up, to be so overbearing because, it's hard for us as men to watch them cry after we punish them. It really is, though.
Yeah, it sucks. Hey, oh man, these women that were my, so my mom went to law school and I had to go to daycare while she was doing it, and these women who were quote unquote taking care of us, if we didn't eat our Captain Crunch, I didn't like it at the time, and I wouldn't eat it, and so they'd instead either make me chew on a bar of soap or hold my hands up in the air, just vertical in the air for until they said put them down. And after a couple of minutes of that, as your little kid, dude, that hurts. It was crazy. It was a little bit of torture.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it was weird. It was super strange. I thought it was normal, right?
It's cruel and unusual punishment. When it comes to food, this is the way I've always been with my kids. I'm not one that says we make 3 meals a day and you're at the table at that time. I always hated that because I was never hungry when they were cooking, and I was always hungry when
Yeah.
they weren't. So you eat when you're hungry. If I make a meal and you don't eat it, then, well, I guess you're going to warm up cold food, but that's your problem. I can't tell you when you can be hungry. And I'm not going to teach you to eat 3 meals a day so you end up fat. Eat when you feel like you need it.
Yep.
And eat what you like. To make a kid chew on soap when he didn't curse, when he didn't cuss nobody out, that's... Now, if you're cussing people out and you say we go to Myers and you got your, pacifier in your mouth and your mom says bitch so much you learn to say bitch, and this nun comes up and goes, oh, what a cute little baby, and you pull out your pacifier and go, bitch. Well, yeah, I think maybe you should get a pop in the mouth or, some soap on the old pacifier. If you didn't, I swear to God, my nephew did that, and I asked my sister what the hell was she teaching her kid. When I came home from the Corps, I was like, oh my God. And my mom said, she's overwhelmed, Michael. I said, well then just give me the kid. So I raised my nephew for the first 3 years of his life, but he came out respectful. My sister was
cool.
mad at his dad because his dad left.
Feelings.
The same.
Yeah, so
the same thing happened with my grandmother. Told me a story about that's how she knew that my stepfather wasn't a good stepfather, because my brother, we were in a church and it was a Catholic church. My mom, I guess, decided to take us. I guess she was Catholic. I never knew that till she told me this. But they were praying, and my brother was mad at me, and he just folded his arms, put him up on the pew, bowed his head, and just yelled out real loud, "Bitch!" while everybody was praying.
I swear to God, I still look like a Marine, you know what I mean? I was wearing a Marine Corps shirt, and this nun just looked at me like, that's what Marines teach their children? I felt so bad. I said, ma'am, he's my nephew. I'm so sorry. She said, well, if you can, you should do something to change it. So I did. Well, my sister had 3 kids. Her old man left her.
Hey, Michael, back to brass tacks, and all that. I mean, if you get a spanking for doing something really like you shouldn't have done that shit, and then somebody spanks you, I'm not.
It's proper.
I think that actually works. It works. Now, as far as like eating soap to keep you from cussing, I don't think that shit works.
No, I don't think it does either. I'd rather just slap him in the mouth every time he... Well, that's what I ended up having to do.
But just like you said, I wouldn't hit my child in the face, but a spanking, can work.
What
But
I ended up having to do,
going to clean your mouth.
What I ended up having to do with my nephew is like I would introduce him to my friends, and he would reach for that pacifier, and he's going to pull it out at 2 years old, and he shouldn't have been on a pacifier at 2, and I know what's coming. So I caught him, and I give him 3 decent whacks in the mouth, nothing whole hell of it, just enough to make him cry, And then after that, he'd reach for that pacifier, and all I'd do is raise my hand. I'd be like, no.
Here's something funny, Michael. I was with a group of friends. We were watching a movie, and it was not necessarily appropriate for a 3-year-old. I think my son was like 3 or 4. And we were watching a movie, with some friends in the room. We were like, just hanging out. And it was a movie, and the F word came on there. And my son just like, oh, fuck's not nice. And I was like, oh, don't say that. He's like, he just kept saying it. Fuck's not nice. Fuck's not nice. And I was like, no. Yeah, you're right. Don't say fuck. Okay. But he wasn't punished for that because but he knew fuck wasn't nice. Little kids shouldn't say fuck,
Yeah. It only took, dude, a couple weeks of consistency, and my nephew got right back on it. But I pretty much... Look, his dad spent his life going in and out of prison. My sister didn't marry for like 5 years. And by that time, the kid was like, you're not my boss, Uncle Mike is. So I just let him stay at my house as often as he wanted to, and so did his mom. I said, look, that's not his dad back. If he'd rather have his Uncle Mike be his daddy than your boyfriend, then, do what's best for the kid. Send him to my house. If you love him, just send him to my house. I'll teach him to be just like our father. And she said, okay, bro. Yeah, I mean, come on, The kid was just bummed.
Yeah,
because he didn't have his dad. Yeah, and then he got comfortable with Uncle Mike being the boss, and he just wanted it that way because I got a cause and effect. I set up a cause and effect world. You act wrong, you get bad attention, but when you're good, you get good attention. Like going to the store once a week and picking out a new toy. All you got to do is point at it and not worry about price.
The best part about that is when you have a genuine person that's actually trying to teach you about the world.
Yeah,
you can figure this shit out for yourself. When you don't have people saying this is the way it is, and it's not actually the way it is. When you're influenced by people that are
yeah.
It's
his mama used to tell him, I don't care who you respect, you'll respect me. And I told him, you don't have to respect any of us, but if you respect yourself, you act in a certain manner so people don't see you as an idiot. I taught him the truth. We don't respect other people because we owe it to them. We respect other people because we respect ourselves.
That's where it starts. That's right, Michael.
Yeah, and you don't want other people to see you as, a cesspool of hate. Pretty much.
Amen. But, and, with what we've been doing here, on the server and everything, a lot of people come here and say that they have ideas about, oh, well, you guys are flat earthers or whatever. I mean, to be honest, I mean, we often don't tell us about our families and stuff like that. But as far as this idea of the flat earth and stuff like that,
I'm a lot of things before I'm a plurfer, bro.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I'm an uncle. I'm a father. I'm a brother.
Yep, everything. I'm everything.
A son. I'm a grandson.
Yeah, flat earth doesn't define me.
No,
flat earth doesn't define.
I'm a choker.
Yep.
I'm a midnight stalker.
Well, but as far as like all the people that come
I'm tone
here,
deaf. At least I know it.
Actually, Michael, when I hear you sing, you're pretty close. As a singer, you're pretty close. But
yeah, when I'm not stoned off my ass and cottonmouth to
no. Well, I mean, you'll never be there, but you're pretty damn close, even when you're stoned. So it's okay.
Hey, I got that Rocco effect. I had a deviated septum. I was a fighter my whole life, and that nose been broke so many times. I just, what I'm saying. Adrian, don't laugh at me. I just can't help it. I just breathe through my nose when I talk.
Dude, you're such. I can tell you're such a hardcore fan of some really good music and stuff. And I've heard way worse singers than you are, bro. So you're pretty fucking close.
When I was 7 years old, my mom said, now you be real careful, man. Picture day's coming, and I want a picture of you exactly how you are. And I come home from school the day before picture day, kicked out of school with a black eye and a broken nose and a chipped tooth. And my dad laughed his fucking ass off. My mom said, what the fuck are you laughing at? And he said, that's exactly how that boy is right there. Get the picture taken right now. So my mom had to get the picture taken.
Yeah, she was probably like, amen.
Yeah, my mom went and got the picture taken, and they said, look, we can give you the sample, and then we can do retakes on retake day. And my mom said, okay, we'll do that, but we want one of him looking just like this. That's the biggest. My mom had it blew up. It's the biggest picture of me from when I was a kid on the wall. Black eye,
That's pretty
crooked
cool.
nose,
Hell yeah.
crooked nose, chipped
Front
tooth.
teeth missing.
Yeah. Oh, this kid kicked the shit out of me and then slammed my face against the monkey bars. But I beat his ass. I took a good ass whooping, but when he got tired, I put him on him.
Yeah, hey, PMAC, have you ever been through something like that in Ireland?
Why? Of course.
Yeah, there's a bunch of assholes in Ireland. I mean, isn't that the way it goes there?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
do they ever try to force feed you that cup of concrete, eh?
I'm definitely not one of them, bro.
Well, tell us about your fights in Ireland. I mean, like all your shit that you went through in school.
Skirmishes.
The Irish are fucking. They're all freaking. They're pretty brutal, man. I mean, a lot of the Irish are pretty brutal.
No, you haven't got time, bro. You haven't got time. It's fucking too long.
Okay, well, you just don't have the time now. Have you ever?
Yeah,
you've been in. It's man, bro. You're Irish, bro.
Yeah, I have a lot of stories, but people like me for a reason, basically, because I just talk the truth. Yeah, you want to listen to the stories.
Well, we're talking about how we were when we were growing up as kids in America. All right.
America.
So, did you have similar experiences?
Hey, I always saw Ireland.
If you didn't get in fights, that's okay.
Hey,
I got in a few fights, but I didn't get as many fights as Michael did. But
when I was a kid, I used to think if we was in Ireland, I wouldn't even get kicked out of school. We'd be looking at each other tomorrow, both with fat lips and black eyes. You know what I mean? I used to think that.
I think the Irish are, man. I mean, the Irish are always fucking beating the shit out of each other.
Yeah,
well, my dad.
It was a magnet, bro. It was a magnet.
Listen, my mom's sister married this guy, Bob McCann. He's my uncle. He's a little McCann is Irish, right? He's a little dude, and he used to come out here and drink with my dad. My dad always had these big hillbilly friends, right? Well, they used to always pick on my Uncle Bob, and one day he got mad. And he whooped 3 of these fucking 6-footers. And I tell you, my Uncle Bob's 5'6", still to this day, little guy. After that, I never witnessed a day in my life when my Uncle Bob would get mad and every one of these big, tall redneck goons would just get out of the way. Just give him room and shit. He was a little fucking firecracker, dude.
I mean, I have some Irish
5'6"
blood in me.
Whoop a 6-foot fucking 200-pound corn boy.
Dude, but on my grandmother's side, I'm Irish. I have Irish blood in me, and so that's why I'm really curious. I mean, what really happens over there?
Yeah, his son, one of my best friends, Chucky. He's my cousin. He's only 5'7", and he's a little cocky motherfucker like that too. I told him one day we were loading up hogs. His dad owns one of the biggest pig farms in Michigan. So we went out to help him load hogs and fucking take them to market. And I said, here, you better take this cattle prod. And he said, oh, no, I'm cool. And I was like, dude, I don't care how tough you are. If they squish you in between the fence, you want to make sure they'll get off you. So he wouldn't take it. And this pig bumped him into the fence. And I swear, dude hit him 3 times and the pig staggered. Now, I've never seen a person hit a pig hard enough to make it stagger. But my cousin
hit him with his fist?
Yeah, he punched the pig upside his head 3 times and the pig staggered sideways.
Hell
and I was like,
yeah.
dude, I said, Chuck, you can't be beating up the pork, man. Go get your fucking cattle prod. put the fucking pig on the trailer. You know what I mean? In the trailer. But him and his dad, man, they're little fuckers, man, but they literally wrestle a cow. They don't give a fuck. A cow knocks them down. They get up and punch the cow in the face. It's like, dude, it's much simpler.
Some cattle farm, here. It's just like, if my uncle are so dumb though. I mean, it's just like they don't even realize you're fucking hitting them.
Cows his whole life. He's supposed to know it's much simpler to just be smarter than the cattle. Just get your prod,
exactly.
Zap that motherfucker and let him know not to get too close to you. It's way too simple.
Yeah, sure. But yeah,
I don't care whether I'm tough enough to knock a cow silly or not, because I know if I bust a cow upside its head, I'm going to break my fucking hand.
Yeah, you're going to hurt your fist.
Yeah. I'm going to break my fucking hand. So I just stand there with the cattle pod. And now that I got a flashlight with a taser on it, I use that because I just hit the button every now and then, and they keep their distance from me. I just go,
Yeah, and then 10 minutes later, they're like, they don't even remember that you fucking hit them with the cattle prod. And it's like, where did that shit come from?
I got a taser, dude. It's on a big long flashlight, and when you hit the button, it lights up blue and it starts crackling. It's like, and that's all I do. I just hold it up and hit the button. I haven't even had to zap any livestock since I got that. Because just the noise. Yeah, just the noise that it makes keeps them wandering away from me, but still
because you hit it with it once, and then they know what it sounds like. And so you don't even have to actually touch them with it anymore.
Right. I don't want to beat up on the cow. I don't want the cow to beat up on me.
Sure. See,
they really don't. They don't mean to hurt you, dude. They just don't know. Hey, I'm 2,500 pounds and he's $180, and I'm going to crush him. They're not that smart.
No, I get that, and to be honest, I think I've already talked to you about this before.
I know you know. That's why I mentioned it when.
It's just
I know you know.
He used to. I worked for him, and I was just like, dude, I don't know if he was taking it out on them. He was abusing them, and I was just like, bro, I don't think it was necessary, but he'd been doing it for fucking 40 years. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm just a help. I'm the hand,
Hey, my foreman wanted to cuss my cousin out for socking the cow, and that's why he's my foreman. But I jumped right on it, so he didn't say nothing. He just gave me that look, and I'm like, I kind of waved him off, like, "Come on, that's my cousin Arturo. We'll get this, But he literally wanted to cut into my cousin too.
At the end of the day, I knew the guy. I mean, he was my first wife's uncle, and I worked for him for a very long time. And a really good guy. Just like I think he was taking shit out on the cattle that I didn't know about.
He's my foreman because he don't give a fuck who you are.
Using these cattle,
we're human.
When we
Their
could actually,
animals, we're smarter. You don't beat on them; you just be smarter than them. That's why he's in charge.
It's just like the whole day we're lining these cattle.
And
he wasn't even a drinker.
No, my foreman, Arturo, this motherfucker can drink a fifth by noon, and I don't even know he's drank one drink except for the smell.
I'm just talking about one day we were leading, we were leading cattle in. He was going to dehorn, some cattle and shit, and we didn't have the right things for him to dehorn them. It was like I was helping him out, it was just like, okay, get over here, do this, and then we'll lead him down the chute. And I don't know. I think he was just having a bad day. It was pretty
I don't like dehorning.
It was so bad. It was so bad. He freaking.
When I had to dehorn
we were trying to find his good dehorning shears, and we couldn't find them. And he was just like, it was just, and then he had these freaking.
If I don't have excellent ones, we're not doing it that day.
And you could smell the freaking shit, and the cows were going.
No.
I was just like, holy shit.
Mike could just
shoot, I was just like,
that shit off.
Fucking cows, that was really.
I don't do that.
It's fun for me.
The cows are going,
listen, I give them tranquilizers like candy on trimming day.
Dude, he had me lead them into the chute, and then we couldn't find the right, the sharp dehorning shears.
Yeah,
I found it was like, where the fuck is my good sharp ones where I can just go
do it a different day?
Does anybody?
What happened is we found the dull ones, and he was just like, he was over there going, just like, and the cows just going, just
man,
bucking and shit inside the little clamp
that
that he
hurts me
had
just
around him.
talking about it.
And then after he got one of them off, then he had the fucking electric shit that fucking cauterized the fucking,
Yeah,
you know,
the
the
trimmer.
fucking,
Yeah,
it was traumatizing for me.
yeah, fuck that.
I'm sorry you went through that.
I just put it off for the day.
Does
Well,
anybody-
I was getting paid to be there to help him out, and I was just like, okay, is this how
Yeah.
it's supposed to go?
Bro,
I don't think
I
so.
pay 'em.
But
Listen,
whatever.
If you show up to do some shit that I scheduled it, if I decide I'm not doing it that day, I'll pay your ass. I pay your ass for that day, and then
I'm just saying,
I'll
I
just
don't
find you
know,
something
I
else
don't
to
know
do.
shit about that. I mean, I've worked for him,
I'll
worked
just
on his
find you
farm for
something
a
else
long
to do.
time, and he's just like, hey, how about this day? We're gonna make some steers, and
Yeah.
you know, and then I'm just
Fuck that.
like, that shit. That was pretty fucked up. I didn't. I mean, I've helped
I
him.
wouldn't
You
do
know,
it with dull shit. That defeats the
I've helped him
purpose
do a lot of shit on the
of
farm and shit, but
those
I mean,
tranquilizers aren't cheap, man. It defeats the purpose of giving
he
them,
didn't even fucking tranquilize
passing out
them.
1,000
We
shit.
brought him
I
out of the
do.
field, put him through the chute, and then he's just like,
Well, dude, it's
clippity clip.
expensive. So
I know.
if you got 30 of them and you're gonna dehorn fucking 12, you could spend $1,000 that day on tranquilizers, and a lot of farmers won't do it, but I
Yeah,
do.
It was pretty traumatizing for me to
listen,
watch these
when you
steers
traumatize your
freaking-
animals like that, they don't forget that, and the demeanor they have when they interact with you, it shows they didn't forget that shit.
Do you think they
That's
know?
what.
Hey,
Yeah,
he's dead. He's dead now. I mean, he did a
That's
lot
why,
of good. He did a lot of good for a lot
I
of
do it
people.
the
I mean,
way I do it.
he was a large animal vet, and I used to work for him on his ranch, and he actually did a lot of good. I mean,
Hey, a
mostly he
lot of
worked on
people don't
horses
get
and
it.
stuff. He
But
did it
let
on
me
steers and stuff. But anyway,
put it in
so
perspective for you.
I'm just
So
saying that day. I
working
mean,
on a
there's certain
steer
times
is like
certain-
working on a Mack truck that drives itself. And every
Yeah, I
time you
know.
try to turn the bolt, the Mack truck tries to run you over.
No. Well,
And if you're going to
dude,
eat
that's
some
what
meat,
I'm
it
saying.
does something. It
I
puts chemicals in the meat too.
when I was working there, I deferred to his attitude. I mean, I would show up there for work, and he'd be like, "Do this, do this." Most of the time, it was like mowing or trimming fences and shit. But oftentimes, he would help me. You know, he'd say, "Hey, go clean out the
Mend the
stables," you know, for the
fence.
horses and shit.
Clean the
You know, I
stables.
mean,
That's everyday shit, yeah.
I mean, he had a lot of his own horses, and I'd clean out their stables and shit, and all that kind of stuff. But him and his wife would like perform in, like different horse performance. What do they call that shit? Rodeos or whatever.
Rodeo?
No, it's like where they
Hey,
prance the horses around and shit. What do they call that?
My veterinarian, she saved 3 horses last month, and she just gave 2 of them. They're now county sheriffs.
First
She's
word.
all happy as
what
she's
are
all
these?
happy as hell about that because now she's everybody in the county knows her because 2 of her rescue horses are now county sheriff mounted sheriff horses.
I want to take away from what he did because I mean he had 200 acres. He was a good doctor. Dude. The first one day I went out there for
the canine unit guy was out here talking to me yesterday about getting their first bull terrier canine unit. They want a royal bloodline because they've recognized that these dogs are, they're hyper at whatever you teach them to do, and they're loyal. So if you teach him to find drugs, they want only to please their master. If their master teaches them to be mean, they'll be as mean as they can be to please their master. If you teach them to be a lover, they'll be an aggressive lover. They came out here to look at the horses, and my bull terrier loved all over him. And he said, "Man, your dog's real nice." And I said, "I taught him to be nice, and he's just trying to please me."
He is
He said,
now fucking displeasing.
yeah. So he said, could you train one of them animals to find drugs like cocaine and heroin for me? And he'd try his hardest to please me. And I said, well, I'd need the cocaine and the heroin for the dog to be able to find. But that's the way these dogs are. They're hyper loyal. And yeah, if you trained one to sniff out drugs, he would put in every ounce of his being just to please you.
Please, a police dog?
Yeah. So I might sell a pup to the county sheriffs for a canine unit. Put them Staffordshires, put them Staffies. Hey, put them Staffies back on the map. I'll tell you what, listen, I take my dog with me everywhere I go. I had problems, and the dog knows how to open the door himself and get the fuck out and make sure I'm all right.
No doubt.
I get that part.
That's how smart them Staffies are.
I just I understand that part, but as far as like drug dogs, I'm not totally cool with that shit.
Well, neither am I, but if the guy wants to buy the dog, I do sell champion breed dogs, so
have at it.
My only requirement is that I give them to people who are honorable and who are going to love them and give them a good life. I won't sell a dog to a fucking idiot loser. We're talking $1,100 for a male and $1,300 for a female, though.
Purebred, though.
Yeah, purebred, triple papered,
with papers.
AK, EK, and BK, or American Kennel Association, English and British. So they're Brendel Staffordshire mix. They go back to two different queens. They're royal blood on both sides. The only dog I got that isn't royal blood is my Kilo, and I saved him from the shelter.
Royal blood, is it royalty?
They were gonna put him down, so my daughter seen him on the internet. One of the employees said, we're killing this guy in 2 days if we can't find him a good home. And my daughter seen it, and she's like, oh, Dad,
don't let this dog get put down.
No, she said, I know you're not going to let this dog die. And I was like, what dog, hon? I don't even know what you're talking about. And there it was. Well, let me go to the printer. She sent it from the phone straight to her printer and printed it out. Go get him, Dad. and wouldn't go to bed until, at first I said, okay, maybe we'll see. And she said, no, I'm not going to sleep until you promise me we're going to get the damn dog. And my other dog had just passed away. So I gave in before bedtime.
You sap.
Hey, he's worth it though, man.
And now
I called him out.
That drug dog thing is a different argument, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. There's a lot of my friends are bikers, Helio. They're like, don't sell the cops some of them good ass dogs you got.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah, but the county sheriff.
I've been on that tip for a long time. But anyway, yeah. What?
Shit.
County sheriff, what?
Who knows?
Our county sheriffs in Jackson really aren't that bad, man. I've been pulled over.
Yeah, but
I've been pulled over drunk driving.
This could be.
I've been pulled over drunk driving 3 a.m, man. So drunk I shouldn't have been allowed to drive. And he said, "Damn it, you made it this far. Your house is 2 miles down the road. I'm going to follow you to your house. Can we do that?" I said, "Well, I'm not going to argue with you." And he got back in his car and followed me home and honked the horn and waved.
I got you. I got you on that point. Yeah, I mean, hey man, I'm lucky. I'm still alive. I drove drunk so many times in the past, so I don't do it anymore. But yeah, when I was in my 20s, I should be dead.
Isn't the county sheriff also your brother though?
One of them, yeah.
What is that? The one that let you drive home?
No, that's my brother-in-law. That's no, my brother-in-law isn't the one that let me go. And,
I remember
the guy that let me go.
One night I fell asleep at the wheel. I fell asleep at the wheel. Like I remember just like just going
Just a
off the
good old boy.
highway. And I think I was in a certain area where there was a bridge abutment. You know, there was like a bridge going. It was just like, which I can't remember it right because I was drunk. It was like, how did I not hit anything when I went this far off the fucking freeway?
Dude, when I first seen the lights,
come home, and it's just like, how the fuck did I not die that night?
When I first seen the lights, I thought, yeah, I'll just have him call my brother-in-law and have my brother-in-law get me out of this. But then when he came to the door, he was so reasonable. I was like, fuck it, I'll just take my drunk drive, and I did it. I'm not gonna fuck with my brother-in-law's job.
The fucker ain't gonna give you a ticket though, right?
And then this guy didn't even give me a ticket, and I was like, whoa. I was like, are you sure you just want to follow me home, dude? Don't you have to by law give me the ticket? He said, no, I'm a human being. I think you made it. You told me where you was drinking, and I was like, yeah.
That's not how it works, though. What are you talking about?
It's not the way it works. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, where I was drinking at the Titty Bar, it was 45 minutes away from where we was talking.
I was 20 years old before
that's what he said.
But
he
how long ago was that? It's been a while, right?
Oh, yeah.
A long time ago. Yeah.
For me, it was about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Oh,
that's
shit.
That's actually when I said maybe I should quit drinking so much.
No, you should quit drinking and driving.
My daughter
you can drink,
was 7.
but just don't drive while you're drinking.
Well, my daughter was 7. My son was old enough. He was a man. He's starting to say, you know, Dad, we can tear one off on the weekends, but you get drunk a little too often.
I never put my days
on that point, Michael, Truth Prevails just said horses are scary.
Hell
they are. They are. That motherfucker, look, that motherfucker looks down at you, and he knows by your initial reaction whether you're man enough to make him do what he's got to do, or if he's just going to push you over because he's big.
Well, they can take care of you, but like nobody's business. But
yeah,
I mean, are cats scary? Cats are scary.
Look,
but they're just going to run away because you're way bigger than them.
They knocked the fence down. Listen, the horses knocked the fence down one day, and my Bert and my John, they got out and they were wandering up by the road. Well, some bypasser stopped and was trying to shoo him in the yard. And he was like, go on, shoo. And my Bert was just staring at him like, this guy's a punk. He's scared of me. He ain't going to make me do shit. So he kept wandering up to the road. And my daughter, I just came out and noticed my daughter rode her quad down there, and she got off the quad and was like, you get your ass back there right now. And he looked at her like, what are you going to do? And she slapped him on the ass and made him go. But the guy that was trying to do it, he was a nice guy, but he was too nice. The horse knew damn well he wouldn't. This guy never dealt with a horse. And they're intimidating. They're fucking big.
Well, I mean, it's like an untamed horse. They're not going to do shit that you say, but a tamed horse will actually.
Well, and Bert's got a sense of humor too.
They'll run away a little bit, but they're actually going to come back home.
Actually,
you have to know how to deal with them.
Guy. I went down there and talked to that guy, and I asked him, what did he just stop? And he said, yeah, I gave him a $100 bill for not letting my horse get in the road.
Oh, that's sweet.
He tried.
I think what you were talking about is called dressage, where they train.
When I was working at that ranch, I mean, it's just like they had a lot of horses, and they were all tamed. But when I went in there, I wasn't their boss. You know, I wasn't their mother or father. You know, I was cleaning out their stalls and shit. But they tried everything that they could to freaking fuck with me. You know, these horses messed with me so bad. It was so freaking crazy.
You talking about Corsage and the horn?
It was no, it was just like
the girl.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the type. I'm I thought he was talking about where the horses prance. You know, there it's a competition, and they like make the
Oh
horses
yeah,
do
Those are
a type
those are
of
tamed
walk.
horses. Those are tamed horses. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
deal with any wild horse, of
my
course
Bert
they're
can
not going to
count.
understand anything that you're going to say. They're just going to run away from you. But
Hey,
if you,
my Bert can count. My daughter will go out there and she'll say, "You want a piece of apple?" And he nods his head up and down, yes. And she'll say, "How many pieces of apple you want?" And he'll strike the ground with his hoof twice. And she'll go, "You only want 2?" And then he'll just do it a bunch of times, like, "I'll take whatever the hell you're going to give me, but I thought I should just ask for 2, you know?" She taught the
That's
horse how to
cute.
count.
if you're dealing with a horse that's already tamed, they might run away a little bit, but they're always going to come back home like a dog or a cat or whatever. They're and
They got a sense of humor.
yeah.
They do.
You know, yes, they do. I mean, it's just like, well, you're not my mom, you're not my dad. You know, it's like it's just like a dog. You know,
I yell at my Bert when he gets out, and that motherfucker will run circles around me for 20 minutes. Like, "Oh yeah, get back in that runway. Oh yeah, can you catch me? Can you catch me, motherfucker?" And then I'll just wait for him to finish, and I'll be like, "All right, you done?" And they'll go.
Dude, when I was a teenager, I was
you're
so
done.
scared
Let's go.
I was so scared of horses when I was a teenager. But when I started working on this
They're
ranch,
fucking big.
They're big as fuck, and they don't want to hurt you. But when they're tame,
accidents
they just want to have. They like to play. They really, really do. They're so
like
funny,
attention,
man.
Dude.
Yeah, they're such
Come
assholes.
All they do is sit in a stable all day long, or they'll be out in a gated area in a runway. They
get
love
bored.
attention.
They get bored as fuck, you know. So,
dude, my Bert, that motherfucker gets mad. He'll be out there, and he'll see me go in the barn, and he'll test every board in the fence until he's out of the fence. The rest of the horses just stay right in the runway. They're like, "Oh, fuck that. I'm not leaving. Mike will get mad." And he just comes wandering up in the barn like, "What's up, Dad? What you doing?"
It's like, me as, a ranch hand, on this ranch. If I accidentally let one of them out and they're like, "Ooh, he accidentally let me out." And I'm trying to chase them around. They're just like, hee. It's just like,
hey,
it's like, you motherfucker.
Helio, my Bert,
never gonna catch you.
He knows what window. My bedroom's on the first floor. He knows what window is mine. He's literally. I had the window open one day, and I had a fan in there because the central air conditioner was broke, and I was waiting for the repair guy to come. The damn horse came out and stuck his head straight through my screen and broke my whole window out, dude. Like, yeah, just broke the whole window out because I overslept. It was so hot in the house I couldn't get to sleep. So
I'm hungry, bitch. Give me some food.
So I overslept, and I don't know how the hell he got out of his fucking, his stable, his area. I don't. He got out through the back exit, and then went and leaned on the fence till it opened, and came over and broke my damn window. And I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, Bert?" And he's just trying to lick me. Like, "Come on, get up, motherfucker." Time to eat. Big cut on his nose and shit. I'm like,
yeah, it's just like horses. I mean, they're not the same as dogs, but they might as well be. Yeah, I mean, I don't get mad at the horses.
My brother's like, "I would have socked him in his face." I was like, "Yeah, that's probably why you don't have animals, dude.
Why you don't have a fucking horse."
You're right.
I love horses. Yeah. I grew up riding horses and stuff, so I'm familiar with them.
That's
and
cool.
I wasn't familiar with ponies though. And one night I was driving home, and this place we pass every day, their ponies got out, and they knew they were in trouble. I stopped, and they stopped eating. They were maybe 3 or 4.
They gave you that
someone
look.
had left the gate open. They did. They're like, "Are you going to do something?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, I'm going to do something."
Yeah, if they're already tame, you can control the whole group. If you know they're already tame and you know how to.
Did they knock you down? Ponies are a
No,
little
they didn't.
skittish.
They were actually really sweet, and I like shooed them in. They were really like docile and kind and sweet. But one of them was this little stubborn ass, and I literally had to pull it inside the gate and shut the gate. It was so disappointed. I was kind of afraid they were gonna like try to bite at me and stuff because I thought ponies had a reputation of being mean,
Nipping.
but they were really sweet
Well,
though.
they're gonna follow
They let me
the
get 'em in
ponies are gonna
there.
follow the adults, eventually.
Oh, they're kids, man. They're just
Yeah,
like young
yeah.
kids. There's gonna be, if you got a group of them, there's gonna be one of them says, "I don't know you. I ain't going nowhere with you, motherfucker." I'm
Yeah, it was the
surprised.
one I
It,
had to
They don't
literally
want
pull
they don't
inside
want
the
to hurt
gate.
you, so they're
no,
eventually gonna they're
I'm
eventually
surprised
gonna
he
be
didn't
like,
sit down. That's what my pony does to my brother when my brother tries to push
That's
him
pretty
around.
funny.
He'll literally sit right down like the dog does. That shit cracks me up.
just get down on the ground. It's like, I ain't moving nowhere.
Cute,
It's
yeah.
like,
Yeah, I ain't doing shit. Make me. You ain't my
That's pretty
daddy.
cute, yeah.
horses are fucking hilarious,
But
man.
my pony, I mean, I was putting hands on him the minute he stood up. You got to wait for him to stand up and wait for the mom to clean him off, and then you can do that. But I've been loving on him since he was born, me and my daughter. So he's pretty particular.
Oh, you got a new one now, Mike? You got a pony
No,
now?
he's a colt. He's like almost 2 now. But,
Okay, cool.
But when people come out there, we'll let him out. Him and Bert, we'll let him wander out. And it's funny because when you watch them interact together, you can tell it's the old man and the young boy. And the old man's just wandering over to the pear tree, nice and slow. And the young kid's like, come on, hurry up. Running circles around him. What are you doing, old man? Come on, let's get moving. He'll get behind him and literally try to push him faster. And the old horse is just like, we'll get there in a minute. And when we do, we eat all the damn pears we want.
That's
But
cute. Oh, go ahead.
it cracks me up. It's
Yeah.
just funny to watch.
They're so cute, man. They're so huge, though. It's just like, they're scared. I mean, like, horses are scared. I used to be scared of horses, man. I mean, nobody, ain't gonna lie. But if they're tame, I mean, a wild horse, I'm fucking scared shitless of. But a tame horse, I know how to deal with them now because I worked on that farm for a while.
My daughter went out one night because she was so enamored with the baby, the colt. When he was like 6 months old, he had a runny nose. So she brought him in the damn house, I wake up in the morning and the horse is in the house and she's like, oh, isn't this so cute? Daddy's sleeping on your couch. And I'm like, this motherfucker shit on the floor. But I didn't say nothing.
Hey, road apples are better than dog shit, to be honest. They smell better.
I put a rope out on him and put him out front. And I made her help me clean it up. But then I said, now you got to go with me and see why it wasn't a good idea. Because as soon as we came into the barn, his mom was mad as hell. She was being loud, kicking her door and shit. Like, where's my baby? That's 6 months is too young to separate. She didn't probably sleep all night. That's too young to separate them.
We're way past that. So,
I agree.
Give me a word.
I think
his mama was mad at my Tater for a month. Tater, that's my daughter.
I was gonna say, Bigger was mad at your Tater for a month. That was a little weird statement.
Yeah, I call her Tater Tot. That's my Taylor Ann.
Okay.
Taylor Ann. Her nickname's Tater Tot.
I didn't know
Tater
if that
Bug.
was some part of your body or something. She was mad at your Tater. I didn't know.
No,
I'm just fucking with you, Mike. Whatever.
And that girl, that horse loves Taylor to death, but she took her baby and she's like, "You bitch." I mean, literally.
Dude, yeah.
You could tell how by Taylor come out and say hi to the colt and say hi to Rosa, and Rosa turned her back to her like, "Man, fuck you. You took my baby, bitch. Don't do it again."
Yeah.
But she got it after that.
cool. I think there's a good reason why horses are used in therapy too, like emotional therapy or like abuse victims or whatever. They're
Dude,
really
PTSD.
perceptive.
they're so fucking sweet. They're so
Animals are great for PTSD and anxiety. All animals.
Absolutely.
They rely on you.
Yeah, that's true.
You get a certain joy from giving them everything they get in their life.
Yeah, I mean, the wild horses you'll never actually be able to touch.
I
But
do.
well, I mean, you can because they
No, I
seek
mean,
the.
I get an enjoyment out of taking care of them. That's what I
Oh,
was saying.
I was just saying, like wild horses, which is we don't really have much of it anymore. They're as interested in humans as we are in them, you know. So that's why we were able to tame them.
Yeah, I've seen them broke. I've seen people break wild horses.
No, but it's not breaking. It's not the breaking. It's like they actually are as curious about humans as we are.
Part of actually being able to break a horse is being able to build a bond and a friendship with that horse and getting that horse to trust you.
Yep.
If the horse doesn't trust you, you'll never break them.
Yeah, it's like I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, you're abusing the animal because you're riding it." And it's like, no, that's an agreement that we have. You know?
Oh, it really is. If my horses are so babied and pampered, man, if they don't like somebody and I say, well, let's go ride horses, and I get 3 of them out and I say, you can ride this one. If the one I pick for you wanders away from you and starts being fussy, I'll take you through the stable and see what horse takes a liking to you, and then I'll put you on that horse.
Yeah, they get to pick who they want to ride them.
Well, they just know if they don't like you and they're fussy about it, Dad won't make them. So, because well, you're just not going to have a fun ride if I put you with, and the horse is going to be mad. He might just keep trying to buck you.
Or they're just going to be a dick the whole time. I mean, they might not necessarily buck you, but
they're kind of like dogs. If they said when they first met you,
I just don't like this rider.
Right. If the dog growled at you when you first met him, then it's going to take you a minute to win him over, you know. But
yeah.
Sometimes a treat or something, you know, will cure that. I just give you a treat.
It's like some people say you should never tame a horse to be, you know, where you can put a saddle on a horse. A lot of people don't like that. I mean, some people say, "Oh, you should never put a saddle on a horse and ride them and use them as vehicles." I don't. I think horses actually, once they're tamed right, they actually enjoy that relationship with you. I think they actually they enjoy that. Yeah.
I tell you about how I saved Bert. I had to sleep in the barn with him for nights and feed him weed to get him an appetite. Well, I used to ride all the other horses, and I wouldn't ride him. I said, he's just out to pasture. This is just his forever home. We're not going to use him anymore. But he got tired of me riding Rosa. So when I said, come on, Rosa, you want to go for a ride today? He started kicking his door and getting all out and shit. I said, Bert, you want me to ride you? And he leaned his head down and pushed it against me. And I was like, well, okay, then I'll ride you. And Rosa got mad because she was ready for a ride. So I made Taylor ride her. But yeah.
And to be honest, if they were in the wild, they would probably already be dead.
Yeah. We give them a longer lifespan. Yeah. That's a guarantee.
And you build a relationship with them, and they actually love to go out there and ride with you.
He literally begged me to ride him, and I can tell now if he gets fussy when we're going on a ride, I say, what, you want me to ride you? He'll shake his head no. And I'll go, oh, so you just want to walk along with us? And he'll go, he'll just let air out from his lips, and I'll be like, all right. So I just let him out, and then when we go for the ride, I let him out, and he just follows behind us. He'll just follow us. He just wants to go for a walk. He don't want nobody riding. He just wants to get to. It's that pear tree. I got a pear tree that's where
and to be honest, horses in the wild, like Wild horses. I
He
mean,
loves them. He loves
they
them
can be
fucking
in
bears,
grave
dude.
danger. They can be in grave danger from predators in the wild.
Oh, they can. The amount of coyotes I got here, they would just give the horses a fucking heart attack if they were out in the wild. They'd be sleeping in the middle of the field, and the coyotes would come up,
Freaking bite their legs, and they're just gonna lay there and freaking die.
Scare half of them. Well, they stand, but they'd scare half of them to death. Give them a heart attack, waking them up.
So
that's why I don't listen to these liberals who are like, you shouldn't shoot coyotes. Yeah,
or you shouldn't ride horses.
So I should just let the coyotes kill all my chickens, scare all my horses, and just torture my fucking cows.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit.
So these kids who have never been in a 4-H club, never went on a farm, never considered the burger they get comes from a cow, they do all this liberal bull crap because somebody gets them all into
check this out, Michael,
it on the internet. But
even before America was created, same thing was happening with the Native American tribes.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that kills me is I agree with these liberals and the vegans on a lot of the treatment thing, the way animals should be treated. But what they don't learn in their little movement is there is such thing called animal husbandry. And mom and pop farms and family farms generally, if you mistreat an animal on a rancher's farm, a 5th, 12th, even 18th generation farmer, if you mistreat his animals, these animals are a part of their family, and they live a good life. We'll stomp the fucking guts out your ear sockets for being mean to our animals. They're our children, they're part of our family. Now, conglomerate farms ruins that. And then they think all farmers are, we just line them up for slaughter, and the last cow in the line's been scared for 2 hours while everybody gets slaughtered in front of them. Not true.
That's like in the late.
I'm a 5th generation farmer, and I don't even slaughter animals on my property. I don't hunt on my property either.
No, but you farm, and you also do. I mean, I think you've talked about it before, where you do slaughter some of your animals on your farm for food. Yeah,
not on the farm though. They will not be dressed out or slaughtered on my farm. I take them.
I'm not talking about the cows. What about
processing plant?
Chickens.
Generally, I follow my animals all the way up until their life ends. Too. I don't just throw them to other people and say, "Here, kill my animal for me." No, and where I go, I can actually do that myself. They allow me to do it myself because I brought them animals into the world, and I'm gonna be there with them until they go out.
So you just take a trailer with you. If you're gonna slaughter a cow, you grab that cow, take it to your friend's place where you can slaughter.
Yeah, meat packing. Yeah, meat packing plant.
It's like, hey man, you got buddies around the area, and it's like, hey, I want to.
Yeah, it won't be done in a mass where they're doing mass slaughtering. No, it'll be done where the cow doesn't even know what hits.
But it's your cow. You raise it on your farm. Doesn't even see
it coming. Yeah. Generally, it's dairy cows. I'll sell a cow, or I'll slaughter one for meat for the year. But Christ, cow lasts a long time. I don't slaughter that often. Generally, once they outside the age of dairy, then I sell them. Some cows I like so much that I just keep them. I got a cow named Shirley, named her after my grandma. She was a blue ribbon cow. Took her to the fair every year. She always won. She didn't get slaughtered.
Mean? A blue ribbon, like she's pretty, or
no? I mean,
she won. And generally, what it means is healthy and without a blemish. in perfect shape and form.
Did you
Well,
milk her and got some good cheese and milk and butter and shit from her?
well, no, she was a prize. She wasn't even a heifer. She never gave birth and never had been milked. She was just a prize cow. Actually, she's still alive. She's just out to pasture here. I won't let nobody eat her.
And you won't let any bull mount her?
Nope. She's just a big dog to me.
Poor baby never had sex.
Yeah. I think about that.
I bet you do.
I do.
Everybody deserves to get laid at least once, brother.
At least once.
Bro, listen, I got dogs that I don't let breed, and I can when they're whining, when they're a whelping bitch, I know they're begging me, Daddy, just let him do me once. Come on, Daddy. I'm a woman. I need that D, Daddy. Please. Animals talk to me with their gestures and their movements.
So you've had this freaking
their eye contact.
You've had this cow for this many years, and you're just like, no, you can't have sex even though you're horny.
15 years, yeah.
Horny for 15 years. You can't have any sex because I can win some money off you at a festival.
No,
yeah, but if she ever gets some, man, look out.
Listen, she wasn't supposed to live. Me and my ex-wife, we put a lot of time into her. We took turns sleeping in the cattle barn with her and with cattle. And when she made it and she got healthy, she was just so cute. I was like, man, I think I'll put her in the fair this year. And then she won. And all the kids loved her. And she was like a dog, man. We spent so much time with her. She just interacts with humans. She's gentle. She'll make sure she doesn't squish you. So she's great for the 4-H club. She's great to allow the cow to interact with the children. She won't hurt the children. She won't squish them.
Oh, she's like that. Like she's really gentle. Like with
she barely moves when I bring the 4-H kids out here and I let them bathe her and shampoo her and shit. She won't move. She literally sits in one spot unless I'm right beside her saying, come on, baby, it's okay. You can move this way. So she's just been a contest.
I'm just being a dick. I'm being a dick,
and a 4-H club cow. And they do a ride at the county fair every year where you can ride a cow. And she's the one I attached to the little merry-go-round and let them have, because the money that comes from that goes to support the 4-H club. So she's had hundreds of children ride her.
She like pulls the merry-go-round. And the kids
you harness 3 or 4 cows into the merry-go-round. You put the kids on them, and then you tap one of their butts and tell them all to go, and they'll all start moving it. Or you can do it with ponies. You can do it with horses, and they can only walk around in a circle.
Right. What about then, dude? That's Coriolis.
I can ride her ass. Yeah, I can ride her ass, dude. I can go out and get on her. I've done it drunk. Come on, Shirley, take me for a walk. Daddy's drunk.
Wait, I'm mad. I can just see her eyes looking at you, going, "You drunk motherfucker."
I get a big cow lick, and then I'll get a walk. Hang on. I'm serious.
No, I don't.
I woke up in the cow pasture when Archer will let them all out and just getting licked by 5 different cows. Like, oh, God damn it, I fell asleep in the field last night. That was another reason I quit drinking.
Dude, those friggin' cows freaked me out. When I was working for that guy on the ranch, it was just like, I'd be like working something. He's like, do this. And then as soon as I go out there, all the fucking cows start coming around me and was like, Go away, go. You're big, nasty looking, freaking snotty motherfuckers. Get away from me.
Dude, you can't. Yeah, that's I thought drinking was going to kill me one day because you can't actually go into the cattle barn and just fall asleep wherever the hell you want. Because you can wake up getting squished by, cattle or being shit on,
But they're so sweet and they're just like, can you give me some food? That's basically what they're doing is just they want to come close to you because they think you might give them some
whatever
food.
You're giving them.
Yeah, but they're all snotty and
my butt
drooling all the time, and they're just gross, man. They're just
Gonna-
like got these big ass heads, just snot and drool and shit. And it's just like, I want you I want you at least 5 feet away from me. I think you're cute, but just stay away from me.
A cow kiss is a nasty motherfucker.
So it's so gross,
a horse.
Man.
Look, my Bert, that motherfucker can almost grab me up by the neck with his tongue. His fucking tongue is so long. I'm like, oh my God, Bert, get the fuck off me,
Cows are like 400 pounds and they're just like, and they got this fucking snot and drool coming out of their face and they're just like, oh, what do you got for me?
Imagine what they do.
Shit. Get away from me.
Imagine what they do when you're sick and you make them feel better. Like if they're constipated,
no, I get that, but
you got to go out there and give them an enema.
When you got four of them right around you, I mean, it's just like I feel like I'm in danger because I mean, even if you want to love up on me, I think you might break my leg just on accident.
Hey, you ever had to give a constipated cow an enema?
No.
After they shit out about 20 gallons,
calves, but I have
they shit out about 20 gallons. You stuff this shit up their ass and squeeze the water bottle, and then they shit out some stuff. Been bugging them for a week. They're so happy, man. They'll come up and lick all over you if you don't get the hell on.
Thank you for fixing my poop chute.
Yeah. Oh my God! Thank you.
You put one of those big ass freaking rubber glove arms on there or whatever. Or is it like a hose? You just shoot it up in their ass.
Well, I wear a rubber glove whenever I got to do some shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the doc I used to work for. He had like shoulder length freaking rubber gloves. He'd reach in there and freaking pull that shit out and freaking look at it and be like, this is this.
See, that's one thing I don't like to talk on here about. But yeah, sometimes we got to stick our hand up their ass and pull their shit out.
All the way fucking up there, shoulder length.
And take a look at it to see what's constipating them. Yes.
All the way. Like fucking, you got to stick your whole fucking arm in their ass.
Yes, you do.
I've seen that freaking many times. I mean, I told you I worked for.
I don't tell people that too often because I don't want to meet them and stick my hand out to shake their hand and they say that thing's been in a cow's ass before.
Hey, nice to meet you. I just had my whole hand up your cow's ass.
Then I'll have to say this: a vagina too. Come on, man, shake it. I wash it.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, I've been through a couple of
places you'd never venture. It boldly goes where no men gone before.
And I had a calf pulling one time in the field and one time, in the thing where I had to use the calf puller. I was the one cranking the come along,
I used to have a problem with that when I was a kid. I couldn't get over how gross it was. But as an adult,
it was pretty nasty. It was like
as an adult, I know the flip side of the coin. It's either I gross my ass out and my cow lives,
dude,
or it doesn't.
When you pull a calf and that baby comes out, stands up, you're just like,
whether it's pulling a calf or constipation, because constipation can kill an animal.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's like even as gross as the cows are, they're so fucking cute.
Yeah, that's why I set up a shower in the summertime and I'll run it through like 500 foot of black hose that I lay out on black tarps and I'll turn it on low. And then when the cows want to, they can just go get under it.
It's just so fun. Like when you
it's like you offer a cow
30
a shower,
cows, and you're just like,
and then you just sit back
round
and
them
see
up.
how
You round
many.
them up
Listen,
into like a thing, and you wash them off, and just and they're
when I
going.
first set it up, when I first set it up, I just sat back and watched which ones, and there were like 2 or 3 that said, "Hey, wait, this washes me off." So they would go through it all the time, but by the end of the summer, all of them were they literally line up. They all line up and wait their turn to get under the warm water spigot. They like it.
Yeah, I know. It's just like it's like when you get around them, like you can be within like 15 of them when it's just you, and it can be scary because they're so fucking huge.
You know the funniest shit? Listen, we make these big. I'll make them 1 hay bale tall, and I put a bunch of hay bales around in the square, and I'll put a blue tarp over it. You know, a big blue fucking tarp, and I make a big ass swimming pool, and we'll let the goats play in it, and the pigs. And this is one time when you can let frickin' 300 animals out, and they won't. None of them wander away. They'll all hover around that pool that you set up. Pigs, it's so funny to watch these pigs wiggle their fat ass over these hay bales. They get stuck up there, and they'll get there and they'll say fuck it and tuck their legs in and just start wiggling their fat body until they fall into the water, dude. And that shit's so funny. But because they come out smiling, all of them. You can see the goat smile, you can see the pig smile. It's like,
and the goats always jump around. They be jumping, if you have the water. The goats jump.
Yeah, my sow could barely get over that shit. We had to help her push her ass in there, and she just rolled in there, put her front legs up, got her head out of the water, and then eventually she worked her way over by the edge of it, sat her chin up on the hay bales, and just went to sleep in the water. She's like, yeah. And people think pigs are the nastiest thing there is. Well, if you give them something to actually get in and bathe themselves off in, they will. They're really not nasty animals. It's just their weight makes them sink into the mud and into the dirt, so they end up dirty. But in the wild, hogs will go down to the river and they'll swim around.
They love to swim. Yeah, hogs love being in.
Yeah, they'll swim around in the river, and that's how they get muddy. When they come out in the shore bank, they're so heavy they sink into the mud. There's nothing they can do about it. You ever seen a pig's hoof? You look how fat they are, and then you look how skinny their 4 fucking legs are. That much weight on that small of a point, that shit's going in the ground, dude. I'm telling you. If they had bigger feet, they wouldn't sink so much, but they don't.
Yep.
That's one thing that's always struck me funny.
It's like all the farm animals get along. I mean, it's like you have goats, pigs, cows, freaking chickens. I mean, none of them are going to
look at that pig.
They're not hurting each other. They're all, especially when you have like a water place like that.
Look at that pig right there, Helio. That's what strikes me as funny in Livestream voice text. See how small the pig's legs are for how big the pig is? That's always struck me as funny, like the fat man with skinny legs. My dad was always a big dude. He's 6'2", but when he weighed 340, he'd be big up top. His legs were always skinny and muscular. We used to laugh at him when he'd get in shorts. He had big legs, but when you compared it to his upper body at 340 pounds, his legs didn't look that big. He looked like a stork,
Pork.
Yeah, I remember my niece was like 6, and my dad went out and got in the pool with her, and she laughed and he said, "What's so funny, honey?" And she said, "Your skinny legs, Papa." That shit was so funny.
Chicken leg.
Yeah, I got it on video. I camcorded it, and I'll get my brothers and sisters out here. I play all the old video.
Pig is in a kind of a mud pit, but if you had a good farm, or not a good farm. I
Yeah,
don't
if
know
you
what
had clean water.
like if you had good, clean water and not too big a farm, just kind of small. The pigs and the chickens, the cows, and they could all get along and they'd enjoy the same
a
thing.
lot of farmers
And they
just
won't attack each other and all that kind
they
of shit.
yeah, a lot of farmers just flood an area for them. I got an area that it's a low. Yeah, I got an area that's a low laying area that I flood during the summer for them. I just turn the hoses on and it's got its own water well. I just let it flood.
Do you have pigs on your farm?
Yeah, I got a few hogs. Not a lot though. I got some. I figured I'd start breeding them and making my own bacon, but then piglets are so fucking cute.
Damn, are you getting sentimental?
Once me and my daughter seen how cute they were. Once we seen how cute they were, and the sow, when I clean her up and shampoo her, she's cute as fuck too. So yeah, can't slaughter my own pigs. I can go out in the wild and boar hunt, but
yeah, do you guys have razorbacks up there?
Yeah, some people do. Razorback wild hogs? No, we don't.
In Michigan. There's a shitload of them in Arkansas. Come down here and hunt, man. You have
I can't remember what the name
the
of
license fee to come down to Arkansas. Get some razorbacks. There's shitloads of them here.
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of our wild hogs are up here right now. They're not razorbacks. So razorbacks get big. Those are them big ones.
Yeah, they're very fucking aggressive. If you don't hit them right the first time,
little
they're coming after your ass. It's a dangerous hunt.
Or some shit. Yeah, fucking pigs are smarter than dogs, dude.
Yes,
they really are.
At least as smart. I don't know about smarter, but maybe as smart.
Oh no, they're smarter.
Pigs are smarter than most people.
Yeah, my pigs will take specific instructions.
Hey, second statement, I could agree with that, but
I mean, literally, I can tell them when I go fill the trough. I tell them stay back from the trough and no fighting, and they all just sit down because they know they're going to get to eat. They all just sit down and wait till I'm done filling it.
Old dude just posted a GIF.
Yeah, that's cute.
That is cute as shit. A puppy pig, and a puppy dog riding around. Now, this must be an agreement between the two.
My bulldog.
That is cute as shit.
Dude, my Kilo, he loves the pigs. Once he got used to the farm here, we'd had him about 6 months, and we had a litter of piglets. And literally, when I went out there when they were all born, and I took him with me, me and my daughter went and watched them born. Well, then once they were all cleaned up and stopped sucking on the titty, the dog started licking on them, and they were licking back, right? And the mom wasn't even worried about it. So when we left the damn barn, he didn't want to leave. He was like, fuck that, I'm staying out here with the piglets. And I literally had to leave the dog in there for the night. He fucking loves them piglets.
Pigs are so sweet.
And not to mention, after that, for good 3-4 months after they were,
but guess who's not sweet?
They were born.
The razorbacks. They're not sweet at all.
Hey, for like 3 months after them piglets were born, this motherfucker pressed me every 20 minutes to go outside because he wanted to go out and walk around the livestock barn and make sure no coyotes were out there. He was literally worried about his piglets, and we had a lot of chicklets at that time, baby goats and baby pigs. And that dog was just like, I'm home. This is my job. These are my animals. I got to get out there, Dad. I think I smell a coyote. He's a good boy. My brother says, oh, he's not full-blooded. I don't give a shit. He's an awesome dog. He's a perfect farm animal because he loves all these animals. And when I bring people out here like when I do the 4-H, the dog's so nervous. He just sits there and watches everybody interact with the animals. Like he's just waiting for somebody to do something wrong, you know?
Mike, I'm out of control, but I think if I could actually have a that shit would straighten me up. You know how I am? I'm freaking buck wild. But if I actually had a farm, animals and shit, that would probably straighten me up. And I take care
when
of all of them. It would really freaking straighten my ass up.
It gives direction in life when you start to worry about what you don't have and what you ain't got and what the Joneses are doing in the state of the world. And then you go interact with these animals who get pleasure, so much pleasure that makes you feel so good out of one little thing. Then it helps remind you that life is to be enjoyed moment by moment. And that it doesn't matter what the rest of the world does. You can still live a good life right there wherever you are. And you can enjoy every moment of it. It reminds me dealing with animals. I don't care how hateful or spiteful people can be.
Got a couple of cats, but they're assholes.
You get so much appreciation from animals. It reminds me that life is what you make it, and you should get what you give. When you're humble and you're nice to people, see, animals, when you give them love, they give it right back. Humans, you can give them love and they'll want to take advantage of it.
Not every time.
My mama.
The opportunity is there because of the intellect. Go ahead.
My mom always said life is like a box of Delta variants. You never know what you're going to get.
Until you see the differences.
Box of Delta variants.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you see the differences between what it is and what it should be. That's the variance.
The difference between people and animals is that when an animal shed on you, you can take it off with a lint roller.
That's right.
But when people shed on you, after they get all jabbed up, they shed on you like an animal.
No, but even further than that.
When people do you wrong, it's hard
to don't let me get in my emotions.
You can't just wash that shit out of yourself.
You can't freaking. There is nothing you can do about that.
When you get animal shit on you, you wash it off.
But I didn't say shit. I said shed. Shed.
I know. Shed.
I know.
That's what we
said. I was going to make a point, but I got cut off. But when humans shit on you, that stench will follow you for a lifetime.
When humans shed on you with their human,
their cheddar cheese,
their human spiritual,
they could be shedding their demons onto you.
They're shedding other things than physical stuff. Animals can't do that. Humans can. Humans can actually shed something to you that's not physical.
I prefer the physical. I like those nanofibers.
I prefer pig vomit.
I usually go to the all you can eat nanofiber cafe. Any of you guys ever go there to the all you can eat buffet?
I've been to several all you can eat buffets. Which one are you referring to?
The NASA one that they have they got the all you can eat nanofiber buffet. It's pretty good.
That's the pig vomit buffet.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was referring to earlier.
Yeah. Good. why would you want anything wireless? I mean, with hardwired when you can get wireless.
Yeah. Sorry, can I ask you? Ignore me. Do you have a wee bit of Irish in you?
Huh?
Irish.
Did you just say? I mean, it was
Wait,
yeah.
See, who are you, man? You have a bit of
He
Irish?
sounds like you, Helio. No, I'm just messing.
It's just in the size.
Well, I mean, isn't that what he just said?
Do you have a
He
wee
did
bit of
say
Irish?
something like that.
So somebody just asked. No, okay. Irish.
Hey, P-Mac, can you interpret the?
Hi, by dance, I can do that. By dance. Hey, I can do that. By dance for him. Sorry, did I just say it? I don't know. I don't understand, but it's fucking crazy.
P-Mac, it's,
Oh my god.
I think you
All right,
could be
P-Mac.
even
Put you in
though
the
I'm
cooler.
an
Come over.
inebriate. Hey, in support of P-Mac, at least a little bit. P-Mac,
Okay.
I'm inebriated too, but you shouldn't. Since you can't speak English anymore, why don't you just go ahead and mute and not attempt to say
Hey man, get some rest, man. Call it a night.
That's a good
Or
idea.
a day or whatever.
I'll do
That's a good idea, P-Mac. Can
I'll
you hit
do
the
that.
mute button?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna mute you, man. Go, you got it.
No, I can do
I
that.
gotta mute you, but so hold on, P-Mac, hold on. Here, I got this. As an inebriated person, can you slow down a little bit? Tell us what exactly you were trying to say. Slowly. Because the last thing you said was
Hey,
so
right.
now you can actually, since you have the opportunity to express yourself, now you can actually say what you were actually trying to say slower.
was actually the same thing, but a little bit slower.
No, I'm just fucking with you, P-Mac, because
Oh, I know.
hey, man, people fuck with me all the time because I get too drunk
Well,
over
I'm
here sometimes.
fine.
Whatever. What were you trying to say about? What
Listen,
were we trying?
right? What, like 3 minutes ago? I have no idea.
Right now, what
No.
do you have? What do you want to say about
I do
this?
have a conversation.
Okay, say it.
Earth is fucking flat. You silly bastards. Right, that's it. I'm done.
Okay, go ahead and mute your microphone.
Oh,
P-Mac.
so yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and listen for a while. Cool. I understand.
Why?
I
Because
thought with your, with the
yeah. So I've been making so much noise for the
Yeah.
past half hour that you should mute yourself. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is,
Please mute yourself.
you opened your microphone and wanted to say
I didn't
something.
say anything. Somebody else opened the microphone.
Come on, P-Mac. Go ahead and mute yourself. Go ahead, bro. Can you do that for us?
Self-immolate? Yeah, I could do that.
All right, do that, please.
I'm done. Right. Cheerio, bro.
We love P-Mac. I mean, he's been a part of this server for a very long time, and knows that I get ridiculous sometimes too. But I didn't. Anyway, so where were we with the flat Earth or the? I mean, this is the flat Earth server, and we can say superfluoride, and the is the of the globe, blisnas of the. Is that Irish? I thought Irish was pretty much English, but anyway, I'm giving PMAC shit because that's pretty much all we heard from him for a minute ago. And I love the dude, but if he comes back and tries to debunk that shit, I'm gonna fucking mute his ass because that's all he said.
So funny.
Well, I mean, I'm being funny on purpose because it do what it do. Anyway, so where were we?
Are you kidding me? Is that no way?
But
hold on,
huh?
rookie. Hold on. Is that what you got? Are you kidding me? There's no way. What do you got? What do you got?
I was responding to I just got a strike or whatever you call it. I got kicked out for swearing when I wrote Globetard in the text chat and it just kicked me out. I'm like, what the hell is that? What the hell's going on with this damn server, dude?
No. Hold on. The bot is sensitive sometimes. If you say Globetard, sometimes it just.
Is there like a word that's the same as that I'm missing or something? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out where that comes from.
No, well, you're not out of the game yet, but if you typed in Globetard, well, we can get that fixed if that's what you said, Globetard, and it kicked you out and put you in Cogdis, which I think that's happened to several people.
Well, it just says that I have no. It just says I was timed out for swearing. Is all it says. And I did it twice, so I know that's the word. It must be that word because I didn't type any other words except for.
Well, it could be either a timeout.
Is that a swear word? I was like,
hold on.
You're
hold on. You can say it, but you can't type it. How about that?
Oh, cool. I see. All right.
Well, that's as far as I know. I'm trying to figure that out now because this often happens to people that it's just like, oh, this server sucks ass because people get just banned for no reason, and it's like, dude, I can see that you've been here for fucking 2 hours, and it's rolling along, and oh shit. Oh, the server sucks ass because I got banned for no reason. A lot of times we do have a bot here to protect, the text and shit. Maybe you typed Globetard and maybe the bot doesn't like the word Globetard. I don't know.
It's kind of harsh. Why did you type that in there? Globetard. Why would you do that?
So no. I like the term Globetard because we get flat-tard all the time. I don't really fucking give a shit if people think we're flat-tards.
I don't give a shit.
I just call it like
to be honest, though, as far as like someone here calling us Globetards, I don't really give a shit if you call me a flat-tard. Let me figure out what's going on with your thing there, bro.
The count thingy.
Did he leave?
Who cares?
What's working that? Who
I just
was
mic'd
it?
out because I have a tendency to babble in the background and I'm going to screw up the live stream.
Oh, no. Well, fuck, I still see you chatting in the live stream.
Yeah, it only does it for like, 5 minutes and then it lets me back in. It's weird.
Oh. So that's the automatic bot. So if you say Globetard, I think it might time you out for a minute. Do you have a problem with that?
No, I was just curious what that was about.
Well, now you know. Now you know. Don't ever type Globetard in the chat.
Yeah,
now you know.
I'm sorry. My bad.
All right.
I won't.
All good. Where were we, ladies and gentlemen?
I believe we were talking about the shape of the earth or something like that, weren't we?
Shape? Earth? Does Earth have a shape?
Well, not really that you can prove, but you can see it as something.
Well, so it's flat as shape.
Not last time I checked, no.
Yeah, flat's not a shape. What the hell, old dude? Trying to.
What have I done wrong now?
I mean, it's like P-Mac's been here a long time. Whatever. I ain't even in England. I'm in America. No. P-Mac knows what's up, and it's just like no holds barred with P-Mac when he's doing this shit.
Hell yeah, mate. No holds barred. If you open your mic and you get on it and you start talking nonsense, you're part of the meat grinder, mate.
Yeah. And now he's still posting that. What's this? What's PMAC posting now? But to be honest, I mean, I don't want flat earthers to fight in this room. But what are you posting, PMAC? Oh, he's just posting a song, Water Boys. He already know.
I will ride on the train. I will.
Yeah, we can't play the song, but you can sing it.
My hands.
We can't play the song; it's copyrighted. But you can sing it if you want to a little bit. Oh, PMAC, you're a trip, bro. I got Scotties, Americans, freaking Aussies, like here 24 hours a day. People from all across the earth, Middle Eastern, freaking Europeans, European on my boots, European on my cowboy boots, because I'm in the South. I'm the Southern United States. It's the only place that cowboy boots exist that way. Still loving that freaking puppy riding on the pig. Old dude, that is the shit. That is the cutest thing I've ever seen. I think I'm going to share that shit on Facebook.
Isn't it nice, mate? Yeah, there's.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen. A puppy riding on a puppy pig. It's fucking so cute.
Yeah, I'm like 17 stone, a hairy ass Scotsman, and I get all giggly and girdly when I see stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I'm all like, fuck you, fucking blowies, and then when I see a freaking puppy riding on the back of a pig, I'm like, oh, fucking cute, it's so fantabulous.
What the hell was that?
That was me using falsetto. Have you ever heard me use falsetto? I can use a baritone tone as well.
Well, I'm so good. Serial. That is so gay. Is that falsetto? Did I get it? Gay.
Fucking Ron Paul's fucking.
Wait, have you guys seen the SNL, the old SNL freaking clip? The ambiguously gay duo.
Like
you ever seen that one?
I like the church lady.
Church lady, but have you ever seen the ambiguously gay duo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course you have. Because why would you make fun of me when I use the falsetto voice for whatever?
Right. Listen, we had
the ambiguously gay duo.
In the 90s, if we were bored on the farm and the work was done, SNL was one of the only motherfucking things we had.
Yeah, they're the ones that were just like, some of this shit is like nonsense, and so they, even though if you really look at it over time, you're going to find out that SNL was actually
making fun.
They were making fun of the mainstream.
All the conspiracies we talk about, they were making fun of them.
They were making fun of them, but there was a purpose. And now that we have individual ideas and pointing out that they were using that through a government funded, corporate funded ideology to control the mass media, then you might have a different idea about how you were influenced when you were younger. But just call me conspiratard. I'm okay with that. But it's like they'll manipulate comedy. It's like, hey, you can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want to do with comedy, which I try to utilize as much as I can. And I'm just like, it's funny because it's true, but it's actually not true because I can watch the news and they're giving me general news, which is true, and the comedians are contradicting that because they're just comedians, but the people on the mainstream news are scientists.
What's it mean to be ambiguously gay? You're gay and you don't know it.
You're the ambiguously gay duo.
Boom, boom, boom. G and A. Look, I put a clip up there for those that don't know.
Did you put it in live
yes.
voice text? Is it up there now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is my second bolus too. Yep.
Oh, there you go. Ambiguously gay duo. Dude, I wish I could play that on the live stream.
I'm tired, but I can't go to bed till I've ate. I go to bed hungry. I'll just wake up in an hour hungry.
Let me check it out. I can probably play the audio. Hold on. Because if I play the video, it'll probably get a strike. But I think I'll play the audio. Hold on.
Oh my God, are you too lazy? Oh, I threw the dog half a donut. It's at the other end of the couch, so he's just sitting there looking at it like, you gonna get up and move that to me? No. If you're too lazy to go get it, I guess you just don't deserve it. Look, he's staring at me funny too now because he knows I'm telling my friends on the internet. You telling on me, Dad? Fuck you.
Holy shit, Mike, I'm watching the dark clenched hole of evil. I don't think I should play this on here.
No.
Oh, it's fucking awesome. Anybody who's curious about what Mike just posted, that's fucking
yeah, you're gonna have to watch it yourself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play it on here.
From the ambiguously gay space station. As it orbits that tightly clenched black hole.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I like when they give the safety tips. Hold up.
Oh my God, it's so freaking. It's freaking what, 7 minutes long? It's freaking badass. Yeah, this is the best one. They have a lot of other ones, but this was the best one.
Time's running out.
Oh, you freaking got lasers shooting out of the fucking dick car. Oh
yeah.
my God.
Hey, the safety clips, the gay safety safety tips is funny as hell too.
Online gay porn
Dude,
sites are very
do you think if I shared that on my Facebook page, they would I would get banned?
People might start to wonder if
You
you're
want to be
coming out
careful
of
with
the
that.
closet.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Right.
they'll start sending you all kinds of crazy stuff on the
Right.
internet.
Oh, most of the time I don't answer these.
You'll get
fucking
some
idiots.
guy named Irvin slide up in your DMs like, "Hey, what's up,
Yeah,
Dennis
don't you ever
Cat?
dare answer any
I'm
of those or
fucking
ever
them
respond
up.
because you'll never stop getting them, bro.
What's up, Dennis Cat?"
Dude, I ain't gonna lie though. A lot of people that I mean, I have a lot of people that are in high school with me that are friends of mine on Facebook.
He'll be
And
all grammatically perfect.
don't remember
He'll
watching
be
this
like,
shit on Saturday Night
"How
Live.
about you and I get together?" Mm-hmm.
Hold the fucking phone. I'm gonna post this on Facebook and see what happens. Because to be honest, if I lose my Facebook channel, I don't give a fuck. I got other shit.
I wouldn't be worried about losing my channel. I'd be worried about that guy that slides up in your direct messages. Hey,
Yeah, I was
Dennis,
gonna say.
what's up?
I ain't worried about that
Honey.
nigga either. I got a
I see
baseball
you
bat.
posted that video,
I
Dennis.
got a
What
baseball
are
bat.
you
and it ain't-
ambiguously gay?
Hey, I got a baseball bat, and that ain't for the brown
Well,
hole.
how
It's
do you
for
know
the,
if
it's
you've
for the
never
head.
tried it? After you post this, be wary of who invites themselves over to have a drink with you.
No, I'm gonna post it on Facebook. I'm curious about how many people from high school.
Some guy
when
slides in
this
his
came
direct
out.
messages on Facebook. Hey, Dennis, do you usually pass out after you drink all night? Want to have a drink? Come on, buddy, I'm buying the fifth.
Oh, is it? I think I'm proposing to propose it
Sometimes
to
the best
post
has
this
to
on
be
my
No,
Michael.
No, I'm not saying you proposed anything. I'm saying if you post it on Facebook, there might be some underlying subliminal messages to some homosexuals out there.
What do you think they're gonna try to find me?
No, I think when you fly that flag, they might have found you already.
Dude, Michael, this and this.
I'm just
video,
saying, bro.
hold
I
on.
don't put a rainbow.
I
I
actually
don't
want
put
to
a
cry
rainbow
because it's so
flag on my bumper sticker. You know, I ain't got no bumper stickers on my tailgate.
This video is actually.
I wouldn't put that shit on my Facebook.
Can I actually finish what I was going to say, please?
Please.
This video,
sure.
This video is actually taking the piss out of the entire idea.
Oh, I know that.
Okay, then why the fuck are you trying to take the piss out of me when I was just trying to post a video to make fun of the
I'm just saying
stupid
I can
idea?
just see some gay guy going, sure.
Okay, well, do you
it's
think
all
I'm
about
scared
the
of
humor,
fucking
Dennis.
posting them?
Sure.
Okay, well,
you want to get
I
to
ain't
drinking
scared.
with me? I got a fifth of tequila.
No.
You
Dude,
and I, brother.
Wait. Michael,
One night
you've
and two
seen,
bottles.
You've seen my picture. You've seen the picture of me. Are you want to get sexy with me?
No, but I'm
okay.
listen,
Then who do you think wants to get sexy with me right now?
Well, it brings up
you think
that
there's
song.
any dudes that want to
Some
get
gays
sexy with
don't
me?
like guys like me. Oh, but some gays do.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I mean, the whole fucking video is a joke.
I know. I'm
God
just
damn.
joking too, though. But you know, it seems like you're getting offended.
You're trying to discourage me from posting, my fucking Facebook.
I am. I'm trying to help you out, brother.
Slight homophobic.
All right, so I shouldn't post it on my Facebook. Okay.
Oh, I wouldn't.
I might.
I'm not homophobic, but I'm really scared some dude's gonna jump up in my DMs and go, "Hey, what's up, Michael?"
I didn't mean you. I was teasing him.
I'm not scared of that. I'm not scared of that. I know all my friends on Facebook.
Nice shirtless photo. Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to put my shirtless photo on the Facebook.
I'm worried about what I post.
I'm putting the ambiguously gay duo on my Facebook page.
Like I fly a banner that says, the only tacos I eat are pink. Boom, boom.
I said mantis, bro.
This here is no.
You know why that scared me? Because when you said that, the room went to crickets because everybody's afraid to say anything about being a real man anymore. You notice that?
Yeah. I mean, I
want to post this video.
I eat them pink tacos from the shell to the sauce.
Hey, whatever happened to just measuring our dicks, guys? Come on, what the fuck ever happened to just doing the old school shit? You know, the fun thing, standing around and saying, "Oh, mine's bigger, yours."
Come on, man. You know the "What's up, Dennis? You want a drink?" You know that was funnier than fuck.
It was.
Yeah, I admit.
Hey.
Hey.
Max about pissing on himself right now.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. That was
that gay but unfeminine. Hey.
Don't even get me started on my gay voice. You don't.
I
even
wish
wanna
I
hear
could
that
rearrange the alphabet and put you and I closer together. Hey.
I agree that this laughter is a lot more fun.
Hi, H and I are right next to each other, nigga. What
I
you
heard you
talking
say
about?
Hey, I got one for you guys. Listen to this, P-Mac. Hey, Dennis, I heard you say you were arm deep in a cow's ass once. How about you and I try that?
I never stuck my hand up.
Well, I'm
there,
not a cow,
but
but hey.
I ain't gonna lie, that was
you
one
still
of the
got
best
that rubber
experiences
glove.
of my life watching that.
Big boy.
Watching that doctor pull that little calf out of the cow's ass. That was pretty.
Hey, I was eating my second bowl of stew, but that just struck me funny that when I left, we were arms deep in a cow's ass, and then you went straight to ambiguously gay. I was like, damn, this is a hell of a platform. From arm deep in a cow's ass to ambiguously gay, all in one sentence. Hi.
Yeah, which is worse? That's the question. Which is worse?
I don't know
what is that
which
game
is
that my daughter
worse.
plays all the time? It's Would You Rather. Yeah, let's do a Would You Rather on that one.
I would rather help the cow survive.
All right, Michael. We were being serious earlier. But, I know you're trying to.
Yeah, I'm not being serious right now. I'm just picking on you.
Because man, I've been involved.
It just popped in my head,
Right.
and I think out loud all the time.
Serious. Tell me one thing you've seen on TV or anywhere else that's serious lately that you can take seriously. Please.
But I'm still gonna I'm gonna post that video though, and
it's hard to pick one, right?
on my Facebook. I ain't gonna lie, that's funny.
Hold on, man. Give me a minute. I'm still thinking. One thing, huh? Damn it.
Mm-hmm. It's getting more difficult every day, isn't it?
How about that Walmart pricing? No, you can't take that seriously. Damn it! They say $9.99, and you get there and the shit's $29.99.
I know that. Well, you get lucky. They'll let you pay the price that's on the tag, but.
I had a kid at Walmart. I said, "Man, it said $10 on TV," and the kid said, "Don't believe everything you see on TV." I was like, "Bitch, that's false advertising. I ought to kick your little young ass." He just laughed his ass off.
That's a good one. I don't know. It's getting more and more sad. It's like every time I turn it on, it's like, "Oh man, really?" Like I thought I was gonna like turn it on and go, "Okay, I was wrong." Maybe I was just like, I've been too high lately, and I've been seeing shit. Like maybe I'm having a flashback. But nope. Every time I turn it on, it's like, wow, shit. Either the flashback's getting worse or something's not right.
I could have sworn it was fucking $10. Now you're telling me it's $20. Where the fuck did that come out of, bro?
Well, the news and the media reads
what
like a
the
damn
fuck
book.
do you say?
It's like a novel.
I said,
yeah. It actually made sense for a second until you asked what it
let's
meant,
not walk past that again. Can anybody here translate drunken Irish, please? Yep.
I used to be able to, but only if
or
I
is it
slow.
Scottish? I don't want to insult nobody.
That was Irish. That was Irish, and it's drunk because I can't.
Hey,
I knew that word was coming out.
Are you drunk enough to tell me what your lucky charms be?
Well, that all depends. Do you have a lucky charm? Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah.
Well, I do. I do.
Pokemon.
I'm just looking for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
All right. Somebody heard that, didn't they? That sparked the flame.
Poke my hole. Poke my hole. Kiss my fucking ass, motherfucker.
That's right.
Look, that's not no pot of gold, man. Don't lie.
No, yeah,
It depends on how you look at it.
It all depends how you look at it. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
It is at the other end of a rainbow, though.
If you're happy, though, but if you're happy and gay, you can have a lot of fun in that. I mean, you know.
Well, yeah,
some places that I wouldn't
kiss
I
my
wouldn't
ass.
even
You know that
kiss
is on
myself
the other
being.
side of a rainbow. Yes, that is.
Definitely.
But it ain't no pot of gold.
No.
Well,
I don't know what it is.
See, that all depends on how you look at it.
All right. To the eye and the beholder.
Tiddly dum.
When they first put brown on that gay rainbow flag, I thought that was to represent the shit stains, and I ain't even lying.
I did too. I thought maybe it was to remind you about your dirty underwear and to change them or something. You know.
I have no idea what to do.
I was like that. They're just saying incontinence comes with it.
Did we lose some of you?
At the other end of the rainbow, incontinence. Or you're just going to open up and
You're
shit
right.
without even knowing it.
Well, low T first.
I thought it was strange that.
Welcome to the jungle, right?
I thought it was strange
That's got fun and games, boys. It is nasty.
It is.
What it means, though, right? Isn't that what that song's about? It's about getting whatever you want, whatever you need. I mean, it's all there.
What that? You got mud on your face, you big disgrace.
Waving your banner all over the place.
Oh, what's Vice about? I was listening to that on yesterday, day before, on my way back from my vacation, and I was like, "What the hell is this song?" Oh my god! I just realized what it was. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I've sang along with this song. I'm like, "Fucking wow!"
When I was like 8 years old, I was jamming it, and I was like, "We are the champions," and my dad said, "You're not a champion, boy. If you were, you'd be dancing around like a little fairy, right
exactly.
now."
You know what? That's funny. Are you sure your dad and my dad don't know each other, bro?
And I said, "Dad, this is your record. What the hell are you talking about? Fairies aren't champions." He said, "Listen, this is the gay national anthem. That's your mama's record, and don't you ever put it on the record player again unless your mama's in the room."
Dad, please stop calling me a fucking fairy.
That's what I was like. Fuck, what's gay, Dad? He's like, "Damn it, I opened a shit can, didn't I?"
Yeah.
I was only like 8.
Himself a grave. Yeah, he dug a grave instead of a fucking ditch, right?
He said, I said, "Hold on, Dad, I'll be right back." He said, "Don't you fucking go nowhere. If you ask your mom or my mom that question that you just asked me, I'm gonna beat the holy hell out of you."
Oh yeah.
I said, "Well, what's gay, Dad?" He said, "Oh, okay, when we want a calf, we have a bull and a heifer." I'm like, yeah, that's the birds and the bees. He said, "Well, gay is the bees and the bees."
Yeah.
I'm like, I said, you mean the bull and the bull, Dad? He said, "Yeah, the bull and the bull." I said, "Well, that's just fucking nasty."
That's gross, right?
I was 7. My dad didn't say shit.
Well, they're both nasty to you when you were a kid, but
yeah, I was like, "That's fucking nasty as shit." My dad said, "Good, let's not talk about this shit no more."
Yeah, we don't want to talk about shit. Yeah, exactly. Just take it off the pod. Yeah.
I was going to bed that night. I was like, "Bro,"
so funny, right?
I said, "Bro,"
my
oldest brother. I was like, "Bro, Dad said being gay was the bull and the bull. Did he mean the bull would be screwing the bull?" He's like, "Go to sleep, bro." But yeah, that's what he meant. I was like, "How the hell am I supposed to sleep now?" He's like, I don't know. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, don't adults realize that when our minds are that young and not ready for that? That
I was shocked. Yeah, I was shocked,
bro.
My oldest brother said, "I don't know." My next oldest brother said, "Michael, you know that little girl you like that you said you like in school?" I said, "Yeah, she is cute and her butt is just a perfect round." He said, you just go to sleep thinking about her, bro, and you'll sleep just fine." I woke up the next morning and socked him in the shoulder. Was like, "Thanks, bro."
Oh, really? Really worked, huh?
Yeah.
The first time that got told to me, it took me like
I was
months
shocked.
to get lucky and get one.
I was so shocked.
I was like, "Fuck, you can dream that shit too? Fucking A."
Well,
Nice.
no, I mean,
Strange.
I mean,
The
you had your
bull and
first
the
ever
heifer.
dream. It's
Listen, having babies, calves popping out of vaginas, sacks, all that shit
Right,
was
yeah.
nasty
But
as
that's
hell to me
different,
at
though. It's
7.
not the same
I
as
was so
not the
shocked
same
when
as a little girl.
I said, well, why would the bull and the bull want to do it? They can't have a calf.
Don't you dare say that it's fucking natural or
naturally, logically, doesn't make sense.
Don't you dare, bro. You be
Any normal kid that hasn't been already trained or brainwashed will or always act that
That's
one
the
way.
thing,
And react
right?
the same way.
Because that's what they're doing with the kids right now. They're telling them that they're living on a fucking spinning ball.
I know.
You know?
But isn't
My
that
dad-
part of revealing how God
not only
reveals who the
that,
children
they're
God
telling
shouldn't
them
be messed with? Like, just, you know, you see that kind of thing.
My dad was so happy I was shocked about that shit. And I was like, the next day I said, that's just disgusting, Dad. The bull and the bull can't have a calf. He said, I'm so happy you see it that way, son. I was like,
how many? So it took you like a whole day to just come up with something to come back to your dad with. You mean? That's crazy, right? That just shows a lot.
it blew
It's
my
natural
mind,
instinct.
dude.
It is. It's like,
It
I know.
blew
I
my
realized
mind.
that real young.
Because
Like I was a
I
mute,
was
so
still,
I understand all sides of it. But
yeah, I was
I'm
still
sorry, I didn't mean
putting
to-
together the part that we were talking about people.
Mhm.
You
Right.
know what I mean?
Yeah. Because you were like, wait a minute, but
So the bull and the bull is the man and the man, and this is just like, wait, what?
Right.
You're entitled to think the way you think.
Yeah, like I get it. We compete together and all that, but what? What? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's fucking wrong, bro. Like I get it. You know, like okay, there's things you can do and there's things you just I'm good. That doesn't feel right, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what makes us believe at any point that that's okay? I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just crazy.
I suppose
Personally,
I'm sorry if
personally,
anybody's
I
offended by
think
that. I
there
really am,
has
but-
to be an issue with your the way you process information, or
right. Yeah, I mean, I
it's
can't
a
help it if something
psychological
literally creeps
or
me out,
mental.
right? You know, like it's
Yeah.
not my fault that something creeps me out, right?
Right.
And it should be, I mean, that should be part of my rights is to be able to defend myself from stuff that creeps me out, be able to just at least separate myself from it, right?
Dude,
and that's
guys,
why we have rules and regulations.
Listen, at 7 years old, that shit fucked me up more than
Wait, hold
Nightmare on Elm Street.
What were you saying? Somebody else was in the background.
Can you imagine this world 10 years from now where everybody's like, oh yeah, bro, okay, fine, all right, great. It's just like really a fucking
I'm
strange.
terrified. I am. I was talking to somebody at my daughter's school today, and they, we just got into a conversation, and she was like, I was like, so, like, I bet you guys are going crazy, at the school that you have to follow these guidelines and you guys don't understand it and all that. Because, there's got to be people that are just going crazy trying to figure out
they
what
like
it's
it.
all about. And no, she was like, no, we were freaked out by it too. But she didn't, she didn't really say anything else. That was just, she just kind of agreed with me, and I could tell by her eyes, she didn't. But it was.
Some
it was
people are, some people aren't.
I got the vibe that there's other people that are disturbed by what's going on.
Strange,
Not
right?
just a few of us, right?
On, bro.
Yeah, something's not right. Something's really wrong. Maybe maybe they gassed us all and put us to sleep or something. I don't know. There's something weird like that. You can think I'm crazy, but
no,
you bring
no,
wow. You'll be like, wow.
I don't understand what they're trying to fucking convey to us. So what's the purpose of it? Why are you doing that? Why are you trying to tell me that some guy could be a female and some female could be a guy?
That's terrifying.
It doesn't matter.
To me it does.
Hey, after that, I wouldn't watch MASH no more because of Klinger.
Right? Yeah, I know.
Seriously.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you.
I used to watch
I
MASH
learned about
with-
gay pretty young, though. I mean, I learned about all that pretty young
yeah.
because of views, but I
used to go watch MASH with my grandpa all the time, and then I started avoiding it. My grandpa's like, "What's up?" And I said, "I told him."
Well, listen, I
My
remember.
dad said the bull and the bull, and I think he's dressing up like a girl. He wants to do the bull and the bull. My grandpa laughed his ass off. He said, "Son,
show that and with a good reason why, because I kind of was like, what the fuck's going on here, right? So Boy George came out and so,
Yeah.
do you really want to hurt me? And then
yes, I do.
Yeah, yeah.
Do
No,
you
that song
really
made sense to
want to
me after
make me cry?
Look,
I
look
fucking
bad, bro.
scared.
You're not crying yet. Why?
Oh my god.
Fair enough.
Loving arms, it was that hold me.
Am I the only one that makes me angry? That other people try to impose that into my mind and make me think that way and fucking try to check
No,
me and see if I'm like creepy or something?
This is the whole.
Isn't that
no,
why they do it?
They were
Isn't that why they do it? See if everybody else
it
is like
is. It's why
screwed
they
up in the head. You know,
listen.
they're
Do you wonder
advertising, right?
why on public TV, all them poor kids, they watch Modern Family where they're told this is what's modern?
Yeah, right.
Have you ever
Yeah,
watched
yeah.
Modern Family?
No. Well, yeah, I have actually.
What I'm
It's
saying
fucking
is that
disturbing. Yeah,
so
I mean, I agree. It's disturbing, bro. It's like
it
stuff they
is.
talk
And
about is like, what? I thought that was like that was reserved for South Park and like cable stuff.
so
You know, like
there was a time when I was growing up, you couldn't cuss on soaps or primetime TV. Now you watch soaps as the world turns. They're calling each other bitches and cunts
yeah, I
and
know.
whores on
Yeah.
primetime TV.
Yeah.
And you know, at first I was shocked. The same shock I had when my dad said the bull and the bull, and I was like, I don't get that. I get the joke where the bull says, "Let's stroll down there, son, and fuck them all." I got that joke. They were talking about the heifers, you know. It didn't.
Yeah, they were
It
talking
didn't.
about taking
It,
turns.
it didn't
Yeah, the whole
shock me.
fucking.
But
Yeah,
so
the
the shock value left, you know,
that makes sense.
once it was bitch on
that made
as
that
the
joke
world
disturbing when
turns,
you
and
turned it
then
that way,
we
though.
went to Modern Family, and then anger's just set in since then. And I know a lot of people would tell me that's unhealthy, but it's no more unhealthy than causing yourself to have incontinence.
Seems
by your own choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people do it all the time. It's like a somatic.
Mm-hmm.
They make themselves ill. They give themselves illnesses.
They try to tell us that
they make the body sick by
that it's natural.
Sick by
but what
by
it is there's always freaks of nature, and so accidents happen in nature. Yeah, that's an accident, but happens in nature. But
I don't believe there's accidents.
You don't
at
see
all.
two alpha males in a wolf pack marry each other now, do you?
No.
You never see the alpha male go for
if you do, it's because somebody's manipulating
the gamma male, right?
Just to try to make that whole agenda go up, you know.
You never see the alpha male going for the gamma male, right? And if the gamma male tried to coo at the alpha male, it'd probably end up being dinner for the whole pack, right?
Right. Yeah, I noticed that now that you say that, I noticed that in stories when they're talking about, homosexuality, they're usually talking about background stuff.
They're talking about frogs, toads, little barely got 5-celled organisms. We don't talk about things that have society, social groups, and packs.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that it's there and we recognize it. We know it's being pushed wherever, we don't know why, but we just know it's there, right?
Yeah, how did that happen? Right?
I know why it's being pushed.
Well, yeah, I do too, but I'm saying
they had to live in the shadows since the beginning of time. This is why it's the New World Order. In the Old World Order, everything was run by the church. And that disgusting shit couldn't be just lived out in society. So it's the New World Order, and it's no longer godly or religious or moral.
And goes.
So I don't see it as a leaving of God and going to whatever. I see it as a throwing away of morals.
Right. It's about how you finish. It's making the mistakes is not not what gets you thrown to hell.
We've removed the morals and the foundation of morals, which is the family unit, a true family unit. When you remove the true family unit, there's no one there to instill morals.
Exactly. So there's no reason to live. There's no hope.
And it's not us, but we've been led this way so we can trade morals for sodomy, and that's as root form as it gets.
Going the hole in our hearts. You're absolutely right. That's very, very.
That leaves out religion. We don't have to make it religious because you can ask me where morals came from, and I'll say, well, you're naturally born that way. I'll even hit you with morals evolved with man as his consciousness grew, and his heart was labored and hindered by the wrong that he did.
Right, exactly. So
it can be true in a
seek wise
natural
counsel, and you're
environment.
not seeking wise counsel if you're hanging out with a bunch of idiots that
Because
do
in a
crazy things.
natural
and
environment with evolution, you do things, you do things that were wrong here and there, but it'd make you feel bad, so it'd become a moral issue of whether or not you do it again, or whether you
yeah, right. Then it's
teach it
predictive.
to your
Then you're into the
children.
predictive
Don't do
programming, right?
this. I did that once, and it really
Yeah.
made me feel bad. Don't do that.
Right. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff that you don't want to look at because it'll, depending on who you are and the kind of person.
Yeah, I'm
you
not
can
saying
get
they're
into.
not natural. It's just, it's
No, it's
through
just like
evolution,
right.
an
Yeah.
evolving psyche that we determined that mankind was better off without these things, because we
Kind of
knew
funny how
what they led to.
evolution ended up turning our minds into the evolving thing rather than the animals doing it. The animals haven't changed. We have.
Yeah, they're not evolving.
Yeah. The devil don't
If
change.
they
The devil
was,
changes you, right? I mean,
my
I'm not
dog
saying
would
that.
already looked me dead in the face and said, "Bitch, when are you going to give me another fucking donut?" But wait, he does say that. He just doesn't vocalize it. I can see it in every. I swear this motherfucker can move, flop his body, and get ready to turn his head to look at me. And I know in my mind, I'm like, this motherfucker's about to bitch for a treat. And he'll turn around and blink his eyes slows at me, and I'll be like, "You want a treat, don't you?" And he'll perk right up. "Yeah, I do. Is it that easy?"
My cat tries every single night, sometimes two or three times a day now, that he's trying to convince me to feed him wet food more often. It's like, dude, I can't do that, bro. It's going to cost me a
I
fortune.
tell him like
I don't
this.
even
I
eat wet
say,
food like that.
I say, "No, you're too fat. You don't need a treat." And he'll look at the cat and say, "Did you see that? You see that? That
Yeah, what
motherfucker
did
knew
he
what I
say?
wanted before I turned around, but he said I can't have none. I'm
Yeah, I've
too
seen
fat."
horses and I've seen animals do that, and it blows my mind. But I always thought it was just my imagination getting the best of me, bro. Because the
Yeah,
last
they're
time I
looking
really
at
had
each
got
other
close
like
to a bovine,
they're
or a horse or
they're
something that
looking at
was
each
real,
other like,
spent a lot of time.
"Dog, did you hear that shit? Motherfucker knows
Yeah,
I
I know.
want
They
a
look
donut.
at each other like their
What's
ears
this
perk up and
fat
they like
shit?
flip
I
their
ain't
head
figured out
sideways.
what fat means yet." The
Say it
cat.
again.
Let me
Fuck,
ask
I
you
don't
something,
know.
guys.
Oh, I'm getting there. My cat's on my lap right now.
Isn't
I've been trying to feed him.
isn't procreation as fun as everything else? That it's part of human experience or Earth experience. Same thing with any
With
other
man,
animal.
right?
Procreation is
with
just
people
as
that
fun.
want to
It's
have
just
it
like
with you, and all that.
When
humans.
I hear
Humans.
other
Hold on,
men
Michael.
say,
Hold on, Michael. Hold on, Michael. Humans overthink it sometimes, but it's the natural experience. You want to procreate. Animals
yeah,
don't think about it the
If
way
we didn't have the
humans do.
drive for it, we'd all be dead in a very short amount of
Yeah,
time.
there would
because
be no
we are
such
very
thing as
selfish
humans
people. We
if
kill
there
each
was no
other.
it's like
procreation.
this. Will you ask a young man what's the best thing in life, and he'll tell you sex. You ask an older,
First he'll
satisfied
tell you
man
mommy
with,
and daddy because
hold
he loves
on.
his mom and dad. But yeah,
Yeah, it'll start out mom and dad, best thing in life.
Yeah.
Then it'll go to
Little girls,
sex, the best
daddy
thing in
is
life.
God to a little girl.
And then when you
for
grow
sure.
older and you've raised and loved children, the best thing in life for you will be raising flesh of your flesh and blood of your blood.
That's right.
That's for me. That's the best thing in life.
Yeah,
sex.
when you're young,
almost like
sex
have
is
lots of kids so
really
they can help
really
each
fun.
other,
I
right?
mean, for procreation, and you don't necessarily view it that way. It's a natural function of how you exist, and sometimes sometimes people just get
I was
married.
thinking
Then
the other day.
Go ahead, Mike.
When I first got out of service and me and my old lady got married, we were so scared about having kids. We want to have sex and just enjoy it, and not have a kid.
Of course you do. Yeah. You don't want to be.
You were so scared to do it, and then when you did it, you wouldn't change it for the life of you. And
exactly.
Then when you're older, you're not scared about getting
Would
pregnant.
you have cherished that experience if
You're
your parents hadn't
bumming.
told you that bullshit, right?
Listen, you're bumming.
Hold on, let Mike. Why are you
I'm
talking over
listening.
Michael? He's trying to explain this.
Yeah,
Please.
listen.
Let him finish.
When I was younger, I was scared to have sex because I didn't want kids. But now that I'm older, I'm scared to have sex because I do want kids. But I know I'm so old that I wouldn't be here long into their lives. You know what I mean? I don't want to die on a child.
You already have
10 years old.
several kids, though, Mike.
Oh, I know, but still,
I know.
It's the best thing in life.
Yeah,
it is. You're right.
Yeah, man.
It's also
I
the
want to
most
be a
painful
dad
things
way
in life.
more now than I did 20 years ago. I'd love to
Mhm.
be an active grandparent now, but it's just not going to happen right now. But there's other kids around, and I can be kind of like a dad, and it's just great. It's wonderful, eh? Really brilliant.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know how to put it, but there's nothing greater than. I don't care whether for me it's a girl or a boy because I've been so hyper fastidious about my kids and what I tell them and when I treat them. Then to watch them grow up and ask, "What's this, Dad? What's that, Dad?" And then eventually, "No, Dad." And then eventually they're telling you what that is. That's not what that is. It's like this, Dad. But then they come to a certain age and you don't have to go look in the mirror and talk to yourself to have an argument with yourself. All you have to do is sit down next to your daughter or your son, and when you, I know it deep in my heart, I'm arguing with myself right now. When I argue with my daughter, that she's just like me. I don't care, female or not. She has my temperament. She's just like me. I'm arguing with myself when I argue with her, and that's
You're
why
right.
she says
Good
it.
point.
Dad, you know, you and I are the same fucking thing, Dad. Yeah, what's your point? Why the fuck you keep arguing? You know you're not gonna win. And I'm just like,
You taught me how to be stubborn. What the hell's wrong with you?
yeah, it doesn't
I
even
live-
break my heart. It more punches me in the chest with reality.
I live
You know?
I live like 3 miles away from you know the Duggars, the 18 and counting show, 19 and counting show, TV show.
Yeah.
I live like 3 miles from them. I drive by that place every day.
They got it good.
What do you do for a living? Are you a truck driver?
No,
I don't know. I'm just wild guessing.
No, I just happen to live in the
He's a
same
cabinet
area.
maker.
Yeah, I'm a cabinet maker.
Really?
I'd go to work.
Oh, that's right. I
They
think
just
I
happen to
remember
live where, like when I go to
Hey.
work. They happen to live where, like
I
right.
don't know
right.
if I ever told you this or not, but my grandfather was a cabinet maker and a furniture maker.
That's interesting.
I got a couch
fascinating.
out here my grandpa built, and the cupboards I took out of my house when I replaced them, they're in the barn, but my grandpa made them all from hand too, with the original way with chisels and shit. I got his woodworking
That's awesome.
set out there in the barn, but he was a cabinet maker.
I got lots of tools. I don't work with wood much. I work with metal lately because I'm just learning about welding. Before.
Yeah, if you have the right tools and you've been doing shoot, I've been making cabinets for 30 years. I know how to do
Milo.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a
I'd love to see,
trade.
yeah, that
Good stuff.
No, I think cabinet making is a good trade. Yeah, that's a very good trade. Something you really need. Everybody needs to put stuff away. Gotta have a place to put stuff. So you can't. It's like a trade. You can't. You can never lose because everybody's gonna need it. Right?
You know what else is a good trade? Building families. That's what I was saying.
Absolutely.
I don't
Well,
even
helping
know.
people out,
I don't
just
know the
helping people and
Duggars.
teaching
I don't
people
know
the
the
right way to go.
Duggars or whatever. I just happen to live pretty close to them.
That's pretty cool. Though.
Yeah, it's just like I drive by their house every day on my way to work. It's I call it a compound, I guess. Whatever they have, that big ass house from it. Yeah. I drive by it every day, but I don't know.
I'm not judging. I'm never judging. Like when I ask
Walmart, I see them at Walmart sometimes, shopping and shit. But I don't talk to them or anything. But anyway, they live close. But yeah, I mean, it's freaking one woman had freaking 19 kids. That's pretty.
Wow.
Pretty
impressive. She managed not to pull her hair out or kill herself. Wow, that's pretty awesome, man.
I didn't kill herself.
I can't imagine having just 3 or 4. I mean, I got 2, and they're 18 years apart, and I can't.
Woman had 19 children. Man, that's insane.
Wow, man. I guess
I've seen her at Walmart. I've seen her at Walmart around town, and I've seen her at Walmart. I never talked to her, but I'm just like, oh, that's her. I've seen her at Walmart in town. I'm just like, wow, man.
Do you agree that when you're younger, you seem more tolerant to have children and to teach them the right way? Somehow you just kind of do it by accident because you're busy enough that you kind of ignore a lot of the stuff, and it allows you to just kind of skip over some of the stuff that you got hung up on. You know what I mean?
You knowing
Or do you, have you
you and
experienced
you
that?
knowing your other people and your friends, do you think you could have 19 children and you'll be able to make sure that they're all coming up, and they're all going to be good
I
to
do.
go?
I do. I believe if you did the right things early on with the first few, you
God,
probably could keep some control. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it would be pretty hectic, I think. But
dude,
I don't know. It
yeah,
just
yeah.
depends on it depends on how strong you are willfully. I mean,
I mean, when I
what kind
drive
of
by
person
there,
are
I
you?
see them driving
And what
around
your
their
wife
little
like? I mean, your
motors and
wife is a big
shit.
part of it too.
But it's a huge
Not forget
family,
about
man.
the
Yeah,
lady.
I mean, now that most of their younger children have, I mean, their older children have grandchildren now, so it's a huge freaking deal. I mean, every time I drive by there, there's somebody driving around. There's all kinds of shit going on around there.
Well, I was a delivery driver, so I just have experience with being on the road. That's why I asked if you're a truck driver, because you kind of sound like you've been around and you've seen a lot of stuff. And when you
No,
said I would drive this all the time, I thought maybe it just meant maybe you
well, I
drive a
live in
truck because you do plumbing
Arkansas.
around where you want
That's
people.
pretty much all you need to know. I mean,
Yeah,
Arkansas is pretty
you're a cabinet maker. That
crazy.
makes sense. It's right in.
Yeah, well, I grew up
I'm
in
just
Little Rock. I grew up in the Little Rock area. That's
But
I
pretty
know.
other
much.
than his
I
cash,
was
and he
born in
ain't no
Missouri.
goddamn truck driver. By God, he's a cabinet
Dude,
maker.
I was born in
honestly
Henry
wish
County.
I think I could be a truck driver. I would enjoy that, going all everywhere, because I do like to travel.
Oh, I hear that train a coming. It's coming
Coming
around the
around,
bend.
that's Johnny Cash is
Oh,
from
I ain't
Arkansas.
seen no sunshine since I don't
I
know
don't know
when.
when.
I'm stuck in Folsom prison.
Time to drag it home.
We're gonna do some karaoke. Who's got the music background?
Man, I like the
Where
cocaine
do I
blues
see the words?
better though.
You guys are great. I like talking to you guys. Whether I sound like I'm being a smartass most of the time, I'm not really trying to be a smartass. It's just who I
Early
am.
one
I don't change
morning
things.
while making the rounds, I took a
You
shot
guys
of
are fun.
cocaine and I shot my woman down. I went right home and I went to bed. I stuck that 1144 beneath my head. Cocaine blues. Got up next morning and I grabbed that gun. I took a shot of cocaine and away I run. I made a good run, but I ran too slow. They overtook me down in Juarez, Mexico. God damn it, Milo, leave that cat alone.
Who was saying that they don't understand cats quite yet? Was that you?
Look, my cat's by the dog food dish, the dog's dish, and he's batting his food out of the dish and onto the floor, and
Yeah.
he just holds his paw up there, and the dog's mad, like, leave my shit
Yeah, the dog stands there and barks at him and like, tell him to stop doing that, but the dog doesn't attack him, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're talking shit to each other. The dog growls and the cat goes.
Mm-hmm. It's hilarious.
The cat's an asshole.
Sister brother.
Dude, he'll go up.
Sister brother, and they fight all the time.
He goes up and sits by the dog's water dish and he sticks his paw in there and swirls it around and shit. That shit cracks me up. The dog gets mad and the cat just swirls it around.
Oh, if they were doing that, I'd probably get a video of it and post it. See how funny it was.
The dog gets mad because, cat shed. Putting his hair in my water, Dad.
Yeah.
He's giving me that look.
Yeah,
He's
like
putting
his paw's covered with hair. Don't you see what he's doing? Stop
He's got his paw in my water, Dad.
And it's almost like you can hear the words coming out of his mind, right? I hear you, though. I completely relate to the same thing. Animals do definitely read your mind.
What's so funny is the cat's his buddy. He ain't gonna do shit, but he's got such a deep-throated growl, like, motherfucker, not again.
It's like his instinct is like fighting his psyche, right?
I don't know what he's bitching about, though, because he gives me that stupid look, and I'm the one that's got to go put fresh water in it, not him.
No, probably what it is like, I like to chase things. Can I just chase him and eat him? Like he just wants to go off on it. That's because his instinct's telling him to chase it after, like I can tell sometimes that seems like what dogs just do. They look at you like I just had two go by my house here a few minutes ago. I was in the front yard and two stray dogs that just got out, obviously. They're fine. Whoa, sorry, security key. flashlight just fell over. But the dogs came into the yard. Of course, I called them over just to make sure they were friendly first. That way I knew I needed to run or not. And they both ran up and sniffed me and then danced around in the yard and played with each other and then danced away. And I was like, well, somebody's going to be missing you guys. But it was funny because you could almost tell they were like, are you going to yell at us? Are you going to get mad at us? Are you going to tell us to go home? And I was like, you boys better get home before you get in trouble. And then they both took off right after I said that. I was like, I bet they understood what I said. Even though I wasn't really saying it out loud. I was more like thinking.
I think they do. My neighbor's dogs. The fuck. I let my dogs wander, so do my neighbors. So I have 4 or 5 dogs out there. Some days I'll let the dog out, go to drinking my coffee, and then go to the barn. And all his buddies are out there, and they all just look at me. What's he gonna say? And I always just say the same shit. What's up, boys? Where's the girl? And they all look at this female, this golden lab, like she right there.
Where's your sister at?
We brought our girl with her. She right there, dog.
That's cute.
Yeah, and my neighbor, the old guy next door, he's got these big fucking German Rotties, dude. They're big sons of bitches, but they're friendly as hell, at least to me. I mean...
Yeah, I love my animals, don't get me wrong. I was just giving you crap earlier on when I was texting this. But
I don't know.
Take the tampons out and get moving, get back to flat Earth. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, come on, guys.
City folk might have problems with them because, dogs really can't tell the difference between fear and anger. Adrenaline flows.
You're right.
When you're mad.
They don't know what to do. They panic.
When you're scared, twice as much adrenaline flows. And the dog literally thinks you're hyper angry, They think oh shit, he's mad as fuck. He's about to do something,
Yeah, he thinks it's wartime. Yeah, it's time to fight.
Yeah, and that's why just being scared of animals is what gets you attacked by most of them. I've seen hungry, scared-looking bull terriers on the street that growled at me, and I was like, bitch, you'd rather slap Jesus than fucking bite me. I'm the guy that'll feed you. Because, I do parking lots.
Home, yeah, like in case you're lost.
We clean parking lots, and one time, I seal coat. I do asphalt maintenance, crack fill, potholes, seal coat. I own an asphalt company, but one time,
so you do slurry seals and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, one time, do what?
Like you do repays, slurry seals, and all the stuff where you skim the top.
Oh yeah, I do a brand new parking lot, or I'll put a 1-inch cap on it, or I'll seal coat it, or I crack fill it. Yeah,
right. Yeah, I've seen the different stuff. I just don't know.
So I do Wendy's. I do all the Wendy's for the states, and we were up north one time, and
but that's a good.
We were blowing off the parking lot, and this bull terrier came out of the bushes growling and shit. And my boy got all nervous, but I noticed she had big old boobies. And I was like, man, you just gave birth, huh, honey? And I made him shut off the blower. And I was like, wait a minute, come here, baby. And I broke out a Snickers and gave her the whole candy bar. I said, your boobies are... I started rubbing her boobs. I said, your boobies are big as hell. Where are they at, mama? Where are them babies at? And she had puppies. She was living in the bush. So I was like, fuck that. I'm taking this dog home, She's a little British-looking Brendel with a lot of...
She like lap size or like big?
Yeah, lap size. I picked her up easily and put her in the truck because I was like, hey, you want to go home with me? And she started loving on me and shit. So finally I got bologna sandwiches. I gave her a bologna sandwich, and then I took all the pups and put them in a box. And I took another bologna...
It's funny how when they have a litter, they act like that way.
I took another bologna sandwich, and I put it in the box with the puppies, and she looked in there and tried to grab it, and I was like, no, you can have it when you get in the truck because you're going home with me. Put the puppies in the truck. And she got up there and I said, go on, get up in there with your babies, girl. You're going home with me. And that dog got up in there, ate that sandwich, and I took a cardboard bowl that I had some Wendy's chili in, and I poured water in it, and I put it in the front seat. She ate, got her water, and I put the puppies in the back of the crew cab, and she got in the front and laid down on the seat and went to sleep. And when we finished the parking lot, I got in, and she just looked at me. I give her another bologna sandwich and a big chocolate chip cookie, and that dog just laid there and slept till we got back to the yard. And I grabbed the pups, and she just wagged her tail like, where are we going? Because I had to get out of the work truck and get in my truck and go home. I just took the dog home with me. But my brother was like, I said, man, I'd like to keep her, but, I got too many right now. And he said, well, if you keep her till the pups are old enough to be separated, I'll take her. Because she loved my brother, man. She was all over him. He said, I'll take her, and you can keep the pups, and just sell them or whatever. But I give them away at the fairgrounds. I take so many animals to the fairgrounds. I enter models in the fair. I host the 4-H club. So when they were old enough, I just went, when I was running the 4-H club thing, I just put them all out there by the table, and all the people are like, hey, what's up with these puppies? And I was like, they're free. First guy asked me, it was a black guy. He come up with his family, and he's like, hey, what's up with the pups? Brother like me probably can't afford them. I said, they're free. Can you buy it food? He's like, oh, I ain't no white motherfucker giving me a free pup. I was like, dude, I just said, can you buy food? If not, I'll buy 2 bags. He said, you buy me 2 bags of food? I was like, yeah. His wife come right up. She said, just give me $30. We'll take that. We told our boy he could have a dog, but we can't really afford food. She said, give me $30 and that'll buy 2 bags of food. I give her 40. And he just looked at me. He's like, well, that's cool. I said, yeah, my cousin looks just like you, dude, but I don't call him my black cousin. He's just my cousin. He was like, oh, well, my friend. I said, dude, I got 6 free pups here. If I have to, I'll buy everybody that takes one a couple bags of dog food if I have to. I'd rather not have to, but I just want them to have good homes. This dude had like 4 kids. Like, dude, you told your kids they could have a pup, but you can't afford one, and this is what you want? You want a bull terrier? Better take this fucking puppy. Fuck all that black, white, this or that. Pick your damn pup up. Take him with you. But my town is kind of funny like that. Just like Detroit. There's still racist people around, Some of us that aren't racist had to pay for it, Not that we had to pay for it if we act right, but we still have to deal with, the tension it causes and the doubt. And you can't blame people for doubting or wondering. They were cute fucking pups, so, dude. His boy told me, talk my dad into giving me 2. I said, I can't do that, boy. I want to, but I can't do that. That's how I got rid of all them rabbits, too. I didn't know how to take care of rabbits when I first got my daughter one, and it kept getting out the cage. I woke up one morning and there was a jackrabbit in the barn with the rabbit in her cage. And she was supposed to be a male. The damn jackrabbit wouldn't leave, and I couldn't figure out why, so I just said, fuck it, I kept them both, right? Well, once she popped out 30 fucking baby rabbits, and I said, oh, that's why I wouldn't leave. I'll leave the damn cat alone. Shut up. Before you know it, man, you can have 2 rabbits and then 300 rabbits, really. 4-H kids love me. 4-H parents don't. We took home 4 rabbits from your farm, Mike. Now we got 120 of them. Do you want any rabbits? Hell no. Hell no, I don't. Them your rabbits. I don't know what to tell you. I tried to eat them. Yeah, I tried to let them go, bro. I opened all the cages up, opened up the barn, and dumped a bunch of rabbit pellets outside the barn. And 3 days later, I come out in the morning hoping they'd all be gone, and they were all still just grouped up by the pellets so that the goat didn't eat it all. The goat was fighting for their damn pellets. Milo, shut the hell up. I see what he's doing. You act like there ain't more. Quit being so damn greedy. I just gave you a donut. The cat didn't get a donut, did he? Did he? Now shut it up. You be talking on the internet while you're barking with the damn cat. Be quiet. Wake Taylor up, we'll both get in fucking trouble. See, now I'm talking his language. He knows. That little girl ain't as nice as me. She'll come in here and slap the shit out of him. I told him to be quiet before he wakes the girl up. He gave me a look like, oh shit, I didn't think about that. Yeah, motherfucker. The dog will get slapped and she'll talk to me like I'm the kid because I didn't make him quit barking. That fucking cat is eating his food now, dude. What the hell got up this cat's ass, man? It's funny, there's only like maybe a mouthful of food still in the damn dog dish, and the dog's like, hey, I was saving that for later. And the cat is literally picking it up with his claws, putting it in his paw, and slowly eating one piece at a time, fucking with the dog. I swear they lived to torture me. Cat's mad because I didn't bring him a treat when I gave the dog a donut. So now the cat's not going to leave the dog alone until he barks enough and he's satisfied. The cat's actually mad because I ate all that beef stew and I didn't give him one piece of beef. That's what the cat's mad about.
Yeah, so he's getting back at you through the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking. And they say animals aren't smart. That motherfucker knows I was eating steak. Just cut up, I just chop up a rump roast when I make beef stew. I just slice it all up out of a nice cut, And the cat's mad as hell. If he thought about it, the dog didn't get none of my beef stew either because I was fucking hungry. I'm still not full. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, though. And from the sounds of it outside, it's coming in right now, so I don't have to work tomorrow. But last 2 days in a row, I worked long hours and didn't eat much. It's hard to eat.
That's because you knew the rain was coming and you knew you had to get the work done, mate. That's what that was.
Oh, well, yeah. We keep track of the rain, because we're weather orientated. So, yeah, we try to project things to... If it's going to storm for 4 days and I got a real big job I need done, I'll take everybody off the small jobs and put them on the big job. Get that done.
Fuck yeah, mate. Listen, contracts get kept because that's how you do it. And if you have to phone a boy and say, look, we'll be there tonight, but we'll be there, just so as to get something, that's the way it's done. You have to do it, mate. Especially with the weather, yeah. You can't be blind to the weather or any kind of change in the conditions.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand on here. I can not work for 3 days because of rain, but then it stops raining, and at 1 o'clock in the morning, it's looking dry enough outside. I'll go out and check the roadway. And if it's dry in the country on the roadway, then I know it's dry on most parking lots, dry on most driveways, and we'll go to work. My people are, they're supposed to be ready whenever I call, and most of them are good about it. Most of them. Well, they're all pretty good about it, but they all know that they get their day, you know. Somebody can be late, once a week, once a month. I don't really trip too much about. It's a crew. If one guy's 2 hours late, but he shows up, then I got to respect him because he's showing up and we're probably going to work 14 hours. He's going to be there for 14 hours and they're going to dog him for that 2 hours for the entire 14. So, he's going to get beat up by the crew. Hey, why don't you get
and the last, and the last two, because they would have been home 2 hours ago. Yep.
Right. Yeah, exactly. See, you get it. They'll be like, oh, no, motherfucker, you got a 2-hour break this morning. You're running the jackhammer, bitch. No, I ain't loading that up for you. We'd have been out of here already if you hadn't missed them 2 hours. Yeah. So you know what I mean.
Fuck yeah. I'm the mate, I'm the guy that turns up late every fucking day. But I'm the guy that'll just watch you go home and still be there working in the morning to make up for it. That's me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I show up late to jobs, but I'm not always scheduled to go out on a job. But if, say, on the big jobs, if they're short or they're behind, they call me up. My foremans call me up and say, hey, can you come? Can you bring one of your nephews or something? Because if we're not going to be on schedule or on time, then they call me. And 9 times out of 10, generally, I'll just try to grab a couple nephews if they're not working. They all run their own businesses. But if they're not working, I'll go pick them up. Get 3 more people on a big job, My family's pretty good about helping me out with that if they're not busy. Hell, the last couple of weeks, my older brother's even been wanting to go do work with me. He's wanting to quit building cars and just sell off what all he's got. I said, well, what are you going to do so you keep making money? He said, I thought I'd just hang out with you in a work truck. I'm cool with that.
That's not bad. Yeah.
I started this life with my brother. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I think families should be able to breathe, to go away and come back when you get older, or young ones come and you split apart or come back together again. Yeah, it's a good thing. Happens, yeah.
Yeah. I got one of my sisters staying here right now. She's going to get a divorce. She's all, I need a new house and this and that. And I'm like, I don't know why. Well, my son's in your old bedroom. I said, no, your son's in his bedroom. Well, it's got all your stuff in it. I said, no, that's his shit. She's like, what? You just gave all your shit to my boy. I was like, yeah. I asked my daughter, did she want them baseball cards or them comic books or any of that old stuff? She said no. So I gave it all to your kid. It's his fucking room. Your daughter's in her room. And the room you're living in, that was your fucking bedroom when we started this shit. I don't think you need a new house. You do. I don't think she knows how to take it. It's my younger sister. I'm trying to talk my older sister into just setting, fuck it, family sticks together. I'm divorced. You're divorced. She's divorced. Ain't no sense we should all be lonely. Just fucking come home. This is a big house. I got a big house, man. When it's just me and my daughter, it gets lonely, and my daughter gets tired of just me. You know what I mean? She likes having her cousins around. I mean, so if I get her something new, and she can't come to brag to me about it, but she can go brag to her cousins. And then she can say, well, if you want one of these, all you got to do is say, Uncle Mike, my mommy can't buy me one of these. She loves doing that. But I don't care. I mean, it's not a
She's
waste
only
to me.
doing she's only doing what her grandfather taught you to do. That's
Yeah.
lovely. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. She tells him, well, hey, just tell my dad you'll help take care of the horses. If he gets you what you want, you'll get it. Because my dad, she just tells him the truth. My dad'd be happy to get you what you want. I mean, and my niece Ashley is they're both 16, so my nephew, he's 17. They all homeschool. They love being here. They don't like going to school. They like Uncle Mike hovering over the computer when they're on homeschool saying, no, I don't think this is a class you'll be taking. And they're like, I can't opt out of it. I'm like, here, move over. Let me talk to your teacher. Opt my nephew out of this course. Well, I have to talk to his mama. I'll be like, all right, hold on. What? Hold on 1 second. Stop the class. I don't want you saying another word to my nephew. I'll go get his mama. Hey, and they hate it when you do that.
Yeah,
But
they
you can
do. But
you
they,
you
they
can
don't
opt.
they don't have a right. Yeah, they don't have a right to carry it on at that point. When you've taken it to that, they're morally and legally obliged to stop it and do exactly as you're saying. Yeah, but they don't like being
Yeah,
told that.
because
Yeah,
they act like this is a required course. And if you really pay attention, these liberal courses that they're saying our kids have to take, they're not required courses. It's not a required credit for graduation. It may be on some online computer bullshit, but it's not for my general area. It's not part of the curriculum for my high school diploma in my area, so I can tell them to go get fucked. Generally, when I say, look, lady, I own 3 businesses and I employ a team of lawyers right now, I'm just asking you to give me a second, they generally quit right then and there. Like, look, lady, I'm already paying a couple $100,000 in lawyers' fees every year. What would this be, another 10? You really don't want to fuck with me. Because I'll sue you personally. They always tell me, a lot of people like to say, well, you'll have to take that up with the school district. No, I'm talking to you as a person to person. And if you disrespect my wishes as a person, then I'm going to sue you as your person. And I'm going to leave the school district out of it because, frankly, you're not in my district. It's an online curriculum. Let's not be coy. You know what I mean?
right. Now I see the full picture. Okay, you're even more in the right then. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm doing online courses and they tell you what the curriculum is. Milo quit, but it's not a required credit, not for my state or my area. And they try to hold you to this. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to force all our kids to go to school on the computer so that they can bypass our federal curriculum and they can teach whatever classes they want to teach.
Yeah.
Because the requirement would just be so many online hours. So basically, if we let these idiots do this, you'll be getting a degree in every liberal pile of piece of sodomy shit that they want to deliver to you, and it won't be regulated by the federal government until they finally step in and build a regulatory system.
Yeah, and I kind of think they're pushing the homeschool in that regard as well. They can breed it in the safety of its own comfort and home without anything, keeping kids on the right track or giving kids a chance at seeing a bigger picture. They can let
Yeah, I've been
the
doing some research, and I'm finding that we don't have to take any of these courses at all online if we don't want to. as long as we can sign in 3 times a year and pass their tests, their SATs and their curriculum tests.
Okay.
And that's what it's going to break down to eventually. Either we let other people teach our kids or we teach our kids and they take online testing. But I mean,
yeah, I've been saying it more and more. We're going to have to work in. Well, you and me have always known this. We have to work inside their system. If we're going to live or break out of it someday or whatever, or rewrite the rule, we're going to have to do it from the inside. Yeah.
Well, to break out of the system, you absolutely have to know the confines of the system. That means you need to understand the system. But there's a lady. I was on a parent-teacher committee at school, and one of the ladies at the school, she started teaching her kids too. She's wanting to start her own at-home school. She wanted to start her own school, and I keep in touch with her because this is something I'll fund, and I'll move a great portion of my money from where I already put it, because so much of your tax money, say I owe $350,000 in taxes for the money I've made through my businesses at the end of the year. $175,000 of that I can give to charities, and I can still write it off on my taxes as if they got paid. So the largest portion I give right now is to my old church to help support the homeless shelter and the various programs they have for homeless people, like cars. My pastor and I, we buy cars for people, get them insurance, help them get clothing for work, clothing for the school clothes for their children. Those are the type of programs I like to fund. But if somebody would start their own school system where they're just doing the bases, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and I would fund that. Even if it just had to come right out of my pocket and I didn't pay taxes, I would buy the building and the materials to start it up.
Yeah. I'd be all for being involved with something like that. But I want to get into the FE Academy thing in here, but I want that to spread as well. Funnily enough, I was having the same kind of conversation.
It'd be a private academy, and
Yeah.
me and the girl, even though the girl that I'm talking about, she's a Roman Catholic, we both agree that it would be a non-doctrinal school and that religion wouldn't be taught there. It could be covered, though, if they wanted to, if kids asked.
Yeah. Again, what I was talking about the other day. See, this is great. I'm finally getting to talk to you about stuff, and it's all linking together in my head. I can actually throw away half my notepad now, Mike. All the tags we've got. Why can't we have all of these active as field specific? And if you want someone to research a bit of Gaelic or Scots Gaelic or Irish Gaelic, or you've got me and you've got PMAC now.
Gaelic,
yeah. So why can't we have a tag for that? Or if we need someone Dutch, we have a windmill tag that we ping them and have everything as offshoots and people specific to be called in on their tags to all these different learning requests from the younger ones. What about this? What about that? Oh, that's that. Hang on, battle mod. Okay, come and talk to us kid about that.
Or Dandelion, because we kind of agree on the same things, that with the young kids, once you're not trolling, they should still be treated like young kids.
Yeah, they're just young, and they're only. I'm laughing as well.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'll mention that to Indio. Kind of like what we do with Vlad when we get Russian people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think an education system like that. I remember my woodwork teacher was all woodwork teacher, and my English teacher was everything that she should have been. my science teachers were all mad and ran around with crazy hair and did electricity experiments. And, you know, my maths teacher couldn't stop writing things on a board to try and explain it a better way. You know what I mean? They were all like tailor-specific people. That's what they wanted to do. And they cross to us, most
You
of
know,
us.
bro, I got a lot of hobbies, and I often wonder when I got so old, I'm at the age where I want to quit building cars and quit wrenching on stuff and quit doing heavy work, but I could never quit doing that because I didn't know what I'd do to fill my time. I mean, I enjoy flat Earth, I enjoy lightning people, but I can't spend the amount of time doing flat Earth. I get frustrated as I do building cars and stuff. But I've thought that if I could get this school going, this academy, private academy with this girl, probably what I'll spend the rest of my life doing. I love kids.
Yeah.
I only
What a
want to
great
teach them.
environment to spend your days in, yeah.
You know, I only want to do like I do with my own kids and take their hand and introduce them to the actual world we live in. Reality, not shelter. When you shelter your kids, you're handicapping them. They need to know the world we live in. They don't need to grow up thinking we live in some fantasy fucking world. They need to know the world we live in so that they can be astute and aggressive and hyper fastidious to detail from the moment they start their life, knowing they only get one life and every mistake counts. They need to know this. We don't prepare our children properly for this world.
Yeah, and they need to learn that every trip, every fall, every mistake, every broken attempt is part of the wonderful journey, and not. And even the heart, you know, when you're young and something doesn't go right, and your heart drops, and you have that funny, strange feeling in your stomach that the world's just dropped out of your existence, that it's all going on. That's part of growing up, but they shouldn't be coddled on that. They should be experienced in it and moved on, and then shown how to get it right the next time they try, and it all becomes right. And they want to progress and teach the younger ones too.
That's why my grandma. This is why my grandma was so big on journal or day review or week review. My grandma and my grandfather both said, you always write a journal, whether you add to it daily or weekly, you should add to it. When you have events when you're a kid, you know what I mean by events, something that just hit you hard. And you don't realize it, but it's going to affect you for the rest of your life. That should be written down. And then you should take account of all these things, if not daily, weekly. Mistake you make, how it makes you feel, what you can do to better it. That's one thing our children don't do. This is how you perfect your life, process of living, in your lifestyle. The better you are at paying attention to your mistakes, the better the quality of your life will be. You'll make less mistakes. Got to learn as you go. And the best way to do that is to review it and to digest it. It's like downloading into a computer after the computer does a scan for the virus and you get rid of the virus. The computer recognizes the virus so that it doesn't make it through again, you know?
Yeah.
It's like antivirus for your life. And the road to success is paved with failure. Failure isn't fatal and success isn't final. It's a will to carry on that is the greatest value in your life. Shit happens. But life's for the living, so you gotta get over that shit and continue to live. People die. We're all born to die. We're not gonna be here forever. And the people that don't teach their kids that from the minute they're born, they wonder why their kids go out and vicariously live life and just on a whim, never taking it seriously. It's because they haven't even came to the realization that their life isn't infinite yet. They think they're indestructible, and that's because you didn't teach them that life is going to end one day. And people get crushed by their parents dying and their grandparents dying. That's because nobody ever told them they didn't have them forever. You got to teach your kids that stuff. You got to prepare them for what's going to be. And if you're old enough to have kids, you're old enough to consider that you're not going to be here forever, and you should maybe let your children know that. If you don't prepare your kids for your own death, I don't know what the fuck you're doing as parents. But it ain't parenting. That's just Mike's opinion. The best thing you can do for your children is prepare them yourself for that when you die, they celebrate your life and they don't mourn their loss. Life is suffering. When it's over for you, you no longer suffer, and that's how your children should see it. Well, the suffering's over for my mom. She had a good life. Maybe we'll meet in the next. Maybe we won't. Maybe there isn't a next life. But life is for the living. And this is life. Life and death go hand in hand. I think that's one of the biggest failures of parents. They don't prepare their children for that separation. And then there becomes separation anxiety that you can't find a cure for. They're heartbroken because their mom or dad's dead, and it affects the entirety of the rest of their life. Well, that's your fault because you didn't prepare them. You didn't prepare them for the inevitable. You knew it was coming. Maybe you didn't know how to talk to them about it. But the conversation can start off as simple as, son, I'm not going to be here forever, right? We're only going to get to share a short, brief existence. So maybe we should make the best of it.
That was my mother's words, mate. Literally, that was my mother's words when I was about 8. I think my grandfather.
I know what it did for me. It gave.
That was, yeah.
It put a greater value on life and on every moment. That's why, sometimes I feel like everything can be cured with a friendly compliment. Can change a person's life from the moment you give it to them till they leave. And it really can. That's why I give them out. A lot of people think, oh, Mike's always hitting on me. No. Maybe I'm just trying to make you feel better about yourself and your life. Because life is what we make it. And a compliment should go a long ways when it's heartfelt. We should build each other up. We shouldn't put each other down. Smash each other under the oppression of feelings and doubt. Fuck doubt. Life is to be lived and it's to be enjoyed. If you gotta get any deeper than that, you'll never enjoy life. It's fine to contemplate some deeper meaning of life, but you shouldn't need a solid truth for anything more than life is meant to be lived and lived well and enjoyed. That even goes into the way are you happy with yourself when you treat people bad? If you're not, then you're not enjoying life. So that leads into a deeper thing. Maybe life is about treating people better. No, it's about enjoying life. And I don't know anybody that's happy with themselves being an asshole. They're usually that way because of rejection and doubt and fear. And the thing is, together we could alleviate all that for each other. Doubt, fear, rejection. I do it for my brothers and sisters, and they do it for me. Imagine if we lived in a society where every person in it cared about the other person so much that they said, hey, you look like you're having a bad day today. Let me help you out. Because you're a good person and you deserve help. And all
Yep.
people need help one day or another.
The one person I see most often in a week is my postman, and he does exactly that for me, and I do exactly that for him. Sometimes we don't see each other for weeks on end, but every time we do, we have that conversation and we do that thing for each other, and we both come
Yeah.
away stronger for it.
Short
That's all
hello.
it
How
takes.
are you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah. What's
Fine
going on
day.
in your life? What's
Yep.
happening in life? How's your family? Yeah. That's all it takes, man.
Yeah. I got a newspaper carrier. I'm on a mobile route, and he delivers it by car. And I give him a big bonus and shit. I see him in a new piece of shit car all the time. You know, when he first started, like over a year, I seen him 5 new cars. I'm like, hey, dude, why don't you buy a car that's made out better for what you're doing, and then you could drive it 5-10 years? And he's like, no, there's no vehicle. So I bought this old fucking U.S. mail Jeep, right? Old Jeep, and I just totally rebuilt it and restored it and give it to
Yeah.
him.
Oh,
And
man.
I said, hey, dude, I told him, I called him up one day. I met him out the box. He delivers at like 2 in the morning. So I said, hey, man, come here. He said, man, I'm in a hurry. I said, dude, you want to take this break. You'll see. Remember when I told you to get a car just for your route that all encompasses everything? It's going to last, be able to beat the piss out of it or whatever, but it'll last longer for your route. And you said there isn't one. He said, yeah. I said, well, look at this. He said, damn, it's an old mail Jeep. I said, yeah, it's good on gas. It's got a 4-cylinder. These last forever if you don't beat the piss out of it. It's got you on the right side where you can just sit right in your driver's seat and stuff the newspaper in the newspaper thing. He's like, yeah,
Yep. Yes.
I guess I
Yep.
was wrong. And I'm like, yeah, and it's 4-wheel fucking drive, so you're straight in the winter and shit. He said, how much do you want for it? I was like, dude, I built it for you. It's yours. I give him the title. Now he stops in all the time. He's all right, though. And he's married. He's got kids. I invited him over for Thanksgiving dinner, and he's like, dude, I don't normally meet people like you. Why would you invite us out for dinner? I'm like, well, I'm single. Me and my daughter sit down to a big ass dinner I make, and we just kind of stare at each other from across the table like, man, I wish there was a whole lot more people here, And most of my family, they got families of their own. So I invited whoever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Employees, co-workers, clients. One thing we like to do is at Christmas time, my daughter really enjoys this. We'll go to the shelter and pick out 5 families. Change your life. Try to pick the best people to invest in. Somebody lost her job, car broke down, lost her job, lost her home, but worked. And I'll put them back in the car, put them back in the home. I buy these. My nephew flips houses. I talked him into starting a business. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and
Yeah.
when you earn so much money, you buy a house, So now he's a landlord and he flips houses and he remodels houses. So I buy these income tax repos or condemned houses and just redo them. And I'll give 5 away every year. My daughter enjoys it. It's something we do together. We pick the family, go to the shelter and meet the kids, meet the family. My daughter will spend a week bragging about everything she's got, bragging about their home, and then they're like, I wish I had a home. And she'd say, well, yeah, my dad selected you, so your wish came true. She loves doing that, dude. I've seen her
I'll
break
bet.
down in
You're
tears.
you're letting that little girl be an absolute angel. God bless you, bro.
Well, she enjoys it. one day, 3 days before Christmas, I was getting ready to do a reveal for these people. Got them a car and all that. I took, my daughter said, "Where are you going? It's Christmas. You ain't got to work. You should be home." And I said, "Well, you want to go with me?" I told her what I was doing, and I went and picked the guys up, the dads, and I took them all to get their insurance and put their cars in their names and their houses in their names. And I turned on all their electric and I put advance money towards their bills. So that now they were in a position where they owned a house, their bills were paid for 3 or 4 months, they could have Christmas, and they had a car, insurance, and gas. So they could look for a job. And all these guys had worked their entire lives, But when the auto industry crashed here in Michigan, they had nobody. They worked for naught, There was nobody there to help them. So I've seen grown men cry, you know what I mean? It made me cry, and my daughter, all this made her cry. And then when we went to get the kids, and I made all my employees come with the steak rack trucks and stuff, and we move them in, and they say, "Well, we ain't got furniture," and then I take them to go get furniture. My cousins run the Goodwill in Lansing, so even if I don't buy brand new furniture, I can take a family to Goodwill in Lansing, and my cousins will donate to them a front room outfit, bedroom outfits, clothes for their kids, everything you need for a house, And just to see people's reactions, I told my daughter, she said, "How can you spend this much money on them, Dad?" And we had them all out the first time I had her do it with me. I said, "Fuck it." I had all 5 of the families come out and have Christmas dinner with us. And I told her, "You see all these people here smiling?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "You see how much love there is in this house?" She said, "Yeah." I said, 3 weeks ago, every one of these people were sitting in a homeless shelter, brokenhearted, not knowing where their life was going to go and not thinking nobody in the world gave a fuck about them. And I didn't have to explain it after that. I've never had to even touch it after that, bro.
Yeah.
I told her.
When you can, it's not really about affording it. It's about being able to do it. And when you can, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. And it's
Yeah.
so much. It's so much. Yeah. It's just when you're young, you don't understand that until you can really.
Did.
I have to use the word afford it, but when you can make it happen, it costs you nothing and it rewards everything.
Yeah, she got it. She told her friend one time, her friend wanted a horse, and she said, "Tell my dad will give you a horse." And I was in the other room, I could hear him. And she said, "Your dad wouldn't give me a horse." And she said, "You don't know, my dad's the type of guy that could have 500,000 in the bank and everything he wants for Christmas, but he can't sit here and enjoy Christmas because he knows there's people out there suffering." She said, "Just go tell him." And I told her when she said, Lila, she's like my adopted daughter. Her parents are mentally handicapped, and this kid is bright as hell. But she said, "Hey, Mike, I want a horse. What do you say about that?" I said, "Well, I've been waiting for you to just claim one of them for your own and put your name above their stall. This is Lila's horse." She said, "Have you?" I was like, I said, "Well, yeah, you're my adopted daughter, right?" She tells me all the time, actually, just told me the other day, I turn 18 in a year and a half and I'm moving here. What am I going to do for a lifetime, Mike? I told her if she didn't want to do nothing else, she could be a secretary at my business, and it was going to be Taylor's business anyway, and they're best friends, so she'd always have a job, but she wants to be a veterinarian. Bless her heart. That's the biggest thing she likes about coming out here is all the animals and learning everything she can about animals. When we had the 4-H kids out here, she likes to At 16, she likes to do the tour, her and Taylor. I've said they got to explain everything, so they take notes. They write down the processes, and they try to be as specific as they can about every little thing that goes into taking care of animals, all the way down to you got to actually love this cow in your heart to do this stuff. I've really been blessed with that one. Taylor's a good kid. But, I raised 2 other ones, and I take notes. I review my days. I try not to make mistakes with this one that I made with that one. I actually think I fine-tuned it. I raised more kids than just her brother and sister above her. I got an adopted son, a lot of my nieces and nephews. My sister earlier, I was talking about her. I raised her 3 kids. They call this home. But they're all it took for them was somebody to be with them, and they've all graduated from college and they all own their own homes. They're starting their own families, I just know that it only takes one person to give a shit about you for people to actually do good in life. Kids only need one person. They only need one grasp, one piece of solid ground that they can grab a hold of. And they'll put every value and everything they own and desire on that piece of solid ground. It's just if you're going to be that, it's a forever thing.
Yeah, you can't. You might have a really, really good try at it, but it's not a game. You can't play at it. But even if you think that you can try, it lures it in. You want to be it. You want to do it. You want it to happen. You want it. Sometimes it won't. It can't go right, or it just doesn't work out. But yeah,
I really think a lot of people would do this if they were in my position, but because they're not in my position, they don't know if they can emotionally and financially support a child for their entire life, or there'd be more people out there doing what I do. But the truth is, most people are struggling to take care of them in their own. Me, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm still just trying to make my grandma proud. And my mom. Hell, my mom raised 12 kids. 6 of them weren't even her own. If you came in our house, sat down, had dinner with us, and spent the day, you'd have never even known. You'd have thought every one of those kids were hers. 13 altogether. My adopted brothers, my dad had 3 girls and 3 boys before he married my mom, and their mom died in a freak car accident. But if you came into our home after that, you just swore up and down they were my mom's kids. And my mom would take your life without thinking twice about it if you tried to harm any one of us.
Yeah, I know.
My dad would take any one of his friends' kids. His friends would live with us. Their kids would live with us. And my grandma was proud of him, and my mom was proud of him, And I seen that. And that's what I wanted to be, just like my dad. Even my grandpa would be like, it'd get so hectic, my grandpa would be like, I love your dad for doing it, but I don't know how the hell he does it, boy. Come on, let's go watch MASH in Grandpa's room. Because my grandpa couldn't take it, And I'd be like, all right, Gramps. But my dad could be wondering, how he's going to keep the business together. How are we going to come out ahead? And he'd still be helping people. People think, yeah, Mike was raised and they were all rich. No. This was a rundown farm and a half-assed business built on equipment that had to be repaired before and after every job. Mike broke his back to make it better than that, all of it. I went from the Corps to Michigan State University. I was going to college, running an asphalt company and a repair business, and then taking all the money I made from the businesses, putting it into the businesses for like 5 years while I built cars and repaired vehicles and ran a scrapyard at my home. I mean, literally, there were days that I literally didn't sleep. I mean, I'd go to work at the asphalt company to sleep. I'd be the third guy seal coating parking lots, and my employees would feel so bad they let me sleep in the truck because they knew I was up till 5 in the morning fucking repairing cars just so I could pay the electric at my house and feed my livestock. You know? And they knew when that day was over, I was going to finish building this car that I just painted so I could sell it and pay some of my bills. I literally built all this on the breadth of my shoulders. Now my vertebrae, they float. You know? They just pop out and pop into place. I'm an alignment specialist. I wake up every day and align that shit. But being happy with what I've done and what I accomplished and what I can do, I barely even notice it.
Yeah, your grandparents and your parents taught you what rich. They showed you what rich really was when it really was true, a true thing. You were rich in life, rich in family, bro. The money, yeah, you know, I mean, they scrimped and saved and grew enough vegetables to get them by and did what they did. But yeah, okay, you turned it into the how many zeros it's worth now, maybe, yeah, all on your own back, yeah. But you were rich in life and wanted that to happen for evermore. Why not, man? Why can't we all be like that?
Right. Well, there's also 32 grandkids and 13 children that share in the profits because it's an estate. So, well, I think they knew what they were doing. You know, they had 13 chances to make mistakes too before me, you know what I mean?
You're the lucky one.
Yeah, they shaped and molded me like a clay pot. Because they knew there's a reason I was the head executive. You know, I'm the chief chairperson, and that's because I'll never leave my family out of any equation I ever do. I take care of the whole damn family if I have to. My grandpa did it. Hell, my grandpa was taking care of my mom's parents. You know? My dad's parents lived here and this was their property, and my grandpa added on to the back of the house and built my mom and my mom's mom and dad a place to retire, grow old, and die for a small amount a month, you know? But my grandpas were like best buddies, you know? They both been in the same war. They had a lot in common. They met at the wedding. My dad's dad told me the story often. They were best friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think everybody in my family held the same value that people mean more than money. We need money to survive in this world. But surviving is all you're doing if you're doing it by yourself. Doesn't matter how much money you got. If you're not surrounded by satisfied, healthy people that respect and love you, then you're not successful in life. You're probably miserable, and that's probably why you're alone. Misery doesn't It doesn't come from how successful you are. It comes from whether or not you were successful, how that made you feel, and how you treated others around you. You know? People don't end up old and miserable because they didn't have money. They end up old and miserable because they let not having everything they ever wanted make them miserable, and they took it out on the people in their life. That's why they end up old, alone, and miserable.
Yeah, and the system eats them as well.
It does.
It eats the whole life away as you go, and you can enter that misery through a life of giving to try and make your family work time after time after time, and it just doesn't because the system eats it. Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that
the
too.
system destroys the family unit. It destroys brotherly love. It makes it's a dog-eat-dog world. And they reaffirm that with every story they write in books, every TV program. It's almost they glorify stepping on other people to get where you want, get where you got to be, and forcing other people to live by your standards. They glorify that too. That's one of the largest things right now we're living in, is where they so much think that each person, I don't know how they think it, but they think we all got a right to this, right? So you have to accept me as who I am and what I believe. So they think we all got rights and we all got to be equal, but I have to accept you. Well, those two things can't coexist. So the truth is, we all do have the right to love, happiness, peace, and enjoyment. We don't have to accept anything from anybody else, but we do have to respect their right to life. I don't have to accept you, but I should respect you, right? So you can't have the two can't coexist. You can't have everybody gets the same love and respect, but everybody has to accept everybody. No, because birds of a feather flock together. So you need to get in where you fit in while you respect everybody else and allow them to do the same thing. You can't tell people what they got to think. You can't say, well, I deserve so much. We got to censor what everybody else thinks because I'm not happy with how people treat me. Well, maybe that's because you're trying to force your lifestyle on people who don't agree with your lifestyle when you should just go be happy and hang out with the people who like the same things you do and let the rest of the world be happy doing what they like to do with the people they like to do it with. Acceptance, it's never going to happen. Not one of us. And I don't like saying this because I believe that it only doesn't happen because we don't promote the world that it can happen in. So acceptance goes as far as I accept you as a living being and your right to life. I will respect so long as you try not to harm me. But as far as accepting everything you do and agreeing with everything you do and allowing it around me, I don't owe you. And you don't owe me that. I can't tell you my whole life is fishing and you got to like fishing because I like fishing. I can't tell you that. Right? I mean, you might like just planting roses. So go plant roses and I'll go fishing and we'll be both happy as long as we're not messing with each other. The only thing you should say is, I deserve the right to live and be happy. So what it becomes is we all got the right to live the way we want to so long as it harms nobody else. But there's no acceptance in there. You can't throw acceptance in there. They throw acceptance in there because they want to manipulate the society. They're the rulers. They want to keep us divided. They want you unhappy because you feel like you're not accepted. Well, if you weren't trying to get in and hang out with the crowd that doesn't like what you were doing, you'd be accepted because you'd be hanging out with your own people and you wouldn't feel bad about it. But they got our kids feeling like, you got to accept me as I am, and if you don't accept me, then all life ends. No, it doesn't. You just, poetry people hang out with poetry people. Carpenters like to hang out with carpenters because they all got something to talk about. Heterosexuals like heterosexuals. Gay people like gay people. It's really that simple. Doesn't have to be this big social, economical bullshit. It can just be hang out with the people that like the same shit that you like, and you'll feel accepted in life. You'll never be happy in life if you want people to accept you while you're a poet and you're wanting people who don't give two shits about poetry to care about all your poetry. It's never going to happen. You're never going to be happy. And that's the way the man wants it. Because he needs us divided so he can rule. Because if we're united, then eventually we'll all turn and look and say, you're the source of our misery to those people that keep us divided. And then the truth be told, they'd probably get dragged out in the street and get their life ended. And then we just go on with life and be happy. So they can't have us being united on the same page. Even though we got different views, different likes, we could all agree on the same thing. We could all be united and we all got the right to live and be happy so long as we harm nobody else. And acceptance we'll never get, so we should just hang out with the people, find those people who like the same things we like. Don't worry about getting acceptance from. The thing is they got our children, accepting things that their parents won't agree with, so now they've separated child from parent. And the child wants to force their parents to accept them. Well, if you have to force a person to like you, it's not worth having. How about you realize that? If you got to force somebody to accept you as you are, maybe that person's acceptance isn't worth your time. It's that simple. Because my children, it's my children. Truth be told, sure, I've got different views than they do on some things, and if they were gay, I'd still love them, They're still my children. I'd still love them. I'd still accept them, but not everybody's like me.
Yeah, man, we're all different. I mean, if I had supposing I'd have put on a dress when I was a teenager and walked into my mum's house wearing high heels, mincing across the living room carpet, she would have laughed herself off the couch and said, "What are you doing? You idiot! You flaming idiot!"
Yeah, and if the police pulled you over, they'd have probably had you checked.
Yeah, but I'm the same now. I laugh at things and I go, "Wow, look at you! You're incredible." But if they take offence at that, if they then go, "What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Why am I funny to you?" No, go away. Just stop it.
I know.
You want to be. Don't shove it in my face because I think it's kind of quirky or funny or yeah.
And then what's wrong with being laughed at? When you're a kid, you don't want nobody to laugh. As an adult, you learn to laugh with them. Right? Like the last time I went ice skating, I fell down and it was crucial. I thought I'd just cracked my head wide open and everybody laughed at me. Did I get up and get mad at them? No. I said, yeah, that was pretty funny. My head hurts like a motherfucker right now, but that was pretty funny.
Bro, I'll tell you a story. About 10, 15 years back, I went back to my hometown that I hadn't been back to for 10 years. And I went to the local nightclub, just a little fishing village it is. And I went to the local nightclub and I hung out in the local disco and had a great laugh and was the kind of coolest guy there. It was like, "Oh, how are you doing? I haven't seen you for ages." And I bought everybody drinks and we had a great night. And when they stopped the dancing and the music stopped, I went to walk down the stairs and I was wearing Timberlands and it was vinyl stairs and I slipped and I went down about 30 stairs, bumping everyone in my butt, my arse and my head. And there was a deathly silence, Mike, a deathly silence. And all I could do was laugh, bro. The whole place just lit up with roars of laughter.
I'm with you too. I
all
love
my
my
peers,
work.
all the
I
kids
love
I've
my
grown
work
up
boots.
with. Yeah, man. And there I was after 10 years making a total arse of myself and still having a laugh about it. Man.
So
imagine your work battle mode without measurements.
Yeah. So you know what's the bad thing about boots? Boots are great in the dirt, on the asphalt, but on regular old flooring, man, they suck like a motherfucker. I'm with
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Anti-slippery
I was scooting across the
boots
dance floor all night, man.
Yeah, your best work boots are great on the asphalt, great on concrete, but step on some wet linoleum, motherfucker.
Oh, have you tried Hikes brand?
Hell no.
I recommend you. I recommend you Hikes Air Power. They
I
are
don't
the
wear
best boots.
No.
Huh?
No. The cheapest
Even
pair of
on
boots I
oily
wore
surface.
in the last 20 years were $120. Red Wings are great on oily concrete, bro.
Yeah.
On oily surfaces, yeah, they're great, but
even linoleum with oil,
hardwood floors,
they still don't slide.
Hardwood floors and vinyl floors are another story, man. Even them hikes, man, if you get some light dust on a vinyl floor is a motherfucker.
Yeah. The Hikes boots, they cost $240, something like that.
I know what hikes are. My son likes them. That's what he works in.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So you know them. Good.
Yeah, I know what they are. But I buy expensive work boots or
I think the Germans are making them.
Military style boots.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is, some of your best boots can be pretty dangerous on a lot of flooring.
Yeah. That's true. They look better than they actually do. Always.
Yeah, those hike boots look big and cleated, man. They look a little too clumpy for me. I like a pair of boots that aren't heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son likes those hikes, so because the soles, as they wrap up around and go into the shoe, they still got tread on the sides of the soles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had some from England, ankle boots, leather, and they were work boots and very comfortable, I must say. They were pretty cheap, 40 pounds, something like that, or 60. But they worth the price. I mean, you take them very easy. You just slide your foot in, Yeah. And they were not that heavy or... They did last me quite a long time, and I didn't got to damage them, but I just throw them away. I couldn't
You're talking
bother
about
carrying them.
HAIX, right?
Yeah, HAIX, hikes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at a pair right now.
Yeah.
My sons are by the door. He's finding out, look, I like them too with the big, but when you do asphalt, man, the bigger the knobbies, the bigger the cleats, the asphalt sticks into all that. You literally got to get an ice pick and pick that shit out. Or
Yes.
or you got to put diesel fuel on your boots before you start
Yeah.
shoveling
To
asphalt.
clean. Yeah, so it doesn't stick. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So
But the
I usually
diesel, I don't know. Is it good to rubber? Because
no,
yeah, it
no,
doesn't
not
do
at
good.
all. That's why
Yeah.
I get cheap boots for shoveling
Yeah.
asphalt when I'm paving. And the
Yeah.
minute I'm done paving, I take those off and put my good boots back on.
Well,
But
if you go on rubber boots, then I saw a couple of years ago a guy, an American guy. He was
thanks for
advertising
tagging me.
how to make your own rubber tire solution. He was like washing his tires every 2 or 3 months with this solution, and he said that it makes the quality of the tire last. I mean, it makes it like brand new, and doesn't go bad so quick. He said that the car tires can last you even 5 years, without changing them if you uh, take care of them properly using that solution.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, most of my guys, we got 2 pair of boots. When you're spraying seal
Yeah.
coat, you don't want to wear
Yeah.
your $150 boots because you're going to cover them with seal
Yeah.
coat. And when you're doing
Yeah. Oil,
asphalt,
bitumen, yeah, that's
yeah,
bitumen. It's very sticky. It's yeah.
Genite, yeah. So, but when you're doing asphalt, you don't want to be wearing your best boots either because it eats them up real quick.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of prep work on a parking lot and a lot of walking, and so when you're not specifically doing paving or seal coating, you want to wear your better boots for walking.
Yeah.
Because I mean, just if your feet aren't supported properly, then your back's gonna hurt.
True.
So I buy my guys 2 pair of boots every year, a pair to start the season with, and a pair halfway through. That way, after a couple of years, if they're really picky about their boots, they've got 4 or 5 pairs of boots that keep them. And it's just it goes off my taxes anyway. It's just overhead.
Yeah.
It just gets claimed as job equipment. But you don't want a guy. Well, since I know my back hurts when I don't have good boots, I don't want a guy. You can't work 16 hours in the heat in a pair of whatever that make your fucking back hurt. I see these young kids come with the hard soles, and I won't say nothing at first, but if they make it 3 days, if you make it the first 3 days and you're still wearing them hard soles, I'll go to my locker and get a pair of my old expensive ones, and if your feet are the same size as mine. If not, I'll just go get you a good pair of boots, and I'll let them know, hey man, you made it 3 days. Most people don't make 3 days. I want to help you out. Your back probably hurts from those shitty boots. Wear these better boots. Tell me how your back feels, and this is what you can expect from putting in hard work for this company. You can expect this company to notice it and care about you. I'm the owner,
Yeah.
And when I do that to guys, they like it, They're like, yeah, the owner told me, gave me $100 pair of boots, Ma. Young kids go home and tell their mom after 3 days, like, well, some of them do. I met this kid's mom. He worked for me for 3 years now. And he brought his mom to the company picnic. And his mom said, my boy worked for you for 3 days. And he came home and said, the boss bought me lunch today, Ma. Gave me $100 bill and $150 pair of boots. and told me my company cares about you. You showed up 3 days. I don't want you to work. And he said, I thought I had a job, Mom, but I think I'm home now. I think I got a career. And the kid's been working for me 3 years now. So
Well,
I asked
that's
him why
nice. Yeah.
his mom's good looking. I asked him, why'd you bring your moms to the picnic with you, man? He said, what do you
Yeah.
mean, Mike? Do you like my mom's? I said, well, she is good looking for her age, you know. He said, yeah, she's your age, Mike. I said, well, why'd you bring her? He said, you're divorced and my mom's single. And he walked away from me. I was like, I like this kid.
Yeah. He will bring
Yeah,
her.
I know.
Hey, he was serious though. He was fucking
Yeah.
serious. I'm dead serious,
Bro,
man.
what can I say? His mum was single and he knows that his mum liked to dance and enjoy a
Right.
good meal, a party, and someone of her own age and group to talk to. God bless the boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I've been rapping on her for 3 years, but she's oh man, I guess she's kind of like me, you know. She was married for a long time, just like I was. I married my high school sweetheart, and when they walk away from you, you're not really in a hurry to get back into all that, to invest all that into all that. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Don't get me wrong, though. I mean, when she calls me all the time and just invites, she asks me out to dinner. She asks me out to the bar. I call her too, but you know, we're both kind of a relationship, and all its weights and strings isn't the biggest thing on our mind right now. You know, she runs a home health care thing. She's a LPN. She has her own business too. She's got like 62 patients. She runs a whole home health care business. So we're both, I don't know, I guess we're content.
What's the area that our business covers then? Or it's not like it's people that live in their own homes that she cares for, yeah?
Yeah, she runs a business that allows people who can't take care of themselves to still live in their own home. Yeah. Quadriplegics, paraplegics.
Nice.
So
How big an area does she cover? How far afield does she go?
I know for some of her patients she drives like 2 hours. So probably I would say within 150 200 miles.
Wow. That's a
So
lot of community. That's a big community of people that's linked right there then. If she's got that kind of coverage and distance and they've got family in that kind of areas, that's a big community that would happily look towards maybe living in a better sort of way if they could be linked. Good on her, like for what she does, but I see a bigger picture here.
yeah. Hey, she was talking to me about that because I know construction, I know roadways, I know sewage, plumbing, all that. She was saying we should build a retirement adult retirement community. she was saying that it'd be a good investment because I can maintain the community, the roadways, the sewage, the plumbing, the housings, and she could take care of all the people that live there. And there's already one.
America, yeah.
Yeah,
Spirit of
there's already.
America. That's what it's built on, mate. Yeah.
I thought you're gonna build it for yourself to retire. For
Hell
the two
no.
of you.
She's got an ideal. There's a guy in our area named Ganton, Todd Ganton. He does Ganton's retirement communities right now, which is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
It's assisted living communities. So
Well, it depends how people's lifespan varies, you know.
Yeah, but in assisted living community, that's where you're making it to where quadriplegics, paraplegics, mentally handicaps, and people
Yeah,
who are on government
benefit.
assistance
Yeah,
and
yeah,
benefits. Yeah, I mean, you can make a lot of money for taking a mentally ill person, take care of them, assist their living,
yeah.
and give a community. The problem I have with doing something like that is I would have to know every person, the type of person I'm in. I would have to take the time to know every person who worked for me and their demeanor and how they treat the people.
Yeah, you would have to police the crap out of it, mate. I get you
Yeah,
there.
just
I'd be
for me.
terrified of that. I
Yeah,
would be
that's
terrified of that. Yeah,
that's the one thing that stops me is I don't know if I have the time with the businesses I have and my family, and trying to get my brothers and sisters to just move back home, even with their husbands and wives. I don't care; they can all move here. But how bad I would feel if there were people being taken advantage of in a system I created.
Of
I mean,
course, it's people you
it
hire and they work in your name. They
it would
represent
really
your
bother
name.
me.
Yeah,
So I'd
yeah.
need a general manager that would be willing to put the time in and hold the
Your
same
daughter
value,
or son?
hold the same values as me. Well, that's what I thought is maybe when my oldest daughter came home from the Navy,
Yeah.
maybe then, because she's been taught the same military pay attention to
Mhm.
detail that I have,
Yeah.
and she's kind of a perfectionist, just like me. So, but really, dude, I couldn't
That's a
build a
good thing, but
community.
she still needs to learn life, and
Yeah,
who is better to teach her than her own father, you know?
yeah, and the main thing you got to learn about life is you can really like a person, but that
Yeah.
person you really like and the person that sugarcoats everything they do for you could
Yeah.
be the very person you don't want in your company.
True.
Yeah, I couldn't build a community for mentally handicapped and assisted living and have mentally handicapped people taken advantage of. I couldn't do it. It just break my heart if I found out it was happening, because I did it and I don't like to half-ass anything. That's how I was raised. If you're not going to do it right, don't do it at all. And then I take such a wide view of it. I know what it takes to do that right. Honestly, it's kind of like if you had a place for kids, if you were running a homeless shelter like
Yeah, you
Oliver
want
was in,
you want
you'd
you want a
if
balance between
if I
business
was
wise and feelings wise,
yeah, if I was
because you're
running
dealing with
a
people. Yeah,
if I was running a large home for children, um, I would have to know every person that worked
yeah,
there and their demeanor, and I
yeah,
would have to have cameras everywhere and audio everywhere, and I'd have to be able to take the time to select a person each day and say, well, I'm gonna review this person on this day, and then watch all the video everywhere they go, and then get the audio from the same thing and see how they actually talk to the kids or treat the kids when nobody else is around.
yeah.
Otherwise, I feel like I was putting children in harm's way. You know?
That's a no. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, mentally handicapped people.
Mm.
You can't call yourself being the one creating a better world for them, and then you put them somewhere
Yeah.
with somebody that treats them like shit, right?
these kind of people, they can't even tell you the harm it has been done to them. Yeah, that's why you
Right,
have
and
to be overprotective. Yeah,
so at the very least, I'd have to
yeah,
know all my tenants,
yeah.
and I'd have to put enough time in with each and every one of them that they knew damn well if anything like that happened, they could openly tell me, and it would end. You know what I mean? I'd have to have
I know. Yeah, yeah.
almost like a standing family relationship with every person that we took care of, so that they knew. They could call me at 3 a.m. if they were being treated bad, and I'd get up and go there, and it'd end right then and there. You know?
Well, it's achievable, this plan. Just need to make a good project and, yeah, give it a
Oh,
start.
yeah, I talked to Julia about that too. That's the kid's mom's name, Julia, and she agrees.
Mm,
So a good start for us would be to
yeah,
hire. We both thought some people from our parishes or from our,
yeah,
churches that we knew were good
Yeah.
people and had the same
yeah.
humane values, the
Yeah.
same value of life. I know a couple old church women. Shut up, Mutt. All they had to
Woof,
do
woof.
is put them in charge, and they make damn well sure that nobody was harmed on their watch. Just had to tell them, look, you don't get paid to do book work or nothing. You get paid to know everybody and know what's going on, and that everybody's being treated the way our Father would expect us to treat each other. Boy, I swear to God, if you don't leave that cat alone, I'm gonna slap the dog shit out of you. Did you hear him?
Yeah.
We could hear him
He's
talk shit back to you.
yeah. He's like, but damn it, Daddy, he's got his paw in my water. I swear the cat's just picking on him. You act like I'm not going to get you fresh water. Shut up. The funny thing is that cat's his best buddy. But he don't like cat hair in his water. I swear these two crack me up. This is a cat that my dog brought in the house one night on a winter night when its eyes wasn't even open. Let the dog out and it came back in and it had a kitten in its mouth. And I was like, what the hell is this? Took it from him and I let him in and I let the door shut behind me. I went to sit down with the kitten and I realized he had a cat with him too. The mama was following him. He literally brought a baby to me and said, here, Dad, feel this. You know it's cold. So I took care of the cat and the kitten, and I took the dog outside, and I took the mama cat, and I tried to get him to show me where the rest of them were. But the dog took me right to the box. It was out front, and there was no kittens in it and no kitten prints in there. Just his prints and the cat's prints as they walked away. So the dog walked up to the box, found the cat and the kitten in there, said, here, let me help you out. Picked up her kitten and walked back to my front door. And the cat followed him. The tracks were in the snow. So the dog was like, fuck that. Come on, I'm going to take you in the house and my dad won't say shit. So that's his cat. He's talking all that shit, but he wouldn't harm the cat. That's why the cat just keeps stirring his water. He's like, whatever, dude. You ain't doing shit. I'll be back. I gotta go get this dog some fresh water.
Oh, there's Reckoner. Go and open up your mic and talk to me, Reckoner. I dare you. Have a conversation with me. Even on your voice changer. Let's hear you talk. shady people that ring the doorbell and run away will be watched in the server, you know.
I'm surprised while I was gone, the cat didn't type nothing out. He walked all over my damn keyboard.
Yeah, didn't Helios Cat get that in a week or so ago? I think. I got one in on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cat started typing shit all over Helio's YouTube.
A B B B B C F D Z X X X. Yeah.
Yeah, my cat. He's done that shit before.
I thought it was Helio going to wake up with a QWERTY face like the old days.
I came when we were on YouTube with ODD. I came back one time and my cat had been on there for like 30 minutes, and everybody was typing, "Stop spamming the live stream, Mike." My cat was just dancing around on the keyboard. I was like, "Oh, my bad." Indio said, "What the fuck was that?" I said, "My cat on the keyboard." He said, "Oh, that makes sense now." Like, yeah. He said, "You banned like 15 people, Mike." I was like, "Oops, my bad." He said, "No, a funny thing was, not one of them was a flat earther." I was like, "Well, so my cat's global racist, all right." But literally, I banned 15 people, and the cat banned 15 fucking people, and none of them were somebody we didn't want banned. I thought that was the funniest shit. I was like, if that ain't a stroke of luck. See, I'm right. Everything is as it's supposed to be. Everything happens for a reason. My cat, he literally gets tired of me sitting here looking at this box and talking into it. So he gets up here sometimes and talks to it. I passed out on the love seat staring at the laptop and woke up. The cat had his paws up there going row, 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 just staring into the screen. I'm like, even the cat wants to be just like me. I think he's trying to see what kind of enjoyment I get out of it. When I unplug the headset and he can hear people, he gets it though. Because he hears the other voices. When I used to just talk with the built-in microphone, the cat always heard he always heard the other people talking, and he liked it. Like Jose used to talk a lot, and when Jose would get talking, my cat would scoot over here real close to me and just sit there and stare at the laptop with me. Like, he liked Jose's voice. I literally bet if I ever go to meet Jose, if I take the cat with me, I think the cat will hear his voice and know who the fuck he is and sniff him, and register a scent to go with the voice, because that's how animals are. I noticed that they all, when they greet each other, animals, I don't care if it's a pig and a goat, they take they stick their faces right into each other and they take a real big whiff of them. They breathe in each other's scent so they can remember each other. And I'll do that shit to my dog. I'll grab him by his ears.
Their name.
Yeah, their scent is like their name. And I'll grab my dog by his ears, stick my face into his face, and take a big sniff of him. And when I do that, he goes, he just, like, his whole body shakes like he's like, yeah, my grandpa's trying to remember me. I did it to the neighbor's dog one time. I just said, fuck it, let's see what this dog does. Grabbed him by his side, gave him a big hug, and stuck my face in his armpit and just took a big breath of him. And he got so fucking excited, dude. He licked me, got on his back, wiggled all around on the ground. Like I told him in his own damn language I wanted to remember him.
Yeah. They go all puppy, and the forepaws come out, and the bum sticks up in the air, and they start prancing around. Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, what the fuck is this human doing? He was just excited. And he's a big ass Roddy, dude. I mean, he's a big bitch. He looks like a bear cub.
Dumbest dogs ever.
Yeah, them Roddies aren't too smart, bro. You kind of roboted that one, Icer, but yeah.
They kill more of their own masters than any dog.
Yeah. I think really
Get too damn excited.
Yeah, they're real emotional dogs. It's kind of like Doberman pinchers, man. They're real emotional, man. They can get really jealous if they're wanting their master's love and their master's giving it to somebody else. I used to do Dobermans, but my Doberman turned on my old lady one day because he was tired of her getting all my attention. And I just couldn't have that. He didn't bite her, but he definitely fronted her off with teeth, you know. We're talking a kingpin Doberman. Healthy dog. 90-some pounds. I'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
I love that dog too. I was kind of bummed about that, but I literally think he felt like me and him were life partners. And my old lady was in the way, you know.
Uh-huh. They do say, I had a friend, call her Violet. She had a great big rotty, and he got dominant. And the vet actually told her, go and get a baseball bat and bring it to me. So she did, and he cut a cross slot right up the length of the baseball bat, so that when you bang it on your hand, it makes a hell of a noise, but it's not really a
Oh, he
sword.
made a slapper out of it. A
Yeah,
slapper.
yeah,
It
yeah.
cut some of it off, and then he cut it in the middle. So it was, yeah, you make a clacker out of it.
Yeah.
I've got some of them.
And she told her to set about his back end with it if he started growling at all. Just a couple of packs right on the, on the haunches. Get him told. And within 3 weeks, it went away again. No problem. She only had to do it maybe twice, and then all she had to do was lift the bat and hit it on her hand.
Yeah,
After
I do
that,
the same thing with my leather belt. I'll fold it over and put it in each hand and make a bow in it and then pull it together real quick, make it crack.
Smack. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll smack it on the end table.
Most people don't realize dogs need a pack leader, and if you're not going to be the alpha, then they're going to take the role because they know that out in the wild, they need an alpha to lead the pack.
Yep. You're either a follower or a leader. That's why I like my dog. He knows I'm the alpha. He wants to bitch at the cat, but when I tell him to leave him alone, he'll sit here and argue with me, and I just stand up and stare down at him. I brought his fresh water in here, and I put it there, and he went to get it, and I got him between him and the water, and I stared down at him. And he just laid down like, all right, you're the boss. Yeah, that's right. I'm establishing my dominancy. I said, leave the fucking cat alone. I get your clean water. But I'm with you on that. You literally have to establish your dominancy over a dog, or it'll try to dominate you. And especially more so with some certain breeds. I mean, this could be life
If
or
it's not
death.
dominant, it'll run off to go try to find the, like male dogs that run away. If you beat their ass good one time, they'll never run off again. They're leaving to go find a master.
Yeah, they want the pack structure. They want a proper strong alpha and a proper strong female as well. They need it. They do. Otherwise, they go rogue. And that's why they look for it, yeah.
Yep. That's why my dogs are so happy. I'm the boss, and they can take all them other animals and put them in their structure. You know? like that Rosa, my female horse. My fucking dog loves her, man. I swear, if he could mount her, he would.
That's funny.
It is. Most horses are skittish, and if you touch your back legs when they're not watching, they'll kick you. But my dog can run up and jump and grab a hold of her back leg and start humping on it, and she just turns and looks at me. She don't even kick him. She just looks at me like, "You see your fucking dog?" And I'm like, "Hey, he loves you. What do you want me to do?" It's like the goat. They make jokes about it, but when the goat's in heat, every fucking male on the farm is just cookie-eyed. They're all wandering around like they smell sex and candy.
Yeah,
You know?
bro. Yeah, I live in a place that, well, I mean, I live in Highland, Scotland, and we grow sheep and cattle around here. And trust me, there's times of the year when it smells, and
Yeah.
everything comes out looking for it, man. I have to drive to the city to get away from that smell, man.
Even the wolves come out the wood like, "What's that I smell?" Yeah. That's what I mean. The fucking coyotes are attracted to that shit certain time of year. And then I see the jokes about it on TV. I'm like, that shit is funny. Like the animal where he's the goat's calling to him. You guys seen the animal? Is it Pauly Short that's in the animal?
Oh, I think I know what you mean. I don't think I've seen it. Like,
It's a movie here. I think it's the animal. Yeah, it's a film named The Animal. The movie. No, it's Rob Schneider. And I guess dude gets in some kind of accident, and then the guy rebuilds him with genes from a horse, and a dolphin and a bunch of other shit. But the goat's in heat, and he just it takes him over.
Animal.
Yeah, animal. And the goat's in heat, and it just takes him over. All he can do is walk around the goat, and he's clucking his head like a goose and all that. But the joke is funny because he's got a bunch of animals he's put together, and every animal that they put in his genes, even the horse. I mean, the fucking male horses will walk behind a goat with their nose up its ass when it's in heat, So it's just funny because it's true. Every fucking animal on the farm knows when the goat or the sheep or the horse, really. If the horse is in heat, they all know. The bull gets testy when that smells in the air.
yeah.
That's when the bull's like, "Bitch, you don't smell that? I don't want you in my... Don't you open that cage. I'm going to fuck you up. You don't smell that? You ain't letting me get it. I'm going to fuck you up. You open that gate." I don't even mess with a bull when he's like that because I feel his pain. he ain't never going to get none of that shit, but he can definitely smell it from where he lives. And I can see the look in his eye. I can be like, "Oh, yeah, the spring heat has started." And my boy be like, so we ain't fucking with the bull today? Nope, we ain't fucking with him. Just give him his food. Let's get the fuck out of here. We're not going in his cage. Because he loves me, but it's even fucked me when he can smell all the females and heifers and shit. And he's fucking mad. He don't care.
Well, he's blind, mate. He's completely blind at that point. He's all hormone. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know it because you come out, the sun hasn't even rose yet. There's barely risen, and you can see his silhouette, and all it is the arched back and a nose in the air.
Yeah.
He's smelling the morning breeze, and you're like, "Oh fuck, it's that time of year." Yup, it's that time of year. Damn it! Dump that bag of shit out. Let's get out of here. I give him a lot of treats when it's like that, but he gets mad over the treats too, but I get it. Look, I don't want to get fat because I can't get laid. I want to get laid. Now get the fuck out of here. Don't come back unless you got one of them heifers I smell with you.
It's funny when the farmer here, he's always, and it's always a prize bull. And every year, every couple of years, I think he rotates with the next sort of farm over. But the bull stands on a hill in the field on one side of the glen. And when the morning breeze comes from the west, there he is, Mike, up on that hill with his nose in the air. And
yeah.
He's coming through that barbed wire. He's coming through that wire fence, across that road, and he's going into that field. So the farmer has to let him in. He just has to.
Yeah, them fences don't hold them back forever. Not when they get it. Shit, I got half a mind to hire me a team and get all the shit I need to get, like a mountain table, so he don't kill her. Just let that boy get laid before I go. I do. I think I'm going to spend some money to make that happen.
Well, if you're going to do that, take some straws off him and invest in him for your family's future.
Yeah. Hell, he's a stud, so we sell sperm. You can buy bull sperm.
Yeah. They sell it in straws here for some strange reason.
Yeah, he doesn't mind the little female veterinarian. I'm scared. She can get right in there with him, but I'm always nervous that he's gonna jump on her like the fucking dog does and try to hump her and end up hurting her. But so far, so good.
That was her job and the risk that involved. Sure, she deals with a whole lot meaner animals than you got.
Oh, I'm sure she does. Mine are pretty laid back because I treat them well. I make sure they're treated right. She's told me my bull's a pussy. But I don't get into this conversation about smelling the heat and everything with her. She's young. That's TMI, you know. I just look like an old perverted man if I started talking that shit to her. So, you know, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe she'd get the veterinarian part of it. I don't know. But it's just true. When the heat's in the air, he's more of an asshole. He don't like me. I know that. But I know she knows.
Hey, Mike. Steering column, old Chevy, the bearing that's on the lower bearing on the shaft. You grease it or keep it dry?
When I grease that, I use white grease, not regular old axle grease or anything like that. Lithium grease.
Lithium?
Yeah, the thin stuff, and I don't overcoat it. But I will grease them, especially if they start to squeal.
Not making no noise. It's loose. Feels good. Just dry as a bone. So I didn't know if I need to stay dry or spray some graphite on it.
No, if you got lithium spray, you can spray that on there too. They don't need a whole hell of a lot of it, but because it's inside the compartment and it gets moist and dry from snow and water on your feet and then the heater. A little
Talking
grease.
about the lower one that's outside the fire.
Oh, in the engine compartment.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can just coat that with regular old grease if you want. I thought you meant the very bottom of it as it goes out. Because there's actually a few, depending on what year, Chevy.
87.
Yeah, you're robot. And did he say 97?
80.
87.
7.
Yeah, the only time I've ever greased them is when they get squeaky or squeal. You know, when you turn the wheel and they go ree 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 ree.
Bushing's cracked anyway. I gotta buy another one. Sell just the bushing, I bet. So I'm just gonna leave it dry and put it back in and order a new upgraded one. I hadn't got the bushing out before I asked you.
Well,
I'm
if
not
the
robot
bush,
no more, am I?
no, if the bushing's cracked, it might be smart, depending on how long you think it'll be before you can repair it. It might be smart to pack it with some grease.
However long it takes to get it in the mail.
Right, but I mean, isn't that lower one a sealed bearing?
This one's not. I can see the bearings.
Mm.
And there's no metal. The piece of metal would probably still be in there if just the outer seal it came off. But when you buy a new one, it's sealed. But you know what I'm saying? If that little cover would have come off, it'd still be on the shaft. There's no way it wouldn't have had nowhere to go.
The bottom cover, some of them don't have a cover, bro. You mean a bearing? Hold up. A bearing like this? Because some of
I don't
them
know.
don't.
And it takes me like 2 minutes to see a picture.
Yeah, I haven't loaded it up yet. Hold up. Now I'm loading it, but the open face bearing like that doesn't have a cover. And that's be like in the 87 Cutlass or 87 Chevy pickup, or they just don't have a bottom cover to it. That's a washer usually covers that. But I mean, not all of them come like that. Most of them are totally sealed, you know, and they sit in a cup. Like this. But I know they're not that expensive.
$30.
Yeah. But what, you got the whole damn column took apart or what?
I'm changing out the power steering pump and the gearbox. And I saw that bearing was just hanging out. And I was like, oh, that's my problem. One of my problems. Not my problem, but one of the problems.
Oh, it's not even in place where it should be anymore, huh? Yeah,
It wasn't,
see,
no.
that bearing even right there that's in your hand, that's not supposed to have a cover on it. That's the way they come. So, was there a washer that was supposed to hold it in place or a clip?
Yeah, the cover, if the plastic bushing does its job, it holds the bearing. in
Oh,
place, and then
yeah.
there's a cover
Okay.
and a clip.
Yeah.
But if your plastic bushing's broke, then it don't hold the bearing, and the bearing can slide down the
Yeah, I'm
shaft.
with you now. Some of them are a clip, a washer, and a clip holds it in place, and then the plastic goes over it. I'm with you. So the bushing is plastic. Yeah. What's it in a Cutlass?
87 Suburban.
Oh, bourbon. Yeah. Fuck, I probably got that shit out in the backfield, bro. Too bad you don't live by me. Actually, I'm
Yes.
positive.
If you know someone that has a 3/4 ton Suburban that's in any kind of decent shape, shit, I'll drive wherever, pick that bitch up.
Yeah, no, I got one out there, but it's not a 3/4 ton. You got the heavy duty bourbon, huh?
No, but I need one. Want.
Well,
I
it's
need a
not
want.
the 1 ton. Yeah, I'm with you.
No,
You can
I have
always.
a half. I got a V10,
Mm,
not the V20, so it's only a half ton.
I'm with you. You want to upgrade?
Yeah. That or I'm gonna turn this one into a 3/4 ton. I just like it,
Well,
man. It's comfortable. I don't know why. I just like it. It's bigger than any Suburban you can get these
yeah,
days.
I like them Suburbans. I I got a Ford Bronco out here, a '78 Bronco. I'm with you. I got a 80 Dodge Ram Charger Blazer. I like the Blazers and the bourbons and shit. But yeah, I had a 4-wheel drive bourbon when I was a kid that it was a half ton when I started, but I put it on a 3/4 ton frame and put 1 ton axles under it with a 1 ton transfer case, and it had a 383 in it. I blew my automatic tranny out, so I literally I had a 4-speed in it for a while. I liked it, you know. I felt like I could push anything out of my way that I wanted to, or keep on driving even if they had a roadblock, you know. My dad was a fabricator, so I made him, well, I asked him to build me a bumper. I ended up cutting all the damn pieces and doing half the welds myself. You know, I bitched about it when I was a kid, but now that I'm older, I know what he was doing. He was trying to teach me to build my own shit, which he did, you know. But yeah, the motherfuckers with the Ram bumper on make a motherfucker feel invincible, don't they?
I need a bumper. I mean,
Yeah,
I got the stock bumper, but
one of them big flat push bumpers.
yeah.
Dude, I got a big tube bumper on the front of my 78 and the Bronco. It's a 1 ton. I stripped out a fucking old Bigfoot 77 1 ton 4-wheel drive 460 and I put all the shit on my Bronco. So I got a 1 ton 460 Bronco 78 and shit, when I go to the woods, you just put that bitch in low lock and run trees right over, man. It doesn't matter. If you want to, anyway. That fucker's a beast. I drive it around in the winter, dude. I pass people at 70 on the highway and I get them looks. Like that motherfucker's driving a 40, 50-year-old truck and killing us. Like them trailblazers. I laugh at them at stoplights. Yeah, bitch. Nice little Blazer. I like them Broncos though. They're big though, compared to, what a Blazer is nowadays. A 78 Bronco is pretty big and heavy. I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds of steel, versus a 3,200 pound Blazer nowadays. Put my oldest daughter in one of them the first year she drove, and she's like, I don't know why you make me drive this, after about a month. And then it stormed real bad. And she came home and said, one night, I see why you make me drive it now, Dad. And I was like, what happened? She said, well, one guy almost hit another guy. That guy spun out and he almost hit me. But I went off the road into the drain ditch, four-wheel drived it, jumped the driveway, and went back up on the road and kept on driving. I was like, yep. Yep, you get it now. I said, your old man would have just hit him. She's like, well, I didn't want to make you repair your truck. I know you like this. I was like, I got front clips. I collect those body parts for there's a place in Detroit called the Bronco Graveyard, and I trade parts with that guy sometimes. So I buy any. If I see a 78 Bronco sitting somewhere, I'm buying it. If it ain't being used, it's getting bought. It's one of my favorite classics that there is. I like the old Ram Chargers, and I like the old Broncos. They're tough. But they're still a popular thing. I sold just a stock brown and white Bronco to a doctor here in town, and he had one. I went in to get some stitches from the ER, and he asked me how I cut my hand, and I told him I was working on a 78 Bronco, and he said, man, I got one I'd like to have restored. And I went and looked at it. I told him, hey, I got the exact same brown and white 78 Bronco, RA restored, 351 Cleveland, working air conditioning, power locks, remote start, and Viper alarm. But I want 14 grand for it, and I'd take your truck for 2 grand of it. And the dude didn't even bat an eye at it. He's like, I'll come look at it.
I got a remote start on my truck too.
Yeah, he didn't even bat an eye at it. He said, I'll come look at it. If it's worthy, I'll do that. Because I was, like he said, he wanted big dick shit. He was willing to put 14, 16 grand into his Bronco. So he looked at mine and he's like, yep, I'll take this. I took his, like, shit, he kept his mint condition. I thought, yeah. Just pull this drivetrain out, rebuild the suspension, wet sand it, wheel it, clear coat it, and I'll have the exact same thing for sale in a couple $1,000s. It's just they come with the Windsor, the M400 usually. And if you put a Cleveland or a Windsor in them, people would rather have them. The M400's a good motor, but you don't get the horsepower out of it you get out of a Cleveland.
Truck ain't got no horsepower.
Hmm?
Limp dick. My truck ain't got no horsepower. It's a limp dick.
Well, if it gets you where you gotta go.
Oh, it's reliable though, but you better not be pulling out in front of nobody
in a hurry.
Weight on it.
I hear you.
My locker's messing up. For some reason, my tire, I've had the truck for almost 10 years and it ain't ever even barked. Unless I was, attached to something in 4 low, something that wasn't budging.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, my wheel keeps spinning, like on gravel and whatnot. I don't know. I ain't tore it apart yet. It still works, but something back there's going haywire. That or I had some piston rings that freed up, and I got more horsepower now. But I doubt that that's the case. When I got the truck, I ain't ever seen spark plug so carboned up, man. The whole rat bank, you couldn't even see the spark plug at all. At all. It's totally
No
covered.
gap. No gap.
No, you couldn't see the spark plug at all
Oh,
from the
no
carbon.
shit.
I ain't ever seen nothing like it, let alone 4 of them. I don't even know how I
No
got it to start.
shit. The tops of the plugs when you look down in the head.
Yeah, when you take the spark plug out, you could not see none of the electrode, none of the gap arm.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just
Yeah,
completely covered.
that's what I thought. So carboned
But
up that it was, yeah.
Yeah, but I still got it to start before I even pulled the spark plugs out. But after I pulled the spark plugs out, I couldn't believe I got it to run.
Bro,
But they told me they tried to get it to run, but they couldn't get it to idle or anything. And I was like, well, let me look at it. And I opened the hood, and I didn't say a damn thing. But I saw the EGR valve sitting on its side. It had completely rusted off. And I didn't say anything to him because I was like, that's the problem right there. And or the main problem. That's why they can't get it to idle. And I didn't say anything. And I told my cousin, I was like, hey, this guy owes you money, don't he? He's like, yeah. I was like, tell him he gives you that truck and y'all be even. And then I'll put your barn together. I'll finish your barn for you. And he said, all right. He's like, got a week to finish the barn before I give you title. I was like, come on, dude, you know me. I was like, I ain't worried about it. But yeah, I spent $400 on it and had it purring like a kitten. But I'd say it was 12 oil changes before, 3 days later, the oil wasn't black.
Dude, you could be my brother. My younger brother came out here and I was on the roof in the barns, and I had other work. I had a bunch of shit out here where I was gonna do more shit to the barn siding and shit. And I come down and I was like, man, my back is killing me. I better take one of these Percocets. And my brother's like, hey, I'll do all this shit if you just give me free reign in the scrapyard and let me build a couple trucks. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, I want that truck right there. I was like, all right, do it up. He said, can I build my truck first? I said, I don't give a shit. You got till winter to finish the barn. And I never had to tell him shit. I went and dug the titles out for the 2 vehicles he picked, and he wanted a 1-ton 79 to use for his roofing business, because that's what he did, his roof. And then he wanted a Blazer that he could build for his old ladies. So he took a little S15 4-door 4.6 Vortec motor Blazer.
I got a 93
Blazer.
Yep.
Yeah, see, he went
Spider.
totally through this motherfucker. We rebuilt the motor trans, everything. He kept saying, I got electrical problems. I don't know what it is. He went through the whole motor, all the sensors and everything, right? I said, well, here, I'll look at it. I had a good idea. I thought probably his fuse box was loose, And I said, did you check the fuse box? He said, oh, man, there ain't a damn thing wrong with it. I got in there, dude, you could wiggle it around and shit. I was like, dude, your ground wire's fucking stripped. Your fuse box isn't even bolted down no more. You got a bunch of loose wires here, bro. Like, disconnect the battery. Fixed it all. Wasn't even charging. Well, it was just the fuse box was rattling around so much it was wearing out wires in the back. I literally had to go to a different Blazer and pull out some wiring harnesses because he wore some of the wires were wore to where they were stripped out, They were getting contact. That's why he was having charging problems.
Out, you mean?
Yeah, they were shorted out. He was having charging problems and turning over hard. Buckets of half of his fuse box was grounded out. I was like, dude,
If you ever know, I'm sure you know this, but if you ever know someone that's got a Blazer like that and their 4-wheel drive don't work, 99 times out of 100, it's the vacuum line.
Yeah, the Bendex. Yeah, the vacuum line for the
I've fixed
Bendex.
like 7 people's because I just see them. I was like, "Your 4-wheel drive work?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "You want me to fix it?"
Yeah,
I'm like, "I'll
that's
fix it right now."
well, the way they got it ran, the motherfucker just doesn't get protected. When I have to replace them, I usually put a little super glue on each end, and then I'll spray the hose down with clear coat so it don't dry rot as quick. Fucking vacuum lines last a hell of a lot longer if you just clear coat all that shit before you put it in. A lot of people say, "Oh no, that's too much," but what do you want? You want a reliable vehicle for? I live in Michigan, you know, and if you got a
Don't want to
vacuum
get caught
line,
out in negative weather.
right? And you got a vacuum line that's under the chassis, and it gets salt from the road on it, and snow and ice. Why you wouldn't clear coat that fucker, I don't know. I've even made covers for them, so you know, just a little tin sheet that covers them so they don't get shit from the road. Because that's all that happens. It's that shit's in a peculiar area where it dry rots easy.
Them Blazers about real bad about the lower front left lower ball joint.
Yeah,
I kept an extra ball joint and two extra U joints in the glove compartment all the time.
I can't lie. I like them little Blazers too. I had a little 2-door one that was a 2.8 when I got it. Somebody took it and put a 305 in it, and they did a real shitty job of it. So they converted it all over. They put wiring from a fucking old truck in there, and it was carbureted. Got rid of all that shit. So I just said, fuck it. I put a Vortec motor in there with a carburetor on it. Just a carbureted V6 and hyped it up a little bit. Had the heads bored out. Put a Flowmaster exhaust on it. Economy cam. Just to make a little beater, man. Just, you know, to see what I could do. And to be honest.
Go ahead. To be honest, what?
Well, you put enough power in them in work that it can be like a Jeep. Them little, you know, S15 Blazers, they can be like a Jeep. Go anywhere.
Yeah, and their wheelbase is short enough that even if somebody with 44s is in front of you, if you got your skid plates on, you can usually go through whatever they can go through as long as you got enough speed because you got two wheels that are on solid ground.
Right.
Because your wheelbase is so short. Not the base, but the width.
Oh, I'm
You're
with
never
you.
in everybody else's ruts.
Yeah, you're not running their ruts. Yeah. My Ford truck sits on 44s, and that motherfucker digs some ruts. I'll make it impossible for you to go through on 32s if you follow my path.
No, I just wait till you get out of sight. And my 31s and my Blazer, I only ever got stuck one time, and that's because I got a rock in my damn shit. I got a rock in my aluminum rim, and I couldn't see it, and I'm out there trying to air it up with the shitty little pump, and I was like,
"Oh,
this must be a big leak."
You got
and I'm like,
it broke the
like,
bead. Broke the bead and then pinched in between the bead and the rim?
No, a rock got in between the caliber and the rim and broke the aluminum rim.
Oh,
I
no
had aluminum
shit.
rims. Yeah, but I didn't know that. But I had two trucks have to drag my ass out of there because there wasn't no change in the tire. I mean, we were in calf deep water.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
And
That happens. It happens when you're swamping, bro.
But
rocks are free to move wherever the fuck they want in the swampy water. You know.
When it got me to the road, though, I was like, oh yeah, that's why I was stuck.
Ain't that a bitch? Dude, last time I had flats and I couldn't figure out what it was, when they went to pull me out of the fucking mud, and my right side axle slid right out of the fucking rear end casing, broke the casing, and then rolled away with the axle up in there. I was like, oh. When I got home, man, that shit, I had shrapnel from my rear end, and I had brand new Mickey Thompsons on this motherfucker too, and I just exploded the fucking rear end. So I was fucking mad. I should have known better than put that much tire on that old of a rear end. You know, but hey, live and learn. It just, if I'd have been in the mud, if I'd have been in the mud where it could just freely spin, it wouldn't have done it. But I was on solid ground, and the Mickeys really dug into the dirt. You know what I mean? So all the torque just ripped the rear end right apart.
Yeah, it's like dumbasses spinning their wheels and their front wheels hit concrete.
I'm that dumbass. I hear you. That's how I got good at
your transfer case and everything.
That's how I got good at fixing shit, bro. I'm that guy when it comes to cars.
I broke the rear end on this Suburban, but I was pulling 14,000 pounds, so that's expected. Yeah. It broke the what's the carrier in the differential, in the rear differential. It caused my spider gears to eat.
Casing's still good then, huh?
Eat themselves. And I still made it home and everything, but man, you made a left-hand turn. Oh, it sounded awful. It was barking all over the place. And Kelly's like, "Is it okay?" I'm like, "We ain't stopping until we get home to find out." I'm like, "It ain't gonna mess nothing up no worse than it's already messed up."
I hear you. Them women aren't like us. We just shut up and listen all the way home. Women be like, "Are we gonna make it?" Look, woman, I don't know. Be quiet and listen to it. I've been there.
I'll take the rear drive shaft out and pull the rear end home with the front tires if I got to. We ain't calling no damn wrecker.
Yeah, Buck, I blew them out and just went home with it locked in 4-wheel drive and the front end pulling me. I've been there. Sometimes, a lot of times, often, I'm too dumb to know when to let out the gas or when to not get in it at all. That comes from that I can fix anything syndrome, you know what I mean? I'll beat the hell out of this sumbitch, and if it don't do it, I'll fix it. That usually precedes something breaking, and you saying, "Damn, that's a lot of work. Why the fuck did I do that?"
You ever watch Whistling Diesel?
Yeah.
He's pretty smart. He tries to act like he's really dumb. That little bastard's smart.
Yeah. I like watching all them videos where they build shit, tear shit up. I like the guy that pulls all the old cars out just to see if he can fire them up. Ain't been fired in 30 years. Will it start?
Talking about Vice Grip Garage?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Derek.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker makes some shit fire right up. And he's pull lock rigging everything. I got this, I got that there. Hey, this'll work. If it's gonna fire, it'll fire. Sure enough. Hey, well, let's drive it around.
He's all an act. I watched him back when he was younger, and his little redneck thing is 100% act. I mean, it might be him now, because he's done it for so long, but yeah, it's all an act, man.
Oh,
he's smart. He just plays dumb.
I hear you. I talk redneck than the motherfucker when I'm talking about cars too. But
you go back to when he was working out of his garage in his house. He didn't talk. He didn't talk nothing like that. Didn't look nothing like that either.
I like when he pulls. pulls them old Beamers out, dude. He shouldn't be showing people that though, but yes, it's true. You can usually take a Beamer or a BMW that's sat for fucking 30 years and that motherfucker will fire if you know what you're doing. You can drive it out of the field. I've done it with 38 fucking Dodge Coupes and a flathead. Clean the contacts with a dime.
I felt sorry for this poor lady at Walmart. Like her car broke down, and like I got a van at the house, but it won't run. No one knows what's wrong with it. I went over there, and she said it had been sitting for 3 years. I brought a battery with me, hooked it up. No fuel pressure. I could hear the pump running. I squirted starter fluid in it, started right up. And said, does the gas gauge work? Like, well, it did when we parked it. I'm like, yeah, well, it says it's on empty. I went and got 5 gallons. I went and got 5 gallons of gas and put in it, and turned the key 10 times or so before I cranked it over. And that bitch started right up. And I told her, yeah, I don't know why, but your truck's been sitting here for 3 years because it was out of gas. Go buy you a battery and some tires, and you're good to go.
I sold my buddy's girlfriend a Dodge Omni one time, right? $1,200, rebuilt motor and shit, just sprayed it white, brand new clutch. And she said, yeah, I got a Pontiac Trans Am at home. She had a newer van, only like 2 years old. She said, I just finished paying the fucker off, but it won't run. Nobody can figure out what's wrong with it. She said, would you be interested in buying it for a couple grand? I said, well, I'll come look at it. And I went over there. I took my brother. My dumb ass, I'm thinking,
you told me.
I'm thinking it's something complicated and shit. And my brother, after about 20 minutes, says, you done fucking around with it? I said, yeah, why? He said, I think I know what it is. I said, what? He said, the bump sensor. I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, the girl said she was at the fucking grocery store and she's backing out of a parking space and somebody hit her and it ain't ran since. I said, motherfucker, look at the bump sensor. And the bump sensor is it's like a reset button.
Yeah,
And
like on a Ford.
Yeah, when somebody bumps into you, the button pops.
You got to reset it. Yeah.
Yep, and it shuts your fuel pump off. So, yeah, my brother reset it and I fired it up and drove it around, but I hit a bump and it shut down again. So my brother pushes it in and sticks a drywall screw in there and just screws it down. And I said, there it goes. It runs. You still want to sell it? She said, well, I feel obligated to sell it to you for the $2,000 you said. I was like, no, I'm not that guy. I'm not going to hustle, I'll leave your car the way it is. But truth be told, you should replace the bump sensor, because it wasn't working properly. Obviously, it was a faulty one. Because if it wasn't, when we reset it, it would have stayed down by itself, So I think the button went out on the motherfucker, and then somebody just bumped her a little too hard, and it just popped, So I let her keep her van, but 5 years later, I said, you ever replace that bump sensor? She said, nope, that screw your brother put in there is still in there. I was like, well, I don't blame you. She tried to give me $300 for fixing it. I said, no. My brother was like, cook us a meal. She's like, what? He's like, I want a grilled cheese with some fried ham on it. I want some fried taters. He made her go in and cook. I ain't bitch, so I was hungry. We went over to look at it after work, and she asked me if I wanted to buy the Omni back. I was like, no. If you were smart, you'd sell it for $2,000. It's got a rebuilt motor, brand new clutch, new brakes, new shocks. like a rebuilt car. Who cares? It's 25 years old. You should put 3,500 or best. Put rebuilt and restored on the windshield. And she sold it for 2,800. I built it for my son's first car. He drove it for a summer, and then I put him in a V8 4-wheel drive truck. I just wanted to start him out in a 4-cylinder, you know.
I started out in a 6 straight.
Straight 6? Hell yeah.
3 on the tree.
Ford truck?
I ain't ever owned a Ford. Why would I own a Ford?
Oh, so you had a Chevy. Is it a 70s Chevy? 262?
63.
Yeah.
A 63.
So it had it.
With one of the bigger 6 straights put in it. It didn't have the factory 6 straight.
292. 3 speed on the column. Dude, I had a 63 flat ton deuce and a half, or a flat box, like a steak rack. It was a 63 work truck with a 292 in it, 3 speed on the column.
You might have actually seen my truck. You remember back in the day when Marlboro would have the commercials and Bud Light too, and they'd be out in the field working around this green, teal colored 63 with the white, you know how the white stripes are with all the chrome and everything.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that Marlboro commercial? And then there was a Bud Light commercial it was in too. It was spotless.
I think I know what you're talking about.
That was my truck. Well, it wasn't my truck at the time. At the time of the commercial, it was my dad's truck. But a hailstorm came through and almost caused him to have a nervous breakdown. We had softball size hail. Then every time he looked at the truck, it pissed him off.
What? That truck was actually in the commercial?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
It was in some Marlboro commercials and some Bud Light commercials. It was fully restored.
Green body.
It didn't really need to be.
With a white top, and then all the chrome
No,
trim.
no, not a white top. Not a white top. The white stripe down it that starts at the door.
Yeah, green with the white stripe, and then the aluminum trim that sits inside of it. That big body trim shit.
Yeah, it was chrome, ran all the way down it with a white stripe. The whole truck's green except for that white, 3.5 inch white stripe, and the chrome's around the white stripe.
Yeah, it's a big chrome piece. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I had to polish the shit out of them.
Yeah, I rolled it in 97.
Yeah, rarely do you get a 63 truck that's got all the chrome still on it in good condition nowadays. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. They put a lot of that shit on from the 60s on up to the 70s, dude. Especially on your two-tones or your solid colors. It was popular for a solid color with a white stripe down the side and then high polished chrome or aluminum setting in the body line where it's white.
Remember how hard it was to get those chrome hubcaps off?
Yeah, it still is.
Yeah, the hail was so hard. The hail was coming from the west direction, like at an angle. It knocked both of the hubcaps on that side off the truck. We were the only people in the whole community that didn't have a broken window on our house or our automobiles.
You know, no shit. You know the popular.
Yeah, I've never seen so many dead birds in my life, dude.
Yeah, that year is where the Baby Moon hubcap sets were popular for those years. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not a car guy.
So Baby Moon, it's you got the big rounded center cap. That's a hubcap, and that pops in the center. But first, you put in a big chrome ring that pops around the entirety of the outside of the rim, and it
Yeah,
makes
that's
it
what I'm
look.
talking about.
Yeah, then it
But
makes
I
it
didn't have
look
the
like.
center.
Yeah, it makes it look like a set of center lines, but they're called Baby Moons. That hubcap set is Baby Moon. So if you got the 63 full with the original Baby Moon hubcaps, and you got all the aluminum trim, even in need and restored condition, it's still worth money because you got things on it that most don't normally have, those rims and them, because you can have them, the hubs redone. You can nickel plate that shit if you want, but they're called Baby Moons, and they sold them sets in the 80s. They came back out with the Baby Moon set. It's a hubcap set, but they look good. You can't even tell they're not uh, a real chrome rim. They look like a center line or something, but they're really not. See, them 63 trucks are sexy than motherfucker, dude.
The most fun I had in it was scaring the shit out of my friends. We'd be going down the road, going 60 miles an hour, and I just pull out into a field. And the suspension on them are so weird, man. It feels like you're still on the damn road. It's so smooth.
Yeah,
Going through a field all in acid.
that's a C10. I'm doing one for my buddy right now, and his son's doing it with me. His son's only 9, but I wait for him before I do any work on the truck. I won't do any work on the truck unless the kid's out there. It's grandpa's truck, and the dad is having it redone for the son. So when the son's got time, he just calls me up. Last weekend, his dad was like, I didn't even know the kid called you, Mike, until I got home from work on Friday. I was like, yeah, he said he just calls me on his own. And he said, well, you guys made plans. I said, hey, I told the boy if he could get you to bring him out, I was open to do work this weekend. That's all. I didn't make no plans. I just told him I'd be here. He's like, oh, I'm cool with it, Mike. I was like, yeah, whenever you're ready for him to work, but the guy wants his kid to know how to maintain the truck, You don't just want to give him a truck. So, like I told him, he said, fuck, he tried to tell his boy when his boy said it, he said, we can't have the truck out here forever at Mike's. I said, look, dude, I'm down with the grandpa, father, and son, the 3-generation truck, and the fact you want him to fucking maintain it. It ain't gonna cost you no extra. I got room in my big barn. It can be here as long as it takes for your son to put it together and to know how to maintain it. I mean, I 100% love what he's doing. You know what I mean?
My dad, he was a mechanic, and he didn't teach me jack shit. First time my car broke down, he told me it was the heater core. And I was like, hey, my heater core is leaking. I need to replace it. I was like, will you help me? I was like, they say it's like really hard or something. I said, hell no, I ain't helping you. You can take that shit to the mechanic. And I was like, so are you bullshitting or what? I'm like, you are a mechanic. I just took my problem to a mechanic. What are you talking about? And he's like, nah, man, I work on cars all day. I ain't gonna work on them when I get home. I'm like, so I don't know if you're serious or joking right now. And he's like, I'm serious. I ain't working on your car. Take it to the mechanic. I was like, all right, I'll do it myself. He's like, you ain't gonna be able to do it yourself. I was in my mind, I was thinking, man, he's a dickhead. And I was like, I said, cool story, bro. And I got my mom to take me to go get the part, and I had to do it like 3 times, but I finally got it. Everything I looked at said you had to take the whole damn dash out, and I'm like, I'm not taking the whole damn dash out. Not doing it. I don't care if I cut the
Yeah.
dash. I ain't taking the whole damn dash out. I unscrewed a lot of shit and
No.
got some bungee cords and ratchet straps, and I think I had like a 2x4 going over the top of the car to help me hold up the dash or some shit. I don't remember, but it took me like
Hey,
3 times to stab it and get it right so I could get all the screws back in, but I finally did it.
did I show you my boy's car after he painted it?
I don't know. I don't
First,
ever look at pictures, man, because it takes too long for my
oh
phone to download them. But you can DM it to me and I can look at it later.
no, I
I
was
got to
just
put my
wondering if
phone just in the right spot to even be able to talk without roboting.
no, it ain't worth all that. I ain't gonna make you work for it.
No, I'm just saying, though, if you post it in my DM, then I can look at it later and know what you're talking about.
Well, I was gonna show you this a picture of a C10, that C10 I'm working on, but
Don't
Yeah,
you be a
put it
tease
in my
bottom, Mike?
DM.
Don't you be a tease bottom, or don't you be talking about that sexy motors and not posting it online
yeah.
for us to see?
So, well, this is how far we've got so far on this C10. You know, the boy did so much sanding on it; it was pitiful. He said, "Man, this stuff really gets your elbows." I said, "Well, if we do it right the first time, son, you'll never have to sand it this much again. But because this is the first time the truck's been painted in, say 40 years, that's why we got to do this. We got to get all the pitting out." So the first thing the kid has learned is body repair. I welded quite a few panels on that. Well, by the time when we're done painting it, I'm going to put the hardwood floor in it. It's still a 3 speed on the column. It came original with a 262 straight 6, and that's what's going to go back in it. But
Leave
I'll
it on
get
the
the
column. Just teach him how to unlock
yeah,
them.
yeah. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to teach him how to rebuild it without using my machinery. I've got a cylinder mill, a programmable cylinder mill that's an actual station. You load the block up on it, program it. I'm going to teach him how to do it with the drill. In the 3-prong hone, how to chamfer and hone the cylinders, so he could rebuild a motor in a dirt driveway if he wants to. You know what I mean? I don't want
People
to
used to
teach.
ask me, why you still got it on the column? I'm like, this ain't a drag car. I can shift just fine, man. Come on. I'm like,
Right,
it ain't no big
right.
deal. And I'm like, the only time it locks up is when you ain't paying attention.
Yeah.
The
It's
only
like,
time it'll lock up is when you're not paying attention and you're not even doing anything crazy. You're just cruising from the red light and go to shift into second, watching the other cars and daydreaming.
yep.
But it's not like you're stranded. You're just stuck
No.
in
Yeah.
that gear. So keep going until you get somewhere and keep a wrench in the glove compartment to loosen the shaft that goes to the transmission, and it's easy to get unlocked.
Yeah.
And then you remember for another 6 months not to daydream when you're leaving a red light and shifting in a second.
I talked my other buddy into redoing his dad's old Camaro, painting it all himself and shit, and he was bitching and whining, right? But then he laid this first paint job he ever did in his life, candy apple, and he laid this shit like that, dude. That's the paint job I was wanting to. He was all worried about it, and I was like, dude, just to be hyper specific on the body, me and him did it. And that's not even wet sanded yet. We haven't even wet sanded that yet. But needless to say, he is way more motivated. When we first started and we tore it all apart, he said, I'm not going to remember all this. After he laid this paint, and me and my brother were like, man, that's pretty fucking good for your first time. Now he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to get this, Mike. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you still worried about, man? I got this shit. It's systematic. I've done it 1,000 fucking times. How do you think with me telling you to do it and I'm going to help you that you're not going to get it? What the fuck are you still worried about, dude? Worry about
That
the next
C10
step.
is 64 through 67, but what year model is it? I said it's a 64 through a 67, but what year model is it?
Oh, that's a 65. Yeah, see, you can tell by the front end, right?
I can tell by the window.
Oh, yep, that too. Yep, it's
64 is the first year that had the window like that, and it went to 67, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, though.
66 or 67, but yeah. That's a 65.
I like the curved window, man, but with the curved window, like, dude, if you're not careful, you wouldn't believe how much your side rails let your subconscious know how fast you're going. Because with the curved window and you can't see the side rails, like stuff going by them in your peripheral, dude, it's so easy to be going like 85 miles an hour in a 60 and not even have a clue that you're speeding.
Yeah, I just my buddy had a visor for that. I just got the visor and I prepped it all and primered it. But I'm waiting for the boy to come back over so we can install it. I'm gonna put the
What
visor
color
on.
do you want it?
They haven't picked yet. Father and son both got their ideal. They want to go with like a early metallic blue, high metallic blue, like Corvette blue, something like beyond the Corvette. But because it's a family project and mom's gotten into it now because she's loving the fact that her kid's getting taught some shit, they want to let mom put her 2 cents in on it. So they haven't picked a color yet. That's just a base coat too. There's another coat of primer that goes on that. That's base coat primer. So I'll put this real thick yellow primer on it after that, and then we'll do a shitload of wet sanding. But when I'm done, it'll be a picture perfect surface. It'll be fucking museum quality. People pay $8,000 to $10,000 for a paint job of this quality. My buddy, he's just giving me $3,000 and paying for the paint at this stage right now. I donated some stuff to it, but man, I love my friends. He was talking about wanting to do it for his kid, and I pushed him into it, so there we are. It's got a Ford 9-inch under it.
Can't find the clip. It fell off.
If I can find the original rear end for it, though, I'll get it and rebuild it and put it in. That was just for now.
Have you seen how people make like couches out of the beds?
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm going to do that with mine because my cousin, I didn't have a place to keep it, and I was pretty much homeless at the time. And he told me that he needed money. He was going to scrap it. And I was like, well, at least leave me the bed. He's like, why? And I told him so I could make a trailer out of it. And he was like, all right. So I still got the bed. That's all I got. Bed and the frame. Most of the frame, I was like, why'd you leave so much damn frame?
For a C10?
Yeah, 63 bed like that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Short bed, just
Yeah.
like the one in the picture.
I got 2 sides off a 63 that they're wall art right now. They just hang on the wall, but they could be used to make another full box if I had to.
Mine's got hail damage and a big quarter size indention in the very top back right, no left, no right, from where I rolled it. But after I rolled it, I called the glass company and asked them what the dimensions need to be for them to be able to put another windshield in it. I took the seat out and I got a floor jack in there and a 4x4, two 4x4s, bent the roof all back so I could get a windshield in it. I drove it for like another 3 years. I didn't care what it looked like. If I'd have stayed in my lane that day and let that S10 that was probably doing about 80 around the corner, if I'd have just stayed in my lane and hit him, I guarantee you he'd had his motor sitting in his lap.
Yeah.
I don't know what had happened to me. I'm sure I'd have a lot of broken ribs if I lived, but
That's why I like them Broncos, bro. Like I told my daughter, she went off the road and back onto it. I was like, next time, just keep going. I mean, the Bronco sits so high that your average car is just going to scratch the fucking bumper. And, and it'll probably total
yeah,
that car.
but you're talking about somebody that's in front of you going the same
Yeah.
direction, same same forward momentum that you have.
Yep.
I'm talking about, dude, I go around that corner every day because we go to the swimming hole. And I was headed back to town. I usually took that corner going 60 every day. Voice in my head told me slow down. I slowed down all the way to 30. And I saw this dude coming around the corner. I could hear his tires barking before I saw him. And he was in my lane. I guarantee he was doing 80.
Sideways.
And I was like, oh shit, what am I gonna do? I'm like, I'm just gonna go in the ditch. And I went in the ditch. Now I don't know, but I hit something in the ditch, and no power steering. I held the steering wheel until one of my arms popped. I let it go, and it spun. Shot me back up on the road. I was sliding sideways. I was about to hit a tree. So I downshifted, revved it up, popped the clutch to make the ass end fling around so I'd miss the tree, which worked perfectly. I missed the tree, but I didn't know that the ditch on that side of the road was so steep. And when I slid down in that ditch, when the bumper hit the bottom of the ditch, it rolled me. I got out of the truck, lit a cigarette, and cars are stopping. And I'm like pulling stuff out of my truck because I just gotten gas and all the gas is coming out. And that lady's all, don't be smoking, it's gonna blow up. And I was just so pissed. I just said, I took a drag off my cigarette and then put it out with the gas just to watch their faces. Because I'm a pyro, man. I know you cannot light gas with a cigarette without oxygen or at least like 60 miles an hour wind.
Puddle.
It ain't gonna light.
Yeah,
I took a drag off of it and put it out with the gas.
Not a puddle.
And the look on them women's faces, man, they were
I've
watching a
never
horror
even
movie.
seen fumes ignite from a cigarette. You know how many times I've tried to fucking light my torch set from a cigarette, take a big drag off it and turn it. That shit don't work, man.
It's not hot enough. It won't ignite from an ember.
Yeah, no, you're right. I know. I've tried though. Being lazy, suck on the cigarette real hard, turn the torch on real low, you know what I mean? Nope, shit don't work.
No, you're doing it wrong. If you're lighting an oxygen acetylene torch, you can, but you got to turn the oxygen on first. Turn the oxygen on first on the cigarette, and it'll bust a flame from the oxygen, and then you can turn the acetylene on.
All right.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna light the acetylene with it without the.
Yeah, I was just trying
the
to
oxygen.
light the acetylene.
The oxygen will catch the paper because it'll get the ember hard enough to catch the paper on fire. And then once it gets a flame, it'll get pretty big. You keep the oxygen on it.
Oh yeah,
you turn the acetylene on.
I'm with you.
You can light it.
The oxygen will make the cigarette. Yeah, I guess I was. I was high when I tried it any fucking way.
Well, now you can try it again with the oxygen first. It might machine gun on you, but you can still get it lit.
You should have seen that Camaro when we pulled it out of the garage, man. It had rust holes and shit in there. You can't even tell where I fucking repaired that body. I cut the holes out
Dude,
in
man,
squares, shaped the metal
I was
on a rock form roller.
I was tapping that bearing in, and the clip fell. I had it setting on the brake, whatever you call it, the brake fluid lid, the brake reservoir.
Yeah, the reservoir.
Bitch disappeared. I've been looking for it for 30 minutes, man.
Better
I
stick
don't know
your
where the fuck it
fingers.
went.
It's not in the reservoir? Or you set it on
Got
the
the lid
cap?
on the reservoir.
All right,
Yeah.
whatever. I had to ask, man. Yeah, I was over at my buddy's one night, man. We were getting drunk. My buddy, I just watched him spend 4 hours put the top half of his 454 back together, right? Him and his brother are leaning over the carburetor, and his brother tries to hand him a bolt, and he dropped the bolt, and he says, "Where'd that fucking bolt go?" I watched it. It went right down in his fucking carburetor and in the intake. And he's like, his brother's like, "I don't know, man, but it's not in the intake." They looked around for 20 minutes. He said, "Mike, you were watching. Where'd it go?" I said, "It went right where your brother said it didn't." He's like, "No, it didn't." I said, "Look, dude, I'll take the intake off myself, but your fucking bolt's inside your intake." And he's like,
Screw
"All
that.
right,
Take the
take it off."
carburetor off first. You might be lucky. It might just be sitting there.
Well, I did. I took the carb off and looked in there, but I heard it go ting, 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 ting. I heard it fall all the way down in there. He was high, and he was holding it high enough above the damn carb that it fucking fell through everything. You could hear it ting down through the ports, dude. I was like, dude.
Why didn't he have a rag in that bitch?
Oh, we were drinking.
It don't matter. Cut a beer can open and put it over it. You could stab it over the breather bolt thing.
I'm pulling his intake off, right? And his brother's like, "Here, give me that bolt. Here, give me that bolt." I'm like, "I ain't giving you a fucking bolt one. I'm putting them in my pocket." He said, "What?" I said, "Get the fuck on. Nobody wants your help, Eddie." I took the intake off, and he didn't say shit. He said, "You're going to owe me an apology when that bolt's not in the intake." I hit the mag light down there, and there it sat. I said, "Okay, what do I get when the bolt's right there, motherfucker?" And they were like, "Cool, man, give me that bolt. I got it." I said, "Look, let the technician do this shit. You two better sit down and drink your beers and watch. You're going to fuck shit up. You got too much money. You took too long to get to this part. I do this shit in my sleep, motherfucker." So they just watched me do it. He kept trying to give me a torque wrench. I'm like, "Dude, this wrist is a torque wrench. This elbow is a torque wrench, man. I don't need that shit. I get this shit, motherfucker." I'm serious, though. I don't use a torque wrench on headsets. I'm pretty good at about what 45 pounds is and what 55 pounds per square inch is. And really, it's more about evenly torquing it down without over torquing it so you don't crack aluminum heads or break steel heads, you know. My friends hate that
I don't
shit.
know where this damn clip is.
They break out the torque wrench, and then when we do the fucking cylinder test, compression test, their cylinders will go 53 pounds, 48 pounds, 62 pounds. I don't even use the torque wrench, and when I'm done, it'll be 60, 60, 60, 60, 59. They're too worried about it. They're not relaxed enough. Try to tell them that. Quit sweating it and just fucking torque it down in the pattern it's supposed to go down in. All you're trying to do is evenly lay it across the mating surface. That's it. Evenly. With the same amount of pressure. I mean, at 45 pounds, my wrist pops. At 57 pounds, my elbow pops. Man, I don't need no damn torque wrench. When my elbow goes, oh, that's tight enough. And when my bursitis starts hurting in my shoulders, I'm up around 65 pounds of pressure per square inch. But seriously, though, most often I don't use a torque wrench anymore. I just don't have to. I put thousands of heads and intakes on, you know.
I got about 10 more minutes looking for this clip, and I'm just gonna tack weld that bitch on there.
That's funny. I'd say since I was about 14, I built a couple thousand motors. Probably about somewhere around 3,500, maybe even 4. But, you know, I build race cars and I rebuild them, and my dad built race motors. We sold crate motors. That was one of my dad's things when I was a kid. When I was a kid, if
What do
we
you call
wanted...
what do you call the class right under under NASCAR?
Busch Grand Nationals. Right? Busch Grand Nationals.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch racing, but there's a car sitting right here. That's one of those. That
So
can wrap
six-cylinder,
12 grand.
a 6-cylinder Busch Grand National car. Yeah, my
I
cousin.
don't know how many cylinders it is. It's got
My
all the
cousin.
paperwork on it from the dyno and everything in this folder. I
My
believe it's an
cousins.
8-cylinder though.
My cousins race Busch Grand. Timmy and Rick Feedawa. They race.
Yeah, no,
Busch
this
Grand
is an
National.
8-cylinder.
Generally,
USRA. Is that?
You sure it's not an S class?
Maybe, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know shit about race cars.
Yeah,
Let's see. 2009 super late model specification and guidelines. So I guess it's a
that's a
late model.
super modified late model. Yeah, that's super
United super late model. Yeah. USRA. He's got the book here with all the chassis set up.
Yeah, that's not one below NASCAR. It's
rebound closed, compression open. Got all kinds of dyno paperwork here on it and stuff.
Dude, super late model is some of the fastest cars to ever hit a short track, dude. It's short track racing.
I think he said this car will do 245, no problem.
Yeah. I bet it will. So, super late modeled is a short track racing. It's a super modified racing. You can have one that looks like a NASCAR, or you can have one that kind of looks like a Formula One, but Formula One would be outlaw super late model. And just regular super late model looks just like NASCAR. They do short track. Busch Grand National is like NASCAR with V6s. They're still badass. See, I race super modified. I do super late model outlaw. I've put my car on here before. But, you know, them cars will do anywhere from fucking 200 to 270, depending on who built the motherfucker. I like super modified. So my uncle was he was a champion in super modified, super late model, and outlaw dirt track. Butch Feedawa. Was my cousins. They raced for Butch Fedewa race team. My uncle actually is the one who taught me how to build a race motor. He used to run them. Well, he still does. He runs a motor company in Lansing, Michigan, but the motor company in Lansing, Michigan now belongs to his son, and he lives in Florida. But they'll build you a $50,000, $120,000 race motor if you want to pay for it. If you want to win, you don't have to. If you want to be the baddest motherfucker in NASCAR, all you got to do is know how to drive the car and keep it on the track. You don't have to know how to build it. If you got enough money, there are people out there, motor companies out there that guarantee to give you within the specifications the most horsepower that any car has on the track. So you just get the right motor company. It's the same way with drag racing. If you get one of these up and coming motor companies and you just buy one of their motor trans combos, you could be the winner. You could be the fucking fastest car on the track. You just got to pay for it. Otherwise, you got to be the best motor builder in the country. Actually, in the world, because it doesn't say you have to have an American-built motor to race an American sport.
Now I'm starting to doubt that I put the clip up there on top of the dam. Oh man, it already takes me forever to do something. Then I lose something stupid like that, dude. It pisses me off.
Well, here, take your time and look for it. I'll be right back.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Whew, okay, I feel much better now. Oh, I need to buy that.
Hey, what's up, Biggs? Why don't you give me some food? No, I'm not. I'm not driving. I went downstairs to get me. Came back up. Oh, damn it. Forgot to flip my mic down. No, I'm not driving.
I am. I'm going sideways. Annoying all the little children because they can't go sideways like I can go sideways.
Fuck, I love driving sideways. When we're dirt track racing, we're sideways the whole time. Man, I got a sandwich and now my damn cat's trying to fight me for the sandwich.
Okay.
I'm gonna kick his little ass here in a minute. We're gonna find out who the big dog is.
Hey, Eggs. How you doing, mate? Take it your way.
Hey, brother. You doing just tired? You at home or you actually driving, bro?
Yeah, I'm on Forza, mate. I'm on Forza, annoying all the young ones.
If he's driving, he's drunk driving. You ain't drunk. You ain't driving, don't lie.
Why is my
Let you.
I can't hear you guys too well. And I've got like the volume cranked up to the max on everything. This is retarded.
Go into your user settings in the voice and video and turn up your output volume.
Yep, output. Yeah, it's on the max.
Is it?
I don't get it.
Are you on a laptop or computer?
No, I'm on the phone. Usually on the phone, it's cranked up to the max, and I have it on the lowest on my phone settings. But now it's like cranked up all the way, and the phone is cranked up all the way, which is weird, you know.
Might want to get one of them audio boosting apps for mobile. Android boost volume. They work good.
If you can send us that, bro, that would be great because it's kind of doing my head in. I thought a bit was speaking before, and then I hear like a bit of. I'm like, what the fuck? People don't want to speak around me. Yeah, what's been going on, bro?
Shit. Working my ass off. So, you got to go into Google Play, but just look for the volume booster app. I mean, I can send you a link to one.
Yeah, bro. If you've tried them out and something's good, I'd rather go off somebody's that I trust them has done it than me putting on 15 apps, none of them working.
Right. I use Goodvay. Will you get the hell on, cat?
Yeah, if you can send it to me, bro, that'd be great. Yeah. How's work going? Busy?
God damn it, what is this crap? I didn't hear you. I was too busy fighting my dog or my cat.
I'm saying, how's work going? You're busy now, huh?
Oh fuck! I've been working my ass off. I was behind on a few jobs, so we're finally caught up now, though.
Should have just called me, bro. I would have just taken a plane, come down, and fucking get on with it.
There's one in Livestream. That's the one I use on my Android. Or on my old Android. I just got a new phone. I gotta set it all up.
I'll put it on because this is abnormal what's happening. So I fucking have to do something. Thanks for that, bro.
Yeah, I'm eating a shaved turkey sandwich and my cat's going fucking nuts.
You want some fucking, yeah.
He's like, but you know I love that turkey, Grandpa. Come on. Literally, dude. He's sitting on my shoulder and he's got me in a neck hold, a choke hold. Give me a bite, old man.
I've got 2 cats, bro. I know exactly what they're like. One of them's like, it's like a cat with a pit bull body. Like the cat is just like tough, and it's got like short hairs, and you can see it like sort of like a doggy tiger thing, but it's just like a normal cat. And the other one's just a big old fucking fur ball.
Well, this cat, he's a little furry bastard, man. He's a little bastard, but he's fucking persistent, man. He just knows if he doesn't leave me alone, he'll at least get a bite. He knows it.
Oh,
I give him shaved turkey. A couple weeks ago, we were sitting on the front porch, and I took him out on the front porch with me, him and his mom and the dog. So I made me a sandwich, and I brought them all out a couple pieces. And I cut a piece off, and I said, here, buddy, eat this. This is that bird in the front yard. And he looked at them birds, and he looked at the meat, and he smelled it, and he just devoured it, dude. I gave him a big piece. And he ate it all up. And after that, he sat there and stared at them birds for like an hour. I know he was thinking, I'm going to go kill me one of them so Grandpa give me some more of that turkey.
The big one that we got, the one that I told you that looks tough, he's a greedy motherfucker, yeah? He will eat his own food and like sometimes gets into a mood, he bashes the other one. He'll eat the other cat's food and then he'll just throw it up, bro. He'll literally like just boop and that's it.
Yeah, Buddy's the same way. This motherfucker's greedy. Now, but dude, since I gave him that turkey now, he used to not even look out the window. The dog looks out the window and barks when there's turkeys in the yard at night. Now when the dog barks, the cat runs and gets up there and window with him, and they both stand and stare at it like it's a meal. There's some meals. There's some turkey dinners walking through the front yard, Dad. I should have never told him this is turkey. And them birds in the front yard, those are turkeys.
Oh, man.
The dog, he been knew. The dog knows, except he's got his ass kicked by a turkey before, so he don't fuck with him. He knows not to fuck with the turkey. So now the cat just knows that that's turkey. He'll probably end up having to get his ass whooped by a turkey before he figures it out, you know? They're pretty tough birds.
Sometimes a good ass whooping, you know, makes people fucking see some, even animals, some sense, you know? Funny how it works.
He's such an asshole, he just took a corn chip out of my hand. I told him, no, you don't like these. He took a corn chip out of my hand, now he's sitting there chewing it. Like, I'm gonna eat this motherfucker just because you told me I didn't like it.
That's what usually works.
He's my buddy, though.
I went on a fast. Oh, man.
You did?
Yeah, I wanted to do I fluffed it the first few times. Yeah. It's the one that I did last time. I was telling you about the 43-day one. I wanted to do another one like that, but I couldn't. I didn't hold up, so I ended up doing 10 days or so, just on water, and got all the fucking on the pain meds and shit. Oh man, it's fucking worth nothing except water, and a cigarette. That's it. Which I should have stopped, but yeah, it's just fucking terrible.
You say pain meds too? What, water and Percocets?
Yeah, I didn't take anything. That's the thing. So I did my fast, and I went cold turkey on everything, bro. It was just fucking yeah. I tried to repeat, the 43-day one. I thought I was gonna get through it. Yeah, and I did 3, and then I fucked it up, and then I did like 7. I fucked up, and then I did like after a day, I did 10. But yeah. Didn't really turn out the way I wanted to, but it was better than nothing. Yeah. It's fucking hard.
I bet.
It's just getting past. Getting past like a certain point. That's all it is. Sometimes it comes earlier. Sometimes it comes not after like day 10. It goes, but it comes up during the first 10 days, where you kind of have to just do a bit of battle by yourself against yourself. It's fucking retarded. I don't know how to explain it, but I think you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You're just sitting there, you can't have anything. You got water. I'm just went cold turkey on everything, and kind of mind opens up a bit. More lucid dreaming. Get to see a few things, and then it builds up. So you kind of crack. Yeah. I wonder how much people do this shit like me.
Yeah, it's funny. I talked my buddy into building that car. He sprayed it. He's like, "Oh my god!" Me and my brother are telling him how good it looks, and he's like, "Really?" And we're like, "Yeah." We went and got our other buddy and brought him out there, and I said, "Hey, check this car out." And he said, "Did you paint this car, Mike? Man, you always lay that shit like gold." And I said, "No, my buddy laid it. That's his first job." And my buddy's like, "Damn, I did do good." And then he says, "Well, what kind of price tag can I look at for this car when we're done, Mike? With all the shit he's got?" I'm like, "Anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000. He's like, "You're fucking kidding me." I'm like, "No, not at all. This is a 67 RSSS, motherfucker. You got the original 396 and 4-speed. It could get up around 100,000 in the right auction."
Oh yeah. I was checking my car. Yeah. You've seen my one. I was looking at prices. I bought it like fucking on the second hand. There was this old guy that owned it before me. So what's better for 10, more than 10, 12, 13 years or so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it for 30 cash, and it's worth like 50 now, my one.
Yeah, I tried to tell him. I'm like, "Dude, it's 2021, motherfucker. That's a 67." You know, and one of the most popular 60s you're gonna get. '67 Camaro, Rally Sport, Super Sport. Most people don't know. They say, "Oh, my boy's got a '69 Camaro SS." It's actually a RS SS. It's a Rally Sport, Super Sport.
Isn't it like as soon as it hits 30 years, the car is classified as a classic? All cars, but especially, limited edition ones.
It's 20, isn't it? 20 years the car's a classic.
Is it 20? My bad. Brain fart. There we go. Cheers.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Oh, yeah, 20 years. 20 years. And my one's classic. My one's limited edition, but I'm trying to think. I'm not sure if it's different here or fucking. No, it should be this same everywhere, but fuck the one.
Yeah, so a classic is at least 20 years old, but no older than 40. After that, it's an antique.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Because that's one dude was telling me, because I was thinking of making it. He goes, no, he goes, wait a couple of years, whatever, and then he goes, you should double.
Yeah, when you go from classic to antique, doubles.
Oh, yeah. Nah, mine will just go to a classic, but because they only made my ones.
Well,
for
yeah,
4 years.
So you take a $20,000 car, it becomes a classic. It's now a $40,000 car. It becomes an antique. It could be a $60,000 car just based on the fact that it's antique. Now, if it's a popular model and it's been modded or restored, or it's close to factory condition, price goes up from there.
Yeah, mine's all it's all factory, so it's gonna hit classic mode, and there was only they only built them for 4 years. I think in the US they're Pontiacs. I've shown you my one, yeah. Over here they're called a Holden, so it's like a 2-door thing. So
it's called a what?
Holden.
Holden.
Yeah.
Oh, Pontiac? Yeah, Pontiac.
Yeah, Pontiac. Yeah, that's on.
What model is it?
It's a 2004. Got the 5.7 liter engine inside. The 2-door. I'm not sure what's it called over there. The Pontiac.
It's a GTO.
Yeah, it's a GTO. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
It's a new GTO.
Yep.
I got the first year they came out with that. I got a '62 Bonneville. That's a prototype for the '63 GTO, and I got a '63 GTO. But
oh, well, there we go. That's
Pontiac. A lot of people, they see my Maros and my Mustangs and the Vets, and they're like, "Oh, you're a Mustang guy, huh? You're a Ford guy," and I'm like, "No." "Oh, you're a Camaro guy, huh?" "No." Then they'll see the Dodges. "Oh, it's Mopar, then you're a Mopar guy." No, my love of hot rods came from Pontiac. The GTO, the Trans Am, the Firebird, and it expanded into everything else from there. The Firebirds. But deep down, I'm a Pontiac guy.
Yeah, I found them to be probably one of the best, out of all probably so-called American cars, big muscle cars.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I ran Pontiac probably up there. Yeah,
Well, you're
value for
running
money wise too.
You're running
value for money wise, you get like a great deal. A great deal.
You're running a 5.1 liter.
5.7.
Yeah, so if you've seen the 70 GTO with the 6.6 in it, like the Judge, you know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
So the Judge is just a certain model, but they all look about the same. So this is the classic Judge. Here, let me get a damn image of this. They look like the old '60s Cutlasses and stuff, but it's just a 1970 Pontiac GTO. Well, they come with a 600 or a 400 6.6, and when you got Blowmaster exhaust, you know, on these motherfuckers, all bored out, cammed up, 4-speed, 453 rear end gear. You feel like you could do 180 mile an hour. Then you know you're rolling a badass car.
I was looking at the older ones here because
my dad drove.
fucking-
Look, my dad drove a car just like this when I was a kid. So a 1970 Pontiac Judge GTO
mad.
Judge, and that motherfucker, it made my heart sing for hot rod cars. So when I say I'm a Pontiac guy, I mean it.
Look how cool
Pontiac.
they look, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sexy car, in my opinion.
Yeah. I value them highly because you just, even just like if you look at it just from a normal standpoint, how much you pay and what you get is really, really good. Let alone, you know, that it's a really good car and design and engine and all the rest of it.
Well, that
you know,
that judge right there. Now I said when you drive a 6.6. Now the 6.6 is what I got right now. I don't have an original Judge motor, but that's just a 400 Pontiac, just like you'd have in the Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am. But my dad's car had a 7.5 liter 455. It had a big block 455 in it, Pontiac motor, and that motherfucker was sick. That's why it was called the Judge.
everything gets judged according to it.
Yeah, it had Ram Air, big block 455, Ram Air, 7.5 liters of just screaming balls to the wall, 350 horses. You know, with a few upgrades, it wasn't hard to put this at 450 horses, you know?
They go for like you can take like a car like that and drive it for like, I don't know, over here it's kilometers, but you at least 1 million kilometers, probably 1.5 million.
Yeah,
you know,
at 10 to 5, like 10 to 5.1 ratio, that motherfucker would gross about 400 ponies from the factory at 455. Yeah, with like 450 pound foot torque. And the 6.6 is 350 horse straight from the factory. But it's not hard to see the difference between that. A lot of people I'd take the 455 over the 400 any day. But when you figure the big block isn't a high RPM motor, so at 400 pounds, 400 horsepower, it's going to bring you 450 pounds of foot torque, right? Well, that fucking, the 400 is a high R motor, the 6.6. And when you cam that up to 400 horse, you're going to get like 650 foot-pounds per torque because it's a higher RPM motor. It's doing revolutions, more revolutions quicker. Where the big block's got a taller crank and a taller cam, so it's not doing as many revolutions, so you're losing torque. So this is why I got a small block 81 Trans Am. It's a 301 twin turbo, but it's all bored out and shit. I walk all over them Pontiac 400s with it, and the big blocks too, because when I throw it in low one and hit the gas, it R's out right now. It's already redlined, where it takes more to redline the big block, you know? So by the time the big blocks got up in its power range from just getting to redline to peak redline, I've already peaked redline and popped the next gear. Them small blocks will walk all over them big blocks in the short run. But in the long run, he could walk away from me. He could catch me, pass me, and then keep on going with the big block. Because he's going to get a higher top end, a higher top speed than me. But I'll give it, with that 301, I'll give it everything that 301's got in a half mile. It'll be peaked out. But it'd be somewhere around 140 mile an hour, where that big block could be hitting 160 and it wasn't even wind out yet. You know?
Yeah. I've almost maxed out max speed.
Have you seen, you know what a Smoking the Bandit Trans Am is, right?
I'm trying to picture it in my mind now. Sounds familiar.
Here, I'll show you. They're fucking... They're sexy as fuck. It's a black car with the gold bird on the front.
Oh, yeah. I thought
gold
so, yeah.
rims, tan interior. That's the Smokey and the Bandit version, but they all got Burt Reynolds. The 77, 78, and 79, you can get a Burt Reynolds signature edition Trans Am, where his signature's on it's auto printed, but it's on the title.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. With some of the old Hollands, they had what you call Pontiacs over there. They had it's called a Brock. If you look up Peter Brock, he was like one of the best drivers here in Australia with the V8s and whatever. And they had like their SS signature. And these things,
yeah,
I know you know me. I know like a little bit about cars, but I was looking into them, and in just say in early 1990s, even like 1980s, that cars, the SS signature, and I was looking at the motor. I was like freaked out because they were running 600. They had 600, horsepower.
Yeah.
Because they had the double. What is it called? The double. They had not like a double engine. They had two
dual
things.
overhead cams.
Yeah, something like that.
DOHV. It's a dual overhead cam, twin turbo.
Yeah, this is just a straight out V8. So it just had the. I think what you're talking about.
The Holden. You're talking about the old GTO in there. Yeah, you're talking about the 400 dual overhead cam 400.
Yep. Over here, then like the Pontiac that I've got in the States comes standard with a supercharger. Over here, it doesn't.
Yeah, it says DOHV, and it's dual overhead cams.
Yeah, and so how do you get? See, this is what I mean. Like people
in
freak
the
out now and they go, "Oh,
in the 70s, they would be a 400 Pontiac dual overhead cams with dual 4 barrels on them. If you had a signature series, it'd have two 4 barrels on it. In the 60s, my 63 is got a 455 and it's got 3 2 barrels on it. 3 2 barrel carburetors. The 63 Pontiac GTO.
So, yeah, this is what I was trying to like. I don't know much about cars. I don't speak to people about cars. I go, why are you guys so excited when the new car comes out now? It's got like, I don't know, 400 horsepower, 450, whatever, 500. When they were making this shit fucking back in the fucking 80s, 70s.
I don't know why other people are, but I don't get excited at, know.
Yeah, I get you, bro. But you know me, like I admit when I don't know something, and we talk about cars, and I have a few things I can input. But when I was
I know
studying it a bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
You
know
look back.
your average person is like, whoa, 400 horses when they got the 400 horse Mustang, and I'm like, yeah, that ain't shit. We put 400 horse motors in 79 Mustangs. I drove a 400 horse Mustang before Ford ever came out with them.
That's what I'm saying. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, why haven't we fucking moved up? We've been like stagnating for the past 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
So if they had like 600, horsepower cars in 1980, what's the big deal about what the fuck we have now? Nothing.
Yeah.
I was looking at a lawsuit. You'll love this, bro.
Well, there is one thing. They do it with smaller motors now. That is one thing. But here, look, this is a 63. I really think these 63 GTOs are sexy. They got a sexy body line, but when you really look at it, this doesn't look that much different from my 66 Impala SS. They're pretty much the same body style, but that's because they're General Motors, where they both have a classic front end, classic look in the nose cone.
It's a beautiful car, bro. I'm looking at it right now. They're beautiful cars. I've actually seen that black one that you've posted.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you got a 60s model Holden that looks like that. Here, let me just
Nah, not as good as that. Nah. Over here.
1962 Holden. EK.
No, it doesn't look like that. Yeah, it's a WVK. See, that VK comes with what you were talking about. So that had, with the signature version, I think it had like close to 500 horsepower.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Your Holden looks like our Bel Air.
Yeah, I think that's what they did, because over here it's Holden, in Europe it's
Chevy
Opel.
Bel Air. Yeah, Opel.
And then and then in England it's and in England it's another fucking name. I don't know what it is in England or in Britain, whatever. The UK, it's got another badge. It's real, I don't know. But
I'll tell you what, I'd still rag out one of these fucking Holdens.
They look good, bro.
They got a certain look to them.
So if you type in Holden Monaro, that's the one that I have.
The Holden wagon.
Yeah. Oh, the wagon, the shagging wagon.
Holden what?
We call them shagging wagons.
Oh
get the shag in the back.
That looks like the Chevy Nomad wagon.
You put a mattress in there, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, your EJ 62 Holden EJ sedan. Our Nomad wagon is way sexier, and it was a 50.
I was going to tell you before, there was this. It was in a lawsuit. This was a while ago. My dad was telling me, I'm trying to speak to him about cars, and he knows quite a bit. So and then he's brought up what was it, Mercedes, and some dude had trouble with his car, whatever, blah 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 blah, and I think they didn't want to fix it, but they ran into a dude, which I call it a gift if you know how to harness it. Stubbornness, like I've got it and I use it to good effect, and I know you've got it and you can use it to good effect. They picked on the wrong guy not to fix a little, thing with his car. It's a Merc, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he got pissed off and he's like started, it was like a geek or whatever. I think he was like some lawyer or doctor, whatever. And the advertising, best engines, this, that, blah, 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 blah. And the guy found out, if you look at the engines, and I had a look at them too, they didn't change the engine except for, the way that it looks, but the basic outline of the whole thing. For like 40, 50 years, they've had the same fucking engine, and they've been lying about doing upgrades to all this shit. And they actually got sued for it. You have like from 1970 to like 2000 to 2001
for false advertisement.
So, yeah.
They said they did a bunch of upgrades, and somebody who was a hell of a mechanic said, "Nah, motherfucker, this is the same motor you've been using for 30 years. It's just got electronic fuel injection on it. That's it, bitch."
Yep. Exactly. I was like,
It's probably
fucking these dirty cunts. And this is the thing when you don't know something,
Edsel
you know,
motor.
it's good to know things. And like, as I said, bro, I'm shit with cars, but knowing these things, it's like, it opens your eyes up to when people go, what do people like? Look at it. Like, if people just knew the basics about it, like an engine, and just looked into what I looked into, yeah, you realize that you've been robbed and made something like, you know, whatever, let's say, in the 1960s. I mean, you're using the same fucking engine for like 40, 50 years, but they're selling you something brand new, apparently. You know, all this new technology and blah, 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 and they're full of shit. You know, it's fucked. Volkswagen did the same thing in the US, you know, with the emissions thing, how they were like fudging the numbers. You know, it's unbelievable. So when I hear this, that's why you hear me all the time. I sigh as soon as they say, "Why would they lie?" It's like, oh fuck, hell. You don't know. You know the half of the lies if you just fucking open your eyes properly. You know. But yeah, so they pissed off the wrong guy, and he made a stand. And then I think it wasn't in 2007, 8 they actually redid the whole fucking engine because, yeah, they couldn't. I think they got actually sued by other companies too because they put a patent on the engine so nobody could use the engine and the patent ran out, but these guys were still saying that the patent was still in force. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole kerfuffle over it. It was retarded, but it just goes to show, you know, like ignorance is fucking it's everywhere. Even with me, like I'll admit it when I don't know something. Fuck it. But oh yeah, bro, you reckon you can send me I'd like to see your rating that you invented. So I might have something for you.
Well, I was reading this thing this girl posted, and she's a hoe. So you want to hear it? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Pussy isn't pizza, so don't eat the crust. Herpalation's 420. I was like, yeah, that's why you're divorced. Yatch. Herpalation's 420. Oh my god, dude. Some shit is funny as fuck on there.
You have to have a laugh. It's what keeps us sane, bro. But yeah, can you send us schematics for the thing that you drew up? The thing that you got patent on.
We've been using the same motors for a long time, but when they say they do upgrades here, we actually know whether or not it's an upgrade. So like, it's the same Chevy 350, but instead of 2 valves per cylinder, 16 valve 350, it now becomes a 32 valve 350, which is an upgrade because then we don't have to take our heads off and have the valves all bored out. But you can have the valves bored out more because it has more valves and it'll make it, more of a hot rod. I can't believe that it would take that long for guys over there to do that. You guys got no gearheads? Where's the gearhead life over there, damn it?
There was, but there was a big incident. Like I used to be like, my cousin had like quick cars. He had a few like 9-second quarter mile cars and stuff. There was a massive bull punch on 10-15 minutes away from where I live. We punched on against the police and everything. We used to have drag races, and it was we set fire on blockbuster
My
videos and shit.
Beretta,
And
my Beretta does
yeah,
better than 9 seconds. I've had a 8.4256, so 8.4.256 seconds in a quarter mile.
that's good.
Yeah,
My cousin's
I
one
can
did
do
a
better.
9.
I can do better
Was
than
it 9?
just that car scares me. I can't
It's like
lie.
was it like a 9.4 or something? You had to deflate the tires. You couldn't go with like pumped up tires. It was losing traction, and that was on like
Yeah.
a Skyline. It was a Skyline. It was a 31
Yeah, no,
Skyline. You
if
know
you
those
get too
boxy
much
ones.
spin, if you got too much horsepower and you got too much spin, and one of the first things you do is start to let air pressure out of your tires. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than tone it down, rather than tune it down or lose horsepower, you just try to loosen up your tires and get better traction.
Yeah. He had over 1,100 Newton meters of torque on that fucking thing, bro. It was
Yeah.
a Skyline. It was a 31. You know those Skylines that look like a box?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know which ones I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
That Beretta
Your power
scares me, dude.
steering.
I haven't.
Power steering. You have to have power to actually fucking steer, bro. You have to. There was no power steering on the motherfucker. You know what I'm talking about. Those
Oh
steering wheels
yeah.
where you have to put a bit of elbow grease
There's
to
no
turn the fucking wheel.
There's no power steering in my drag car. I don't want that. It's too easy to
You end up
oversteer
steer, yeah.
at 100. When you're accelerating from 0 to 140, like right here now in 8 seconds,
Yeah.
160. Yeah, you don't want that easy turning wheel. Fuck
Yeah,
no.
fuck that.
Shit.
Bro,
Yeah.
my mum fell in love with a Fiat that I think it still owns Ferrari and all that Fiat.
Yeah, Fiat. Yep.
Yeah, they used to be like the best in the, what's it called? When they drive on the terrain and stuff like mountains, dirt and shit. You know what I'm talking
Oh yeah. What the fuck is it called?
What's it called? Oh fuck! I just had a brain fart. Fuck, man.
Enduro.
Yeah, they won it for like years and years, and we had like a
Yeah.
Fiat Regatta. It like had 4 gears. First gear would drop to 80, second gear 160, and things like that at like 200, bro. You didn't need more gears, but the thing used to pull. It was only like a 4-cylinder thing, but back in those days, yeah, pretty cool.
That's funny. I've seen a regatta. You can get that in America too.
Bro, if I would love to. This is doors closed. I'd like to get 2 cars. One of them, I would love to get a Fiat Regatta for my mum because she actually cried when we actually got rid of the car because we couldn't
With that,
it was
the box style cars, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was like crying because we had to like crush the car because the parts were way too much. It was a Fiat, and
Well,
it was
they
a
were
Regatta.
great. They were great on gas too, but they were peppy little cars. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I'd love to find another one and buy it and just like give it to my mum.
So you guys can't bore your motors out? Can you add horsepower to them, or is it like Europe
Yeah.
over there in Australia? Can you do whatever you
No,
want to
no,
your
no.
car over there?
You can do basically whatever you want as long as it's not like too loud. Then you get like cops trying to do like an EPA
Well,
test or whatever. But you
we,
can put
we
silencer on it.
we don't have no EPA tests in Michigan. On newer cars, if you got it all camming and shit, they'll pull you over and check to see if you got catalytic converters. Because if it came with catalytic converters, it's got to have catalytic converters.
Yeah.
But that's why I like to run the late model cars, because they didn't come with catalytic converters. So we just put big old straight pipe exhaust on them with headers, and cops don't even fuck with us. I got a
Yeah.
79 Mustang with a 460 in it. And when I first built it, there was a state trooper that they had a 5.0 Mustang they took from some drug dealer. And I pulled up to the end of West Ave, which turns into 127th North. It's turns into an interstate highway. You're going from a city road to a highway. And we're at a light. And I heard vroom, 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 motherfucker revving up his motor. And my first thought was, oh, yeah, bitch, I got this big block 464 speed, you know? I kick it down in first gear and look over and was revving my shit up, and it's a state trooper. And when I revved up the front end of this, the whole car twists. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he's over here
The
like,
chassis just fucking backwards.
and I looked at him and smiled, and he rolled the window down. He said, you want to run him? I said, you're the fucking police. He said, I won't arrest you, but I'm going to stop you after you beat me just for looks. I can hear your shit. I was like, all right. And I raced the dude, and I walked from him, and he hit the lights on. I had to slow down to let him catch up. So I pulled over, and he said, God damn, how'd you make that faster? Is that just a stock 5.0? And I'm like, fuck no. You got a 302 small block, man. I got a big block. And then he said, well, how do we make this faster? So literally, I just got out of high school. I was taking a performance automotive course at a college. And this guy fucking says, well, we want to tune this out. And I said, well, don't you have a mechanic? And he said, well, yeah, but this guy's just a new mechanic and he doesn't know a lot about all this stuff. So I'm like, yeah, I'll come out there and talk to him. And they paid me to tell him what all to do. It's like, man, you need your heads bored out. You need bigger fucking injectors. You need bigger exhaust system. You need a new chip. You need a new, mass airflow unit. Have your fucking plenum in your intake polished, ported, and gasket matched. By the time I was done, they had a Mustang 5.0 that you couldn't walk away from on the highway. This dude came to my house and lit him up out front in a state trooper Mustang. Then come up and knocked on the door. I was like, you didn't have to knock, man. Come on in. I seen it. He said, you see that shit? I was like, dude, I already knew. It's just a matter of mechanics and mathematics, bro. Everything I did was to make the equation that says how many horsepower you got go up. The multipliers went up. He's like, oh. I was like, I already knew, dude. He's like, yeah, man. I'm pulling him over quick now. I was like, shh, I bet. The motherfucker probably eats some gas up now too, doesn't it? And he's like, yeah. I bought a Corvette from the city police when I first got home from the service. It was right out front of the city police station. It says Jackson County Police. And it had a for sale sign on it, $1,500. I said, what's wrong with it? He's like, the motor's blowed. I said, it really isn't worth $1,500 with the motor blowed. And the cop said, how much you offering? I said, I'll give you $1,000 for it. He said, I'll take it. Yup, motherfucker, I got the 327. It had a 305 in it. In the 80s, that we were doing that gas economy crap. So they put them 305s up in there and they were trying to save gas and shit. I took that out, put a 327 5-speed in it, and sold it for $12,000 with a candy apple red paint job on it. That was one of the ways I was paying my bills while I was trying to build my company. I pulled the motor out of a 63 Impala Super Sport that my dad had in the back field. It was so rotted out, it was only worth parts. I sold all the trim off of it, the front clip, the headlight covers. I got the money from the body parts on the Impala to build the motor, get the new clutch, get the paint. And then I turned all that car, the motor, And the money I put into the Corvette, I turned that all into 12 grand. That and some time. Fiberglass is a bitch, though. Painting fiberglass sucks. I make it sound easy, but really, talking about a month of sanding, wet sanding, 3 coats of primer. Fiberglass is a bitch. That's why
It's a good material, but it's
it's a bitch to
unless
work with.
I was gonna say unless the car is standard fiberglass, when people put like fiberglass bonnets and shit on it, they always have problems. It's just different material.
I had a friend who worked in a body shop. He used to make cigarette lighter cases out of the fiberglass. Sell them for like $3.
Oh yeah, I bet.
He could put little designs in it and stuff, man. He was pretty talented. But I was listening to your the muffler and shit you were saying, man. I remember back in the day. There's always you couldn't drive 10 miles without seeing a muffler hanging, man. You almost never see that nowadays, man.
Yeah.
That is because I saw one the other day for like the first time in like 15 years. Like, holy shit, man! There's a muffler dragging.
Yeah, you used to see exhaust systems laying on the side of the road in the 80s all the time.
Back in the day, man.
Yeah, that's funny that now that you said that, I bitch everything. They ain't improved nothing on the car. They just make it not last as long. But I guess I would have to say they put enough hangers on your exhaust so it can rot out. Well, it's still on your car.
Yeah, so don't
someone hit the brakes and the exhaust would fly ahead of them.
Starts going.
Yeah, they just put extra hangers in there so that it don't fall off when it rots out. Because I hear loud cars all the time, but you're right.
Yeah, you can hear the fucking bear.
I never see a hanging muffler anymore, and I never see them. Used to be on the highway, dude. You could see exhaust. You'd see junkers
rattling around.
I used to see the junkers, the scrap guys out here on the highway, creeping down the side of the highway on 127 North, slow, collecting catalytic converters, exhaust systems, and every bottle that anybody ever threw out on the highway.
Pocket money, bro. You know what I'm talking about?
we still got guys that do that. Well, there's a homeless community out there.
They do it here, big time.
Yeah, there's
people
a homeless
throw out barbecue grills, like all sorts, because they don't throw it on the side of the road because the trash guy won't take it. But like, you put a thing on Craigslist, hey, I got some metal. There'll be like 15 people at your house in 20 minutes.
Oh yeah,
bro. I've got something for you guys. Like, I used to live in South Yarra, here. If you type it in Google, South Yarra in Australia, you'll find that the area. When hard rubbish comes out, I shit you not, these people are that fucking rich. I think they have a competition who's going to throw out better shit.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Fucking retarded.
Where I live
I don't get it.
Oh, we'll win that hands down, man.
Hey,
I saw a flash screen TV 3 days ago.
I bet.
You know what I mean? Brand new leather couch hasn't been
the area
set
I
on
live in,
outside.
Concord, Michigan.
You know?
Every year in springtime, we have an event. It's called Clean Up Concord, and all the scrap guys and all the junk peddlers are just driving around our neighborhood because that's when we all start putting any metal we don't want out by the road, any good furniture, any good TVs, anything we're just fuck it, we want hauled off for free. We put it out by the road. And every year, I never put metal out. I'll put other stuff out there, like my projection TVs and shit. I don't want that shit in the barn, but I got guys every year that are like, hey, I see you got 4 rotted out cars. I'm like, dude, I talked to you last year. You cracked on me about the other 5 rotted out cars I had last year, but do you notice they're gone and I got 4 new ones? That's because I rebuild them, motherfucker. What's it say on the side of the barn? Mike's Custom Auto. We're knocking out the competition. Well, there you go, baby. Don't get knocked out. Fuck off my land. I ain't giving up my metal. What the fuck? I tell them every year. Like the one dude, I said, you just hooked up my Amish trailer and you're going home with a $2,000 Amish trailer, bitch. You want my fucking GTO too? What the fuck? You got $5,000? They hate that shit too. You know, I said a bunch of cars when I first get them. I'll set them right up by the end of the driveway, just so I can tell scrappers no, because the scrappers run through my area all the time, and they're like, "Hey, if you want, I'll haul that off for free." I'm like, "No, but I'll give you $20 to push it behind the barn with the other 3,500 scrap cars." You want to make?
So nobody
You
can
wanna,
That's hilarious.
yeah, you want to make that quick 20 or what? I've had guys like get back there. The really cool ones are like, I'll work for some of this crap. I'm like, dude, if you want to work, I'll pay you cash to work. I got some work, motherfucker. I got work you can do. If you need parts, we can throw some parts in there, but why would I give you a $50 radiator to do a $100 job when I can just give you fucking $100? The fuck,
Yeah,
man.
the reductionist thinking is not going too well for people, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I get it though, man, dude. I got a pile of radiators. It's like, when the scrappers see it, I got to guard my property with a shotgun for a while, bro. Really?
Yeah, no, listen, I get that.
I
I get it when you
guarantee.
have a build up and stuff, but you're offering the
Listen,
guy
I guarantee I
money
got
a job.
15 grand worth of radiators leaning up against my barn. And those aren't the radiators that I'd let anybody scrap. They don't leak. They're all good radiators. Every one of them radiators is good. It's $100 bill. So it might be 15 grand in scrap, but it's worth twice that as used parts.
Yeah, of course. This is what I'm saying. Like, you're giving the guy a job, a way to make money, and at his job, you have what he wants. So you could just say, "Hey, can I have one of the radios?" If he needs one of the radios, it's just I don't get people.
The smartest scrapper I seen come out here, he's like, I see you got that 79 4-wheel drive 3/4 ton flatbed out there. I'm like, yeah. He's like, what's wrong with it? I was like, it needs a motor and trans. It's kind of beat up. He's like, I want it for a work truck. He says, I got a Cutlass at home with a badass 350 and trans in it, but the Cutlass is wrecked. I'd do a bunch of work out here for you if you take my motor, put it in that truck, and put my Cutlass where that truck was and give me the title. I worked this dude for a week, and he pretty much gave me what I had back. Scrap. It's just scrap to me. But I put his motor and trans in that truck, and the brakes were shitty when I pulled it out. I went around and got parts, used parts out of my salvage yard and built him a decent 3/4 ton flatbed because he's just going to haul scrap on it, And that motherfucker worked so hard at the end of the week, I felt bad. I was like, man, you better go out there and get them tie rods and them shocks off that truck out there because this truck's tie rods are about ready to break. I was going to fuck him, like here. But I let him finish his truck if he wanted to do all the work because he did a lot of fucking work just for a motor change and a body swap. And truth be told, the Cutlass he gave me had a front clip for it. It was a Hertz 442. There was no way in hell I was scrapping that car. I was building it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to get a grasp on people's.
I sent that boy home with spare tires and all that shit. But he wasn't dumb, He's like, this guy isn't giving away scrap. Let me see if I can build a good scrap rig off him. Then he came out like 2 weeks later. He had a trailer. He said, hey, man, you fixed my trailer for me? It was a nice trailer, but the frame was broke. And I was like, dude, I got a better car hauler out back, just didn't have no deck on it. I said, you pull the bitch out of the weeds, we'll sandblast it, paint it, put some new boards on it, and We'll put your tires on it. Give me $200. He's like, all right. I had the title and everything. Now the dude does good because he's got a 4-wheel drive. But his motor was badass, dude. So, I mean, he can literally drag a car out. I put him where he could go into a field full of mud and drag a vehicle out of that. Where he had he had a piece of shit little 2-wheel drive half ton that was falling apart. He got smart. His name's Jim Bob, believe it or not. You know, he's actually
Jim Bob.
He's a smart guy, dude. Once he got in his 79 truck, he brought the other truck out here and was like, hey, can I park it here and pay you to do work on it every week? Because he needed to leave springs. You know, he don't want the body done or nothing. He just wants the truck put back solid so he can make more money hauling scrap with it. So he had a spare, you know. I thought, yeah, this guy ain't dumb. I hooked him up with my brother-in-law. I had like 30 old international work trucks out here. And I finally said, fuck it. Told my brother-in-law after I pulled everything I could, front clips, doors, because the parts for these things are worth a lot of money. So I pulled them all out there and put them on eBay. I told my brother-in-law he could start cutting them up. And that dude came out to pay me some work. And my brother-in-law was just like, hey, fuck it. You want to work with me? Because my brother-in-law don't have a 4-wheel drive. He was using my equipment. I don't know why, but he invited him into, we could get more in one day, the two of us, and we'll split it. I think my brother-in-law just wanted to make more money quicker, you know?
Yeah.
Because when he said he'd haul all that shit off, he didn't realize there was that many vehicles in the woods. And then I went out there and cut all the fucking trees down, and it was like a mini scrapyard, you know? Shit I didn't want. But that dude, he was happy as hell. He's like, damn, your brother-in-law just hooked me up. I said, well, yeah, I hooked him up.
Yeah, if everybody just operated on those principles, we'd have a fucking better society. But yeah, we don't.
Yeah, he was a good old boy, man. He got a bunch of fucking go-kart frames and mini bike frames, man. Now when he gets shit, gets a classic car, he brings it right to me. Sometimes I just wake up in the morning and this dude's out front. Hey, I got the 69 Chevy Yanko, Mike. What do you give me for it? And he ain't looking to get. I'm getting barn find cars. The last one I got from him, I should have paid 12 grand for it, but I gave him 3 grand. I said, how much to take it off the trailer? He said, I'd like to see 3 grand. I was like, you got the title? He give it to me. I give him his 3 grand without an argument. I gave him a brand new set of tires for the ass end of his truck, too. He was happy as fuck. But just some old people gave it to him. He gets big jobs. He comes out here and sees if he can use equipment. You know, like he got a job up north. You know, he offered me a El Camino and a old Pontiac Bonneville and a GTO for the use of the equipment. And as soon as I got there, dude, I thought, yeah, these are probably all rotted up and shit. Those 3 cars were sitting in a barn. And this dude had literally a field, like 1,500 cars that he just got given to him. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I said, dude, I'll haul the equipment up here and drop it off myself, motherfucker. Can I look through this yard? You got a few cars here I want, motherfucker. He was happy. He's like, yeah. What's up with borrowing a dump truck? I was like, you gonna fill a dump truck with scrap? He had a fucking, there was a pile of motors by this dude's body shop that was as big as a 2-car garage. As tall, as wide, and as long. Like, fuck, you got 4 dump loads?
That's a lot of motors, man.
Yeah, dude. And this old lady just gave them to him. She said, give me some money every day. And when he got going, he was like, I'm making $6,000 a day and I'm giving this old lady $1,500 a day and she's happy, no motherfucker.
I
And
bet she
me,
was, man.
yeah, me, I was like, fuck, use the dump truck, use the low boy. Here, you know, here's a backhoe, fuck it, use all that shit. Let me get these 8 cars. I want these 8 cars. And he actually threw 4 cars on top of it. He give me 4 Corvettes. Gave me the 8 I was asking for, and was like, "You don't want them Corvettes out there?" And I got tired of looking. You know, he had so much shit. I got tired of looking, and I just made a quick deal so I could get back to doing my business. You know, he's like, "No, you want them Corvettes out there, Mike? You got 8 vets in your barn." I was like, "Yeah, vets. Yeah, I want them." Get all the titles up, bro. I'll come out here tomorrow. I got the day off. I'll come get them all.
Awesome.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a smart guy. When he's got it, he shares it around, and he sees the opportunity. You know, he's smart enough to take advantage of it. Well, this guy does classic cars. I could give him a couple classic cars, and I bet I could use all his equipment. And he was fucking right. Fuck, he give me a Super B Charger. I was like, are you fucking serious? He's like, yeah. I didn't even want to tell him this is a $60,000 car the way it sets, guy. It's all original. Somebody give me 60 G's for this motherfucker the way it sets. I ain't say shit. Like, you just gave away the gem, the diamond. You got a pile of rubies, motherfucker, and you gave me the fucking 20-carat diamond in the center of it. The fuck are you doing? I'll tell you what, though. That boy asked for a favor. I give it to him, though. I kept that car. That's mine.
Goodwill goes a long way, man.
It does. I haven't even touched that, dude. I don't. It turns over. My brother played with it, got it to fire up. The clutch is still good. It's only got 60,000 miles on it. I just know that, you know, I cleaned all the buildup off of it and cleaned it all off and shit. It just sits here and I stare at it, but I don't want to fuck it up. It's all original and kind of just hoping it's nothing I'd drive. Kind of hoping somebody comes along and offers me more than it's worth, you know? It's not one of my big on the list bucket cars, you know? Just one I happened to cross that happens to be a valuable car. Like, I got a Firebird given to me one time, and I didn't even know when it was given to me, it was a rare big block Firebird, you know? I went to playing with it stoned and had it out in the driveway the next day pulling hole shots, and my buddy's like, you know, that's a $80,000 car. I was like, no. He said, I'll give you 52 for it right now. I was like, fuck, run it. I mean, it was literally given to me. So old lady said, she needed a transmission for a fucking Blazer. She lived up north. It was winter. I helped her out, told her she could owe me. Well, then when she called me, she said, I got half the money, come up and get it. And I go up there and she says, you can have this car too. And I was like, well, here's your money back. I'll take the car. You don't owe me shit, you know? That car, perfectly fine for your transmission. Because I thought,
I know it's funny, man. Like, I've gotten a lot of computers and laptops and shit for fixing other people's computers.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. Like, fix this computer, I'll give you this other one. I can't figure out how it works. It'll be like a $2,000 MacBook Air. Like, okay. I'll fix your shitty IBM PC from the fucking 40s because, you know, that's because old people, they don't new shit, man. They just, you know, it took them 15 years to learn how to use their old PC.
Yeah. I know.
I just figured out where the power button is.
I
You built
know.
this computer 15 years ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I had some decent computers that people would drool over for the company, and I bought newer shit that was less expensive. And a guy got me like that, but he told me I wanted him to set up my whole system and then link it to my computer at home. Make
Oh
me a
yeah.
network. And
Yep.
I said, I'll give you. You can have all these old computers, and then I'll pay you to do the job too. And he said, Mike, these computers are pretty valuable. I'd probably do it just for the computers. And I said, well, honesty's a good thing, but I've gotten real expensive cars for shitty deals. And do what you do with the computers. I just want my shit networked on system that I know how to run. That was what was more important to me, you know?
You basically wanted to extend your business network to your home, so you didn't have to like
Yeah.
switch shit over.
Yeah, I wanted to be able to go at home, bring it up just like I do in my office.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just a network, I wanted everything networked together, and he hooked it up. So, and it still works. It's fuck. I've only had him come clean stuff up twice, and that's like 8 years.
Yeah. No.
He,
You know what Arlo Guthrie is?
hmm.
Arlo Guthrie, the musician.
Oh
From
yeah.
back in the '60s. Yo, I fixed that dude's computer. The dude had 40,000 fucking computer viruses on it. No joke, man. Like, dude, man. Throw this shit out the window, man. It was running for 48 hours cleaning viruses off the damn thing. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
You sound like my ex-wife. You got to quit looking at that porn, hon. I don't look at porn. Yes, you do. You got 40,000 fucking viruses from porn. Oh.
Well, this virus, like every time you delete it, it would make a copy of itself that was like a random string of characters. So then you'd have to go look for that. So there's a specific way to get rid of it. He kept trying to delete it and delete it and delete it. So he had copy after copy after copy.
It just kept reproducing.
Exactly.
Isn't that a Trojan?
Yeah. Well, this virus would basically, it would let anybody, like whoever had control of the virus, could just access your computer and do whatever they wanted. I don't know what they were doing to this computer. This is back in like fucking 2004, maybe. There was a bunch of shit going around back then. There was a Microsoft virus, man. Like, put it this way: if you did a fresh install Windows and you connected your computer to the internet, boom, you instantly had a virus. Instantly. Because there was a flaw in Microsoft Windows, and that shit was like perpetuating. I can't remember the name of it, but it was like you literally couldn't install the update to fix it before you caught the virus. Yeah, it was pretty messed up. I made money off of it, so who gives a shit?
When was that? In the time of 3.1 and shit?
No, this is Windows XP.
Oh, XP. Hell,
Yeah.
I liked XP. That was simple.
That was the best operating system by far. I'd still run that shit if fucking they supported it.
Yeah. I liked Windows XP. I ain't gonna lie.
It was fast as hell, man.
I
Almost
thought
no
so.
bloat. Yeah, man. It's great.
No malware, no advertising, none of that bullshit.
Yeah.
Just pure internet.
Didn't track you as much.
Yeah.
How about that?
I've learned over the last 15 years that computers is knowing how to build a computer is just as valuable as knowing how to build a car. Fuck, the motherfucker who builds computers can, if he's really good at it, he can afford the car.
Yeah.
The same way with
everything's gone to kind of the cell phones and shit, so it isn't as. I mean, it's still needed because businesses still use computers, but the industry's kind of changed. People get like service contracts. I know a guy, he quote unquote fixed computers, but he couldn't actually know how a computer worked.
So you can get a gold service contract with Microsoft. So someone would pay him to fix their shit, man, and he would just call Microsoft and they would remote in and fix it for him. He didn't know how to do anything. Yeah, quite funny. Yeah, you can get a gold service contract from Microsoft and they'll just fix anything.
Well, hey, that's valuable. Just like, dude, I know how to fix cars and rebuild cars since I was 14. I ain't never drove a piece of shit, even if I drove a 20-year-old car or a 40-year-old car. It was better than people's brand new cars. And with a
I was gonna
toolbox,
say, I think an analogy would be, you don't know how to fix a car, but you had a service contract with Ford, and people would pay you to fix your car, and you would just call Ford, and they would come out and fix it.
yeah.
That's pretty much what he did, man. He didn't know anything.
Shit, that's like the goose that laid the golden egg there, dude.
Exactly. It's only like $240 a month too, and he would charge people like $1.50 an hour.
I'll tell you how simple it is, though. Like, I stopped one day to look at a Cutlass somebody had, right? And there's this badass new Cadillac sitting next to it, you know? And I said, how much for the Cutlass? And the old lady said, you can buy them both for $300. I said, the new Caddy too? She said, yeah, it doesn't run right. I said, what's wrong with it? She said, I don't know. So I hooked the scanner up to it right then and there, dude. $15 sensor. Cadillac ran like a motherfucker. It was a fucking $12,000 Caddy, man. I sold it to my brother. I hauled the Cutlass home, and my younger brother was there. He thought he was a pimp in a Mac. He used to flip Mustangs and Cadillacs. I said, how much money you got in your pocket? He said, I got like $5,200, but only 45 of it can I spend. Why? I said, I got $12,000 Cadillac sitting 40 minutes away. You give me the 4,500, you can have it. You can take my truck and trailer and go get it. And literally,
value added.
Right.
Markup,
He's
buddy.
like, hey, this motherfucker was counting his money out. He's like, you got a picture? I said, no, but my buddy's like, I took a picture with my phone, Mike, look. And he's like, oh, yeah. Here, you got gas? I was like, motherfucker, I got 2 tanks. One of them's full. Fuck yeah, I got gas. I typed it into the fucking GPS, the address, sent him back there. That motherfucker came back happy as hell. He said, I'm going to go get insurance tomorrow. I'm switching my plates. Can I park the Mustang out here, Mike? The one he kept. He had a Mustang he would keep.
Yo, those sensors, man. What a scam that is.
It is.
Dude, so check. My girl's brother-in-law, he had a Lincoln Expedition, but it had some stupid sensor in it because they got them, I don't know what it is, to ride smooth. It's the adjustable suspension.
Yeah.
That shit would, dude, the sensor went, man. That shit was like bucking and doing all kinds of crazy shit, dude. I thought the thing was
auto leveler.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah, the auto levels. Yeah, the
so
auto
you can go down the highway at like
out.
100 miles an hour, and it's like you're just sitting there.
Yeah, but when that shit goes out, you can do 3-wheel motion going around the corner.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That shit sucks. But I can tell if it's out by the way the vehicle sits when it's parked.
Yeah, his shit sat low when the sensor went out, man.
Yeah, if I came up, you say, give me 5 for it, and I say, what's wrong with it? And you like, it jumps all over the place, and it's sitting low. Yeah, I'd give you your 5 right then and there. You can bypass that shit. Or you can make the sensor, the auto level sensor, you can actually put new ones in there, and then instead of hooking it back up to the suspension where it free floats, you can lock it in place with a zip tie. And then it won't.
There you go.
Yeah, then it won't go out. You set the
1 cent zip tie.
yeah, you do, because what that does is it locks the suspension in at one place. You air it up to 30%, and that's perfect. That's like riding on normal shocks and struts. You just zip tie the motherfucker in place.
He was getting like these $4,000 quotes, people telling him his like springs are gone, his freaking shocks are gone.
Oh yeah.
And he couldn't afford it because let's put it this way.
Coil
He kind of
springs
did
are
an
blowed
insurance.
out.
He did an insurance scam to get it in the first place. He had a slip and fall accident at Disney World, and they gave him that shit to shut him the fuck up. So he couldn't afford to get it fixed, man. And then he just kept bringing it around in the bench like, oh, this is like a $20 sensor. He was bullshit, man. It's like, what the fuck? Because there's people trying to like get him for like $4,000, $5,000.
Oh yeah. Same way with them Tornados and Trofeos. When they came out, it was like $18,000 car. The auto leveler sensor goes out, and it's the front end's up in the air, and the ass end's on the ground. And those people would sell $18,000 car for fucking $2,000. It's like, dude, it's a fucking $25 sensor in the back that takes 4 minutes, 5 minutes to change. 10 minutes if I want to take my time and keep puffing the hooter.
Oh, Mike, so you like this story. I had a GMC Jimmy, right? And the fuck went on it? Not the fuel pump. I'm trying to think of what it was. I don't know. They put the wrong antifreeze in it, and it was all fucked up. But I kept bringing it to this place, and it was a friend of a friend, right? So, I kept bringing it back. They kept quote unquote fixing it, paying thousands of dollars to have the shit fixed. They ended up cracking my radiator, right? And just like giving it to me. And I'm like, I paid all this money, it's still messed up. And the reason I knew they cracked the radiator, because they had dropped their tool inside, like between the radiator and the grill. And they tried to get that shit out, and they couldn't get it out. And they tried to pry the radiator away from the grill and cracked my radiator. I'm like, you're busted, dude. Your tool is still in there. Good try. Because they tried to get me to pay for it again. I'm like, I paid for this 3 times already.
Was it just a sensor? Because I know what sensor it was. It's electronic.
No, there was something wrong with the antifreeze. Like, you know how I had special antifreeze you had to put in? The yellow shit or something?
Yeah.
They put the wrong shit in there and like gummed it up.
Oh, so what
This is what they said.
Here's what they did. It had yellow in it. You were supposed to put yellow in it. They thought it was totally bone dry, but it wasn't. So they mixed yellow with green.
Yep, something like that, man.
And it clogged up all your coolant ports.
Exactly.
Everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't mix those two. You can take all the yellow out and switch it over to green.
It had like silicone pellets in it and shit.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, it was.
Yeah. You can't mix the two because it'll start to crystallize. It'll clog up everything.
Yeah. But they kept like quote unquote fixing it, and every time they fixed it, they'd break something else. Yeah, but it was like a friend of a friend, so like, oh yeah, this is a great mechanic, blah blah blah. Yeah, last time I listened to you, man, that shit ended up costing me more than the price of the Jimmy, man. I probably paid the combined price, man. Like every time I brought it there, it was like $1,800. This is like back in 2003 or something.
I hired a guy one time because we was working a big job. I got a new contractor. I was trying to get this job full. And I asked this dude one time, he said he knew how to, he was my buddy. He said, yeah, I can work on them, Mike. I'll fix that today. I went and bought all the parts. I was having to fix my old lady's car. And after a 16-hour day, I come back, and he's still at my yard in my shop with thousands of my Snap-on tools, dollars in Snap-on tools. And the dude tells me I couldn't get this out, so I had to take this, and that out. Then I didn't have the proper tool, so I had to take this out. And I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean you didn't have the proper tool? He said, well, I don't have them tools. I was like, bitch, you're at my shop. I got all them fucking tools right there. All you had to do was ask any one of these diesel mechanics where that tool's at. The dude had my car stripped out in about 15 fucking parts, wanting paid for the full job, and the job wasn't even done. I was like, dude, are you fucking serious? He said, yeah. So I said, fuck it. I should have done it anyway. I want something done. I might as well do it my fucking self. Fuck it. I ain't getting no sleep tonight. I said, motherfucker, you can get paid full job. You've been here 16 hours, right? He said, yeah. I said, well, I worked 16 hours today too, bitch, and I paid for this and it was supposed to be done. So you're going to help me do it. And then this motherfucker, I almost beat him down, dude. It took 4 hours when it
Yo,
should only...
Mike, I hate to cut you off, but I got a jet, man. I'm waiting for something. I'm sorry, man.
You're all right. It
All
just
right.
took me 4 hours instead of 2 because this motherfucker kept arguing about what to do. I was like, dude, I'm fucking licensed in this shit. What the fuck? How you gonna tell me I'm doing this shit wrong? Your bitch ass took a bunch of shit out that didn't need to come out. I swear I wanted to beat him up over that. I paid him his money. He bitched about being broke. I told him come work at the asphalt yard. I talked him into it too. You know why? Just so I could give him the shittiest jobs every fucking day until he quit. And he said, after about 2 weeks, man, covered with dirt, he come out of my sealer tank. I made him go in the sealer tank with a chisel and a hammer and chisel all the shit off the inside of the tank. I didn't need that. It didn't have to be done. I just wanted to be a dickhead. And he says, man, Mike, this fucking sucks, man. This got to be the shittiest work in the shop. I said, it is. He said, I thought we were buddies. I said, so did I, dude. And then you took my car half apart trying to change one dumb thing. He was like, I'm sorry, man. Can I get easier work? I felt bad for him. So I quit fucking with him. He still works for me, too. My foreman said, I said, man, I got to find something to do to make that guy quit. He said, Mike, that's the first guy we hired in 2 years that ain't going to quit. I said, what? He said, man, we got people, we hired 10 people and 8 of them walk off by lunch. He said, you work this motherfucker the shittiest jobs I ever seen you make anybody do for 2 weeks and he's still here, Mike. You better leave him alone. I was like, really? He said, I want him, Mike. I was like, all right. He was right, though. I had to think about it. I think, well, yeah, he didn't quit, did he? Half the crew would have quit if I made them chisel out that coolant, that sealer tank. You don't have to do that shit. We put a solvent in there, and it liquefies all the shit that hardened on the outside, and then we just pump it out of the tank. Hell, he got 32 hours doing it, though. It took him 3 fucking days. It was clean as fuck when he was done. I actually saved $500 on that Sullivan, too, but hey. I was being a dick. He said he had the balls to tell me like 6 months ago, Mike, what do I got to do to get a position in the diesel mechanic shop? I said, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Fuck you. You ain't working on none of my equipment, motherfucker. Gotta be crazy. He said, but I know how to work on that stuff. I said, good, go to school and get your license. When you get certified, I'll give you a job as a diesel mechanic, motherfucker. Till then, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, honestly, there ain't no money in a guy that takes 2 weeks to do one job. I fixed 30 cars in 2 weeks if that's how I'm making a living. If not more. I used to do 20 cars a week just to pay my bills when I was building my company. And that's after a 12-hour day, a 14-hour day, or a 16-hour day. Go home and fix cars till I fell asleep on the barn floor. Back then, my ex-wife would wake me up and send me to work. Nowadays, my son comes home and wakes me up. Dad, you're sleeping on the floor. Go to bed.
Anybody try talking to Alien Zoo? Because I noticed he was in the lobby. Now I see he's not muted, so maybe somebody did try talking to him. I noticed he was in the lobby. Now I see he's not muted, so maybe somebody did try talking to him. I noticed. Well, Alien Zoo, if you decide to unmute, you can. If you would like to have a conversation here, welcome to the server.
Was that a wild dandelion I heard?
Yes, that was me. The wild old dude. What's going on?
Hi, pal. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
You know it's morning here. Good job keeping track of that. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, it's I'm in your time frame. You know me. I can't get away from this place, and yeah, I follow the fun in here all the time. Yeah, it's quite good. I've had a good morning. I've been talking to Battle Mod, and then had a friend drop in from across the country. He's got a car stored here, so he wanted to play about with that, and he brought a stranger. So I was able to tell the stranger all about flat Earth.
Oh, cool. What did he think?
He's all for it. He's behind it. He's seen the things that we've seen. He agrees with me. I explained the math, the curvature rate, and he says, I've seen further than that. I've seen oil rigs and stuff. And I was, yeah, I know. He's an electrician. And he's done heavy electrics, industrial electrics, and stuff like oil rigs and heavy engineering and stuff like that. So, yeah, he's seen the things we've seen, and he agrees. Earth doesn't seem, and his world travel. You know, he's been India and Asia, and where's the other big one? The oil went to the Saudi countries. He was down there when all that kicked off. He's older than me, and he's seen it all too. And he didn't see a globe when he flew over it on a plane. You know, 30, 40 years ago, regularly. He didn't see that, or travelled it on ships. He didn't see that. He always saw too far. And when I explained the math, he says, "Yeah, you're right. You're right."
Nice. That must be nice. I to have somebody like just personally explain it to you, because I had the same experience but I was just investigating it on my own and reading books. But I remember thinking you can look back at what you've seen, and I'd seen a lot of sites on the Great Lakes, including Chicago, across Lake Michigan. So then when I start reading about the curvature we should see and how it should hide these things, and in fact we can see them. Like I had a lot of reference points to look back on, which I know a lot of people probably don't have. Like in your country, probably people, of course you're talking about someone who had experience in other countries, but just I think in your country people are more likely to have had sightings on the ocean, whereas here, like a lot of people are landlocked. In our country,
Yeah.
might not have seen that. The Great Lakes are like unusual because of their size, But yeah, I mean, you don't have to have had those firsthand observations, but I think it's helpful. I remember one of the first videos I saw was, now I have not been able to go back and find it, but it was some guy with his P900 or P1000, like viewing this lighthouse across the ocean, and and showing all the measurements of where, how far away it was and what the drop should have been, and he was just kind of like his live on camera reaction, like it really spoke to me, and I hadn't totally investigated it or made up my mind or anything, but even just him, he was so excited. He's like, "Oh my gosh, there it is! I see it!" He was, just full of this excitement, and I'm like, "Wow, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I have seen those things too." So I don't know. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it's nice when people are able to, when we're able to look back across our memories, and yeah, it is the Earth that we're not. As I said to this boy that was sitting here today earlier on, we're not tinfoil hat wearing crazy kooks that think this is a disc in space. We're skilled, trained people who are logical, thinking adults that have went out and actually compared their reality to what we've been told it is, and it's just night and day. It's not a globe, and there's nothing crazy or they're all scary people and they're all in a cult. There's none of that. It's just simple. It's so nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in to the contrary, it kind of like frees you from having to mess with all of that other nonsense, what people call the tinfoil hat or the truth seekers, they're going to give you the inside info. Because I think some people who are truth seekers, they do, like, just out of desperation, cling to some of that stuff because you inherently, know there's something obviously wrong with the system the way it is and the things that we're being told in the media and the education system and so on. But until you are able to really get your mind around, the root of the problem is seriously the globe model. Once you're allowed to accept your reality on its own terms, like you don't have to go around to some internet forum with some guy with secret knowledge is going to tell you, "Oh yes, it's all going to happen on November 22nd, this year. It's really going to be disclosed this time. I know I told you that 25 times before, but this time they're going to start arresting people for sure," or whatever their latest deadline is. You know what I mean? You don't have to mess around with any of that because you see that for what it is, to keep people distracted, to keep people like thinking, "Oh yeah, just around the corner, my white knight's going to come riding in and save me and disclose the truth," and so on. So like flat earth actually gets you away from all that stuff, which I'm not saying there are some people in that truth movement that are sincere and that are really trying to find out the truth, no question. But they're trying to find out the truth a lot of times in an area where you're never going to get the real truth, like 9/11. You're never going to get the actual story. It's completely impossible. Yeah. You can discount and debunk the government conspiracy theory. That's easy to do. That doesn't hold any water. It's just like debunking the moon landing. You can easily debunk, their story because their stories never hold up. Their story about JFK doesn't hold up. None of their stories hold up. But you can't, once you've done that, you don't need to sit around and try to figure out exactly what happened. People do, and if they have a lot of extra time and want to do that, I have no problem with it. If you want to try to figure out on 9/11, were there planes, were there no planes, what kind of explosives did they use, et cetera, et cetera. I don't care if people do that, but it's not real productive, in terms of explaining to the world, because I think people think, "Oh, if we just find the perfect piece of evidence, we'll expose this and then everyone will see." But we know here, don't we all do? No, you can show them exactly in terms of the globe model how it has, in a very logical fashion, like you did with this person you encountered, how it is, a complete failure logically and mathematically. It's not even theoretical because the theory requires some kind of hypothesis and testing to back it up. It's not a theoretical globe model. It's a fantasy globe model. Completely made up, completely fictional. You can explain that to someone in a very logical fashion, and they will very happily continue on their fantasy globe model. "Thank you very much, sir. See you never." And just leave here. 9 out of 10 people, probably more than 9 out of 10, right? 99 out of 100 will hear the stuff, just say, "Okay." Yeah, see you later. I want to go back to my globe model. That's much easier than trying to stand up to the world. But you found somebody in the real world who you can talk to about. That's great. Is he still there?
No, they're both. My friend that brought him here is let me think, how could I explain this? A shady fly-by-night mechanic who is always on the go fixing things and wheeling dealing cars and engines and motorbikes, and you know the kind of person I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's always so anytime he's here, he's always doing stuff, and then he's off again. So they're away back across home. I think they're away to weld up a set of gates for somebody, and that'll pay for a new tire for the Jeep that he's just got. He's one of these crazy people. But I know that the boy that I was speaking to will now go home and sit and have a look at things. I've given him links, so maybe he'll have a wee look at some info, and he'll just sit and think about things now, because we went into the other side of it. What could we do about changing the way that life is at the moment side of it? How could it be better where we felt it failed, or where it could have been helped to stay on track? And he's another one that's with me in the sense that there's a lot of people out there now that have knowledge and information that is relevant to the young ones coming out of school, that could help them better than possible further education could, or could help them more tailored in their own career. He thinks we could rebuild society without government. He's seen 70 or so years now, and he hasn't seen any improvement, change, or better from any concurrent government or previous one. He says that it's just different governments with different suits on. That's all it is. Doesn't get any better. And he says, why can't we do it ourselves? So he's away to talk to his friends and family about a bunch of people across the face of Earth that are willing to sit down and consider this as an option in life.
Great. That's good news. I think that is really the answer, is it just kind of like a decentralized thing, as long as you don't like say, oh yes, let's have a leader lead us off into this wonderful new society. I mean, people can have leaders as long as they realize, like, you don't need anything fancy. This guy is just like going to start from where he is with his own family. Like, yeah, let's just do what we can on our own with what we got. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, because what do you need any of that stuff for? You really don't. You really don't need any of it, especially if you're a young person starting off. Like, that's when you really can just like decide not to participate, because it's once the people get into like, they have their car loan, their house loan, their credit card debt, like, then it is kind of probably harder to just kind of like walk away from all that. I guess, people do, I don't know, declare bankruptcy or whatever. But I think, when you're young, it's like, yeah, just don't even get started with that stuff, especially now, at least over here, it's like you could easily get work, and I'm sure you can get work in something that is not, more kind of detached from the system, because people need workers. I mean, anybody who's willing to work hard, like, you can definitely just work to, fulfill your needs, and as long as you don't have any, especially if you just have simple needs, and don't have any fancy needs. So it's once they get kind of trapped in that student loan thing. Oh yeah, because student loans are not, you can't bankrupt, they aren't, they don't, even people who declare bankruptcy, the student loans aren't part of that. Like, they still have the student loans.
Yes.
Yeah, which I don't even know what happens to those people, because I know, like, here they put the student loans on hold, but they're going to start supposedly making people pay again. So I don't know how all that works, but I do know that it is possible to just kind of detach yourself from it if that's what you choose to do. Especially when you're young. It's probably harder when you're older, if you've already been in it for a while. That's cool.
Yeah.
Did you tell them about the Discord?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I had to explain the whole principle of gaming and the gaming culture to him, because he'd only sort of seen that from his grandchildren on their iPhones and stuff. And I explained to him.
Oh, he's not a young person. I don't know why. I thought, for some reason, I thought you said he was a young person, but he's not a young person.
Oh no, sorry, my friend is. But the guy I was talking to is, well, he must be almost 80 by now, I think.
Okay, so the one who is
Yeah.
like doing is your friend is the young person, and the person you got through
Yeah.
to is the old person. Wow, that's even more exciting though, actually, that you got through to a person who's almost 80, because I have not had much luck with people of that generation at all. I don't know. That's really interesting. Yeah, because usually they just kind of are already in kind of their little, groove or whatever you want to call it. They just kind of want to keep going. They don't really want to like rethink stuff too much. That's a very special person, don't you think? Or was he already kind of, you said he was already kind of questioning stuff.
He was very much questioning stuff. He's a working man and has been a working man all his days. And I think because of that, he's seen a lot of the strikes and the troubles and the strifes that we went through as a nation here and abroad. His career was electric, so he got to, he was able to find work elsewhere. And as a good electrician, a highly skilled one, he ended up working on the oil rigs and down in Saudi and places like that. So he was able to follow the money, but he saw the state of things across Earth, and how America was slowly but surely the industries were taken away from you guys, and that left whole states without a purpose or without a mill or somewhere to go and work, and how it was the same in Britain as well and Europe, and where we went wrong. That was his sort of approach to it, that I had an answer to him that kind of linked something. He said, because I went down the NASA route with the money. Being Scottish, we understand the value of money. So I explained how much NASA get yearly, their budget since the moon landing, and what they're basically getting daily, minute by minute. And he did the second by second calculation in his head and said, I see there's a bit of a reason for them to lie right enough. So between that and the money that goes into war, governments, and it's gotten us nowhere, he's aware that there's a massive incentive and it's greed. So that's the angle that he came from. So he was open-eyed in a lot of ways, yeah. But I think Flat Earth might help tie it all together for him now, hopefully.
That is cool. It's probably early in the morning. I have comprehension problems because now I remember you told me that he was the one that had this experience and went on the plane trips and was down in the Gulf or Saudi Arabia or whatever and all that. So yeah, that's cool. So maybe he'll join if he can figure out how to make it work. It took me a while, several times, to be invited to Discord before I finally decided to figure out what it was.
Well, his plan is to go and ask his grandson, what is Discord? And I said, there you go. That's the intelligence of, like age and the wisdom that comes with years. You realise that there's someone out there that can help you to do exactly what you want to do with something you don't understand. And for him, it was his grandson.
Yeah,
so
that
he's
is
going to
cool.
go home and phone his daughter or whatever and say, get the bairn round or get the child round here. I need to see my grandson, and tell him to bring his computer or it's the iPad, like. But yeah, so it's hopefully we will see him on. But that's my whole sort of theory. Why can't we just do this in life and stop all this fourth wall and not knowing who your neighbours are? Why can't we just be a community that sends out a ping saying, I'm so and so, I can do this. Who needs help with what? And
yeah, absolutely.
Why can't we just do that? And then we don't need their money and we don't need all their governments because we're doing it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know how it is in other places, like in the city. I don't know if they still have like bulletin boards with just paper tagged to them, but around here we still have a lot of that. Like, the Amish store that I go to, to get my supplies. Of course, I'm not allowed to join the Amish, I'm sure, but we can be kind of hangers on. They have like this great bulletin board where you can buy goats or eggs or chickens or whatever. And and they have this kind of paper thing magazine they put out where they're also like have a bunch of like things where you could just go and sell and buy and sell stuff. And they let us participate, to the extent of that, like buying stuff from them and probably putting stuff on there if we wanted to sell something. And it's so funny because at the post office they have one of those, and often they have like lost dogs and cats there, pictures and people and then the number and stuff. So my children are used to like, they go and they look at them and they think when we go to the post office, okay, we're gonna look out for this cat and this dog. So my one son, my youngest one, before he learned to read, like the next time we went there was a picture of a car there that the person was selling, and they had the information. He's like, Mom, somebody lost their car.
Oh, that's so
Which I thought was
sweet.
really funny. Yeah, it's very cute. I gotta write that in the baby book so I don't forget that, because that was so cute.
Yeah, definitely. Embarrass him when he brings a girl home someday. Yeah.
No, I'm reading this book. The book I just started reading is called The Vanished Days. It's about it's a chick flick book, a chick book. So you probably wouldn't like it, but it's set in Scotland, and the stuff they're talking about at the beginning, I have to read it really slow because I don't understand your history at all. Like, it's talking about the Presbyterians, and I guess the Presbyterians were like evil dictators there at one time, because the Presbyterians here, I mean, I know they're Scottish because I have some Scottish heritage, so like some people in our family are Presbyterian, especially on the other side of the state. So I knew, like, they have a church over there called the Kirk in the Hills, and it's like one of the fanciest churches around, like.
Yes.
And yeah, anyway, but like I didn't know they were like oppressors. That's what the part I'm reading about is, they were like outlawing Episcopalians and like, I don't know, killing them and stuff. Yeah, I knew nothing about that. They don't tell us that about the Presbyterians here. Probably keep that part a secret.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, Dandy. That's see, people say, "Oh, you flat earthers think you know everything." No, we don't. Some of us research, some of us learn, some of us are born into history and culture that we're taught and shown from a very young age, that we understand fully and completely, that you have absolutely no idea about. And the depths of religion and power and control and titlement and landed and deed over family names. Yeah, that's my history, that's my culture, and I understand all that because I've read it all. When literally you were hunted in this country because you followed a faith that wasn't someone else's faith. Yeah, I know about all that. Yeah. Doesn't make me know everything, though.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is actually. It is. And once you see all things like that, you realise the bigger game that's been played. And for me, people say that, oh, you're a coincidence theorist, and you think it's all one big scam. But when you see things, how they link together, it fits pieces in the jigsaw puzzle. And I'm not pushing square pieces into round holes here, because I know there's people out there listening to me saying this. By no means am I pushing round pieces into square holes, or vice versa. I'm finding pieces in history that were actually written down that some of you people don't know about. And this is why we know that the power over different countries or different states or different governments, there's something that's linked behind it that we are not aware of in the public. There's a level of control goes on for thousands of years probably, that's written down in a lot of history, that's always been there, that just humanity isn't aware of. We're being controlled. It's just how
Yeah, and that's the thing that they're afraid of. That's when they start making the accusations of a conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hats. Like, oh yeah, you just keep telling yourself that you going down to vote, for whoever, like over here, like Trump or Biden, that actually makes a difference. Yeah, you just keep telling yourself that. That's why, I mean, it really is a control thing, isn't it? It's like, oh, if you're telling me this is out of my control completely, like I can't, the things they tell me on TV, like, oh, it's so important to vote. Make sure you do that to change the world. I mean, you're basically telling these children that have been patted on the head and told, yeah, like, yeah, you are really important if you go and Oh, that makes a huge difference. You're basically telling him, no, this is all way out of your control. I mean, there might be ways to affect it, but it's not the way the television's telling you. That's definitely not the way to change anything. Obviously the people in control that are telling you to go do this and patting you on the head and telling you you're a great human being if you do it and a bad person if you don't. That is definitely not the way to, you have control over, whatever you want to have control over. They imagine that they actually do. Because they could sit up there and have their little I voted sticker. And then if you didn't vote, you're a bad person and you don't really care. It's like, yeah, just keep telling yourself that and see how far you get.
Yeah. Fill in your yearly census. Give your census taker a cup of coffee. Don't eat their kidneys with fava beans and a nice Chianti. Fill in the census. Help the government.
I feel bad.
Help the government
That's
run
so
you.
funny you say that. This lady who came, and it was 2020 when they did the last census. Like, I was thinking about this. I was kind of feeling bad because I scared that lady so much. Like, I could just tell she had literal fear in her eyes, and I knew I recognized her from somewhere. And then I just saw her the other day. She's like a cashier at a shop, that I used to go to, and then I hadn't been to for a long time. I went back there. Oh, there's the census lady, and she still didn't say anything to me. She's like, oh, okay, we're just gonna pretend none of that ever happened because I was like laid her out, And yeah, I was just like, yeah, you just marked me down as a not gonna answer and, get out of here or whatever. Because she was trying to tell me I should do it because that, would bring more funds to the community, right? Because that's the bribes. Yeah. I said, yeah, some people can be bribed. I'm not one of them, Yeah, whatever. And she was like, oh my gosh, I seriously feel I mean, just because the way I can get in talky sometimes. I just was like talking to this census lady. This poor lady's like shrinking away, like, okay, I won't come back. It's fine. Just stop talking. I did feel kind of guilty later. I'm like, oh, God, lady. She's probably just, doing this job on the side, and but I felt like, no, you're going to work for the government during this time. You're going to answer for them, you're going to tell me I should help, keep the bribes flowing in the neighborhood by telling you stuff about my life. No, I'm not going to do that. Anyway.
Yeah, please fill in this little box so we can know what pills to give you to make you shut up and do what we want.
Oh, Josh Stryker. Oh, he was just in here. I was trying to get in because he didn't have a role. Maybe he went out. I wonder if he went out to the check-in. No. But he says, who was just here in the live stream, if he comes back, he says, I side with Eric Dubay. I asked him what his thoughts were about the Fantasy Globe model. He said he sides with Eric Dubay. I think this Alien Zoo maybe is not supporting the Globe model either. They're both in the lobby, but this Alien Zoo hasn't spoken yet.
Did you see what that Alien Zoo guy said in the lobby?
What did he say? Tell me.
I'm driving. I can't really read it. It was about 7:25, between 7:25 and 7:26.
Okay, I can go look. I'll go look. No sun circle of Earth, no pizza model Earth is level. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, I think that's part of the message.
Oh, I see what he's saying. He's like responding to that model concept, I should say, demonstration, whatever you want to call it, that Lulu put in there. Like he's saying he thinks instead of being one light source that there might be more than one. That's interesting. I've never really heard anybody pose that before. Brad says, are you on drugs? He doesn't like that idea. See, I was much more diplomatic.
No, just when I read it, I was just like, what?
I know, that's how I was. I don't know. I've never heard anybody even propose that before. I don't know. Yeah. You would have to explain it to us in more detail. I don't know. giving me a slight smile in the lobby now. We agree, no pizza model. Definitely, everybody here's on board with that.
Yeah, see, Indio agrees, man. Look at the live stream voice tags. Even Indio agreed. That's what's up. Do what you need to do, Indio.
Oh, he's going to ban him. Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, sorry, Indio. I'm too nice to him today. But I got up early. You know, by the end of the day, I'll be nice in the banning mood again, just like you. Ed or Old Dude or anybody, did you guys hear what happened? When I left, Truth Prevails was talking to some new person. I don't know what happened to that guy. Now I can't even remember his name. I don't know if any of you heard the end of that.
Talking about the Wesley guy last night?
Yes, that was the one. Yep, W. Definitely knew it started with W.
I only caught the tail end of that conversation. I didn't hear the whole thing.
I'll have to ask her how it went. Alien Zoo, speak now, forever hold your peace, because sounds like India's on the case. You got anything to say for yourself?
Dandy, was that the boy that was in last night that had he'd been to the dentist, and he was?
Oh yeah, that was right. Yes, when I first started listening, that's what he said. He was on wisdom tooth medication. Yep, he did say that. Yeah, what happened with that guy? Yeah, that was his excuse when he came in. I thought he was going to rickroll us with that. I thought he was going to say I'm a Novocaine and then go off on one, and use that as a reason. But he kind of talked himself sober, and then, well, talking. Yeah, he was talking sensibly for a while in the middle of it all, but he was, how do I say this? He wouldn't stick to a point. He wouldn't give his opinion. He was asking us what we thought the reality of it was quite a lot. But he seemed okay. Who knows? Doesn't matter really anyway. He's only a ban away if he kicks off. So at least he's here talking. So, but yeah, he stayed for ages. Oh yeah, thank you for the update. Yeah, maybe I'll get to talk to him.
Who did? I missed it. Who did?
What was his name, old dude? It starts with a W. Brad knows.
Uh,
Starts with a W. I don't know.
It was like Wesley or Waisley. Wesley.
Might be Wesley. That sounds right.
Wesley.
Yeah, that Wesley, yeah.
Yeah, I found him. I see him. That's the one. Yeah, that's definitely him. Yeah, he's still here.
How's your day, Roger?
It's fine. Done a lot of walking today, so I feel my legs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not too bad here as well. It's actually not raining.
Yeah, we've been having rain every day. I still have to get the tent out from camping and dry it out. There's not even been one dry day to do it. Maybe today it says it's not going to rain, but it said that yesterday and then it rained anyway. So I don't know. I guess I could put it inside. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing.
Hey, Mary Mum, how are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How are you? How are things over there?
About the same as usual. Yeah, it's getting stranger. I don't know. Yeah, same as it's the same as usual in the sense that things just keep getting stranger, which is usual.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff which is going on in the cities is not quite hitting the outer cities yet, the smaller cities yet, smaller towns. But, who knows?
Yeah, I think you're right. That's how it is here. Yeah, when I go to the city, then I then I can see, oh, this is what they're doing now. They're going back this way. Okay. Yeah, out here, like nobody pays any attention to anything, and we just continue and carry on our lives.
I mean, the sort of things we see on the news is it's not like things which happen every day, and to individuals, but I guess they're going to increase, and it's just going to start encroaching.
I mean, I was thinking about this just yesterday, actually, because I was having a conversation with CI about it, about just kind of the past, and because I think younger people tend to kind of romanticize the past, which I used to do too, when I was younger. I kind of got over that because, now it's like, even though what's going on in the world right now is very disturbing, it's like, well, they're putting all their cards on the table. I mean, 2 years ago, I still thought, oh, this is just going to carry on this way, probably for the rest of my life. If anything changes, my children will hopefully be around for it, and I'll help train them. But now it's like, nope, they've shown their cards. It's like now it's all very clear for everyone to see. So I think it's all, even though it's a bad time, it's like I certainly wouldn't want to go back, because then we just have to go through this time again. You know what I mean? Back to a time when it was more hidden, right? So then, that's why people think oh, in a simpler time, we didn't, this wasn't going on. It's like, yeah, but it was all there. The makings of it were there, and now it's just manifesting itself in a way that almost makes it easier to say, yeah, we could just walk away from this nonsense and, not participate, because there's no reason to compromise with these kind of characters anymore. There's no facade left to kind of go along with anymore. There's nothing. I mean, it's been clear that we don't have a culture anymore, that we don't, we have no leaders, real leaders. The education system, the media, every institution is just acting as a monolith. There's no more, there's no more sham about it. There's no reason to just kind of go along, until a time when it's exposed. It's just been exposed. And some people choose not to see it. Same thing with the Fantasy Globe model, right? People choose to remain on the Fantasy Globe model, despite the fact that it has no scientific evidence to back it up. And that's fine if people wish to do that. We're not going to stop you. You'll be encouraged everywhere you go, except for here and maybe a few other places. But we're not going to humor you anymore and be like, oh, yeah, it's a globe for sure. Yep. We don't want to be crazy and say anything different. It's like, yeah, we're just just going to say it how it is. And if you guys don't like it, you don't have to listen. Nobody's holding you down here and wrapping up your earlobes and making you listen. Big Dumps has put a link in.
Yeah, there isn't any pretense, is there now? I mean, like, when you get the major wars, First and Second World War starting, it was like sort of everybody thought it was going from peaceful to just crazy. But, I mean, anybody who, when you look back, the whole thing was crazy.
Yes, that's what. Yeah,
It
because
didn't go from peaceful to crazy.
Yeah.
It was already crazy.
Right. Yes. And I kind of like, especially when you look at, and I'm just looking at like historical depictions. Like, it might not be totally accurate, but it makes sense to me that, like, when World War I struck, that was definitely a time when, I mean, the things that I've seen about it, it was like that just like ripped everyone's sense of security away. People who thought they could just go along and live their lives. It's like, no, your sons are going to be stolen from you and killed and not return. And then there's going to be like an incredible lack of young men, in the country, particularly over there, but over here too, to some extent. But I think you guys felt it more proportionally, and then like I don't think it ever went back again, because then the same thing happened in World War II, and then again over here for the Vietnam War. I think it seems like we were affected more maybe by that, at least culturally, because in the other wars, like, we imagined, that we were the winners, right? Because not much really happened over here, so we could just run around and say, "Oh, look at this, we won! Yeah, we conquered everything. Freedom is great." So we were kind of in this delusion. I mean, that's the way I look at it from like my parents' generation. They kind of came out of that where they're just like, "Woohoo! We're the best. America's so great. We're living in Camelot," right? And so then the Vietnam War kind of shot all that to hell, based on the lie of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, confirmed false flag, that kind of like was the thing for us that kind of made people say, "Oh gosh, I guess it's not so great after all." And I don't think, nobody anywhere has recovered from that in terms of Western civilization. I mean, their aims were definitely carried out with all of those manufactured wars.
Yeah, I mean, just as an example, if it wasn't already crazy, how the hell did they organise it so quickly to convince millions of people to just go and shoot each other? I mean, it must have been insanity in the first place. Otherwise, if you told people, "Look, there's some baddies over there, and you've got to go and kill them," they would just said, "Don't be stupid."
Yeah, and it's so funny, these people who think there's no conspiracy behind the scenes, or they're not working together. It's just so ridiculous. I mean, it goes back to Napoleon, and and that's part of history, that the Rothschilds had secret information about the Battle of Waterloo and what happened there, and then they raked in the dough. They made tons of money off of that because they knew ahead of time what the outcome was before, in the times before, where they actually had to like wait for someone to come back and, to give the information. They had it. I don't remember how long it is, but probably just a few days or whatever, that they made tons of money off that war. I mean, come on. And you guys are still like, and then they've just been like capitalizing on it since then. And you guys still got people in here thinking, "Oh no, that's your silliness. What are you talking about? There's nobody profiting from war. It's all for a good cause." I mean, come on, guys, grow up.
Yep, and the way you convince these people to do these things is, I think the saying is if you can convince people of absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. I think it's something like that. Voltaire, I think. I mean, that's, if these people were, connected to reality, And you told them just go and shoot some strangers for reasons. And someone who's connected to reality isn't going to do that, are they?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, look, this is just the first article I found. Happens to come from a site called globalcapital.com, but in case anybody's not aware of that, yeah, 200 years might have passed since Napoleon was defeated at Waterloo, but some things in war and finance do not change, such as the absolute importance of being ahead of the game. Nathan Rothschild cleaned up on the gilt market thanks to his rapid, reliable, and finely honed communication system that brought him news of Wellington's victory ahead of anyone else in Westminster and the city. Anywho, yeah, I didn't even read this whole article, but that first paragraph just basically is just summing up I was talking about. And of course now with communications even, easier for everyone, it's like even easier to not only do it, but now hide their tracks, right? Back then they couldn't necessarily hide their tracks. Now they can easily hide their tracks.
I think, I don't think these things are hidden. I think, all of this stuff, anybody who wants to find out why these banks are, just continue to just rip the people off, and everybody can see it.
Yes, if you want to see. Yeah, it's only the people who are like, yes, don't tell me anything. Yeah. I want to stay in my little bubble. I don't want to know. Yeah. I don't want to know. They told me I can call you a conspiracy theorist and a crazy person if you try to tell me about history, or like reality or science, real science. They told me I can make fun of you, so that's what I'm going to do. So I can just keep, watching my TV shows and my video games and eating my Doritos and, just continuing on.
I mean, just above their big thing, Big Bang. I mean, what an absurdity that is. So,
yeah, I don't know what that. Yeah, I should click on that. Surprise! The Big Bang isn't the beginning of the universe anymore. This is one of their new fairy tales. If you get bored with the old ones, they got some new ones coming down the pike. Don't worry. If you want to believe in the science fiction that is, the so-called space agencies today, we will keep the science fiction coming for you. If you're bored with the Big Bang, we got something new. Oh yeah, look at this. It's an October 13th,
whatever they got,
article.
You can be sure it's coming from the Vatican. Not religious, but it just comes from the Catholic Church.
Yeah, if you want to know the answer to the biggest question of all, here's from the article, the question of our cosmic origins. You have to pose the question to the universe itself and listen to what it tells you to find out the answer. Look at this. And they pretend they're science. You know what I mean? It's just hilarious. It's just, it's just so obviously a religion, this stuff.
Here I went into... there's a church in Norwich, and they've got a big globe in there.
So the universe speaks now, and we can listen to
it. Telling us, Roger. But if you can't hear, Neil deGrasse Tyson will interpret for you if you can't hear it properly. He's your priest. Yes, he will tell you if you can't hear directly from their God. Neil deGrasse will tell you what it's saying. One of their other, little pseudoscientific priests.
It's quite funny in Norwich at the moment. There's a couple of churches. There's a lot of churches in Norwich, but one of them's got a fake dinosaur in, so everybody can see that we lived billions of years and dinosaurs and etc. And the other one's got a huge, great 7-meter diameter globe in it of the Earth. So, there's nothing to do with religion though. These ideas, they're just they're just in churches.
Yeah, I find that sad that that so many of the Christians are duped about it, because it's basically getting co-opted, whatever they're, some of them I'm sure have good intentions, but they're just getting co-opted by this fairy tale and they're afraid to step outside of it. Although some, I think that's why you had that one guy targeting the creationists, because the creationists over here in the United States of America, they're kind of a really big movement. The people who, are proponents that the Earth is younger than they say, that question the story of the dinosaurs, they question evolution, they question all those things. But for the most part, they don't question the globe, but they've targeted those people, to keep them from doing that. I can't remember the name of that guy. Is it Kent Hovind or something like that? That targets them. I'm pretty sure he's the one to kind of keep them in the fold. Yeah, it's okay for you to question dinosaurs, but yeah, don't question the globe model. Yeah, that's him. Ken Hovind, American Christian fundamentalist, evangelist, and tax protester, etc. Yeah, he is one of those people who tries to make sure that it's a limited hangout in the case of the creationists. We don't want them to go too far with questioning stuff. He's raking in the dough, doing that too, of course.
His Genesis history is also in that. They've got gentleman Danny Faulkner, who is trying to say the opposite of what.
Maybe Danny Faulkner's the one I was thinking of. Maybe it wasn't Kent Hovind. It might be Danny Faulkner. Because is he the one who he is? Because he was just on one of our. I think it was one of our streams. He was commenting on the YouTube that I saw the other day. Danny Faulkner was.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the real one, but the real one was here. Miggy talked to him. He couldn't get past the first point. Danny Faulkner.
Yes, Danny Faulkner's the one I'm thinking of, who actually does target. Yeah, who tries to prop the globe model up to Christians. You're right. Yeah. I think that's the one I was thinking of.
They both do.
They both. Okay.
Kent Hovind, he is against it. Ever since he came out of prison, he was talking about how the flat Earth couldn't be a thing, and he's been doing a handful of videos about it. And then Danny Faulkner is also on the globe side. He's part of a society, and I don't think the Faulkner that's in the YouTube chat is the actual Danny Faulkner. I asked a few questions, and the guy doesn't know the answers, or he's avoiding the answers of the question, and he's too afraid to get on here and verify his voice. So I don't think it's the real one.
Okay,
I think you're making a few assumptions there. He was kicked off. Danny Faulkner was kicked, so he's probably aware that he's not welcome back or can't get back on, right? And if he's avoiding, that's exactly what the first time he did when he came on. And to address the Kent Hovind thing, he was actually one of the first people that I'm aware of that was asking the really hard questions, like put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow for me. That's a Kent Hovind quote. And why is Venus spinning backwards, breaking the laws of conservation of angular momentum? Another Kent Hovind quote. And one more that I can't remember because I just woke up. Thanks.
Did he make a turn then?
No, this is in the 90s when he was kicking ass and taking names, debating all the college professors, going all around the United States debating people and just mopping the floor with 3 against 1, and he was asking hard questions, some of them to do with Big Bang cosmology. And another Kent Hovind quote is, if the Big Bang doesn't pass the first step of the scientific method, which is make a natural observation, how can we call it science? Unquote.
Well, I also know that after he got out, he had said that the flat Earth was a psyop, and then he went on this. He made this fake story about the Big Bangers were not having a good run for their money, and they had to make up something new, and they made up the flat Earth.
That's how he got on my radar, Jimmy, because that is the argument that I find the most disingenuous. If somebody comes up with that, I mean, it's possible that I've just heard that from somebody else that they respect and they're just passing it on. But that is like the most insidious argument and only works on someone who's never actually investigated the facts themselves. And so its whole purpose is to discourage people and make them afraid of even looking into a topic. That is why, yeah. Now you're making me remember why that guy got on my radar, and it was exactly the thing you were just talking about.
Yeah, I agree that after prison, all the stuff you say is true. It's just before he went to like 20 something prisons, he was asking different questions. And I kind of think of it like, he didn't go to jail for tax evasion. That's just what they found on him. Because modern day police work, how it works is you find the man and then you can find the crime because of the way we have our surveillance system set up in the United States. Old timey police work like the Scotland Yard was you find the crime and you find the man, but that's not how we do things anymore. And I think Kent Hovind shows that.
So I want to just add a little bit. Yeah, he was banned, Danny Faulkner, but he was then unbanned because people wanted him back. So
now he's unbanned?
He was the same day. People were also DMing him, but I don't think he's coming back.
So it is.
QE wants notified if Danny Faulkner comes around at all.
I'm just trying to find him in the search of from Danny, but I'm not finding it. I don't know.
No, he had a different account name. So I think it's on Miggy's channel. Miggy clipped it, and there you can see his account name. I can search it up if you give me a few minutes.
Oh, I actually see it because I actually found it already because when I was just searching his name, I found that Drace posted, Miggy's channel. Miggy versus Danny Faulkner, is that the one we're talking about?
Yep.
Okay, I'll put it up there. Gosh, I guess I missed that entirely. January 20th, 2021. I don't know what I was doing. I didn't even have any idea that even happened. So thank you for mentioning it. I'll have to go listen to that sometime. I mean, I guess we could play it on here at some point if it's quiet.
I think that it's going to be just as interesting as the RC Meisty because he couldn't get past the first point either.
Yeah, his name was Danny 57. So.
Yeah, but for anyone who hasn't seen the Kent Hovind debates, he did quite a few of them. I mean, it's a really big number. I don't know how many. But he was doing it for a while, and when you watch the debates, it's like blatantly clear that the whole evolution thing isn't, worth a grain of salt. And for everyone who watches those debates, with an open mind, it's like kind of life changing a little bit because I even went down the evolution trail a little bit before I got into flat Earth, and then the reason I did was because I had these guys that I was working with, right? These are college students I'm working with, right? And they were asking me really hard questions, and I had to like learn about evolution a little bit, and as I learned about it, I started to believe in it, and then I started watching debates in it. And then when I started watching the debates, then I learned how to debate against it. But yeah, it was because the agnostic gentlemen that I was working with, they were like really, really pushing my religion, questioning things and making me question my religion, you know. And they were former Christians. They were raised Christian. And the questions that they were answering, like, I didn't have answers for, you know. And I had to really dig deep, right? They really like took me out of my video games, and you know, back in like 2011, I was really into like Elder Scrolls and video games and such. But yeah, they made me really like do a lot of research.
Yeah, it's very easy to get bogged down in evolution debates when they start just going on about, you know, genetics and how things are similar in genetic on the DNA level, and you know, how there is variation in different types of animal. I mean, the whole premise is that everything came from nothing, which, well, unless of course you've got somebody who believes in creator who's saying that creator used evolution, but I mean, then it's I don't know, but that's a different discussion.
So yeah, Kent Hovind before and after prison, in my opinion, you know, two different people with two different life experience. Um, the first guy that you see was like, you know, I don't know, like a fearless Viking searching for Valhalla. And the second guy, you know, seems to be a very, you know, timid, meek Christian, even though both guys claim to be Bible thumpers. And I hope I don't offend anybody with saying that, but yeah, it's just my perspective.
Who are you going to offend? I mean, if anything, like I appreciate you giving me a perspective that he didn't used to be, you know, a liar, cheat, leading people astray, lying to children, encouraging other Christians to lie to their children, and so on. So you're telling me, you know, at some point he made a change, so nobody knows like what motivates people to do these different changes or to put out certain narratives, like. You know, and so if there was some, you know, if something happened to him that made him feel like he had to start being a liar, I don't know. Like I don't know what he went through. So, if anything, you're making me feel more charitable toward him to tell me that he ever seemed to be more genuine and upfront. So that's interesting to hear that. I appreciate you giving me that piece of the puzzle.
Oh yeah, if you go back and watch, like go back and watch that one debate where it was like three professors against him, and it was just pathetic. It was so bad. It was like, you know, that phrase, like I threw up in my mouth a little bit just now. Like their side was so bad. It was beyond words to explain. Like they had nothing. And there was three of them.
I mean, the appearance of certain liars, like, Bill Nye the Lying Guy, or, non-Professor Dave, lying guy who, make money off of lying to children. I've been quite harsh on them. But yeah, I don't know their reasons for becoming professional liars and wolves in sheep's clothing, Pied Pipers who lead people over the cliff, sincere, truth-seeking people who, are willing to take an innocent child and corrupt their mind with the satanic globe model. So, whatever motivations those people have, that's between them and their creator. It's not for me to decide why they decided to become professional liars and consciously put out something that they know is not only inaccurate, but the root of the main problem in this world, which is keeping people controlled and thinking there's, nothing out there that they can go to or explore, or, completely killing and squashing the spirit of inquiry and adventure in the youth of today, and basically turning them into, prison inmates within their own home of the beautiful earth, which they have their birthright to be able to explore and enjoy and discover more about. So any people who are doing that to innocent children, fortunately, it's not up to me to decide what happens to them. It's up to them to examine their conscience and decide each day if they're going to continue to rake in dough and money, knowing that they're consciously spreading misinformation, and not only doing that, but slandering and lying about people who are taking the risk of being willing to stand out there in public and say, no, there's really just simply say the simple fact that there's absolutely zero scientific evidence for this fantasy globe model, that's a complete fabrication, that it's a religion that your children are being indoctrinated into by these, high priests of deception. So for whatever reason that these people every day wake up and make the choice to continue to not only participate but profit from that system, fortunately for me and them, it's not up to me to decide or pass judgment upon them, because they're making that choice each day. So they must think it's worth it to put their soul on the line to be a paid or unpaid whore for this system. That's up to you guys to decide. I know, I can't, I don't know, like every day I examine my conscience. I try to become a more truthful person every day, an honest person. Not in any way would I ever claim to be a perfect person, but I do my best to at least atone for anything I may have done wrong in the past that led anyone astray or hurt people directly. And, if anyone wants to call any of that to my attention, I will take a look at it. So, and that's the best any of us can do, just continue on from here and try to be better people. That's what I'm trying to do. So oh my God, thank God I'm not one of those people who's made millions or billions off of a lie and a deception. If I were one of those people, my God, I mean, just the things I've done wrong, I sit up at night and think about, gosh, I wish I hadn't done that thing, or how can I atone for that thing, or make it up to that person. I certainly don't want to hurt any more people. And so, to be a person who actually is part of this, like an integral part, I don't even know what that's like. I've heard that people can be redeemed, that, very bad people can turn around. I've never witnessed it in reality with anyone I know personally. I believe it's possible. I just think it's very difficult, but I do think that even if one of those people did that, those are the people who we were talking about, whether you can change the world, and these people who think they could change the world by voting, please. But yeah, one of those people turning around and saying, I'm just going to take the risk, I'm going to stand up and start living in truth no matter what happens to me, no matter what. I'm willing to bet my life and the soul on the truth. I'm going to be the person who shows the world like it is possible to, find redemption no matter how much evil and badness you've gotten yourself in. I'm willing to stand in the light. Like, even one person doing that would be like incredibly powerful. I've never seen it. I mean, I know in the Bible it talks about, the Saul to Paul conversion, right? Like, that happened I think that's probably pretty historically accurate. I don't know. I've never looked into the history behind it. That happened, but like, have any of you guys actually witnessed a person in your life because people who have done like very bad things to me in my life, like not one of them has sincerely apologized or made up to my family. Like the daughter of one of them apologized to me, which was amazing. Like she had to free herself from her father and then came and apologized like on behalf of her family, which to me was like, that was very cool. I said, even though you weren't even responsible, you were a child when this happened, you feel responsible for your family enough to come and apologize to me. That is amazing. Like you are a wonderful human being, but that's not the person themselves directly changing, right? Like, has anyone here ever witnessed a really bad person like actually redeeming themselves and making amends? I'm curious to know.
No.
Yeah, no.
Thanks, guys. All right. Just making sure. I mean, there could be a black swan out there, right? We might yet find it. I don't know.
No.
Question for Hank. Hank, have you seen Widget's Salt Lake City stream? You heard about it?
What about it? Which one was that? Was that the one where you got a speaker kicked in?
Yeah.
Baseball bat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Timmy came around.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it, but then I started seeing Timmy do his tactics, and I was like, oh, he hasn't changed in like 6 years. He wouldn't really address what Witsit was saying, right? He was just there to play his part, which is, always playing defense for the home team. And Timmy's a perplexing character because he'll like go into a debate with a flat earther and debate the big three, right? And as soon as the conversation turns into the globe, he turns into like a globe defender. But he's not a truther. I think he just doesn't believe in the globe. Or maybe he has other MO for not believing the globe. Or maybe he's, I don't know, possessed or something. I don't know, with the globe ideology. But my point is that I've been in debates with this dude on Flat Earth Discussion, and he is like doing a really good job debating against the whole the big three, the BB. I don't know if I can really talk about it. The 9/11 and stuff like that. Like he's completely anti-war, anti-illegal war, and yeah, it's really interesting. But anytime he's talking about the globe, I just, I can't listen to the guy because of the tactics, man. He didn't use the tactics when we were if I could find that video, when we were debating the Boston bombing, he wasn't using tactics. He was just right along with me, like pow, 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 pow. Like we were like a highly organized machine, flawless execution with monotonous regularity. We were like, tearing them up. We were just lighting them up. And then when he switches to like the globe, he starts using tactics. So it's interesting.
But is that in itself not a tactic trying to lure? Because the main the thing is, right, they say flat earthers are just conspiracy theorists, they believe anything, right? So if you can lure people in with apparently standing on the same side, right, because he can debate against the BB and the 9/11 whatever, right? But then when it comes to the real truth, measurable Earth, right? Then it's but that's just a psyop, right? That's the biggest psyop of all, isn't? You know what I'm saying?
That could be a tactic too. See, here's the thing. I never really had a big channel. He never really directly attacked me, and I treat people how they treat me. So for everybody who hates Timmy, I don't hate Timmy. I'm sorry. He never did a thing to me except for debate me, which is what I wanted. So, I don't have anything against the guy. I don't have any ill will. I don't hold anything against him. I know that he ferociously attacked more popular flat earthers and, that's just what he did. That's, going to go down in history. But yeah, that could be a tactic to get people like me to not hate him, because I don't hate the guy. I try not to hate anybody.
It's not about. It's about doubt and confusion.
Yeah, that I think I've gotten to the point. It's very bad where I'm like, that's suspicious of people who just like say, "Oh, nice work, like you done well with this whatever debate or whatever." Like that's perfectly fine. I can accept appreciation, but like, yeah, I'm like to the point where like even if people aren't nice to me at the time, I'm like, okay, they're being nice to me. I mean, in the flat Earth movement, I'm talking about, not in the real world. Like, gosh, they have some kind of agenda behind that, which I don't like. I never used to be that way, but because of the toxicity of the flat Earth movement, like I find myself like that, and then I try to set it aside. I just take people at face value. Yeah, I absolutely have to watch that Whitson thing. I've actually put it in the link in here several times. I started watching it, but I haven't gotten to all the exciting parts that you guys talk about, so I got to watch that Whitson thing. Oh my gosh, Creation Bear did really crack the soundboard. Oh, how sad. And that's how you actually do it. Gosh, I want to know now, like, because those different things are like the sounds that you play, and that's why you can find them so fast. Wow, I've never seen anything like that. That's just your favorites of what? Like, it's an app?
Yeah, it's an app basically, and if you basically just build, you can add clips to the board, and yeah, I've got a nice stack here. A lot of them that don't get used, but yeah, there's a lot of good ones for sure.
What is it called, this app?
Okay, it's just called Meme. Let me go on the App Store and see. It's got a producer's name.
Not that I'm actually going to do it. I'm just curious because I'm impressed. Maybe one day if I ever get really bored. Because I do have one soundbite that I sometimes play before Precious Metals. So yeah, maybe it would be worth it, even from the one soundbite that I play.
It should be the first one that comes up on the App Store if you search a meme. It says Meme Soundboard 2016. It's got a black and white kind of chessboard logo.
Okay. But then how are you playing it, like through your how do you play it through your mic there?
Yeah,
You're
so
just holding it up there?
I'm on my iPhone right now, and then I also have like a MacBook, but I'll use the iPad to play the audio, and then the phone is the microphone that I'm using right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because it sounds really good.
Yeah, the phones, a lot of people don't realize that these newer phones have really good microphones, so you can always use your phone as well.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I'm sad. So are you going to be able to get the soundboard fixed, or?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get it fixed. I already called around and was like, want to get it taken care of, so it sucks. But
I know, I hate getting my children actually had this old iPad that used to be my daughter's, and then she passed it down to her brothers, and then like they broke the screen once, and like because it annoyed me so much, I got it fixed for them one time, and then they did it again. I'm like, okay, that's it, we're done. You're just like, you can either use it till it disintegrates or whatever. I'm never getting that screen fixed again. I just can't stand how much they charge for it. It's so ridiculous.
I know.
Yeah, what kind of iPad is it? Or is it an iPhone, or what is it?
iPad Mini 4. So yeah, it also has like data, so I can take it out. I can be on the go. I don't need Wi-Fi. It's awesome. I'm always ready to hit some Globers with a nice soundboard clip.
Yeah, I got to say, when you come in clutch like that, when someone quotes Neil deGrasse Tyson, in the Glober's head, right, they're like, did he really say that? And then you come in and play it, it's like, oh man, that nailed it down nice, thanks.
And then they have to throw him under the bus. So
yes,
yeah.
and your Robert Simmons one, of course, Robert Simmons are always my favorite. The Robert Simmons ones are always my favorite because he's so special. Yeah, that's the guy I'd like to get in here. What, Roger?
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
There you go. We'll just have Roger imitate it until you get the soundboard back.
It is.
I'd love to talk to that guy.
Has to be.
Oh, there we go. It is still there, which is harder
Yeah,
for
it
you to
still
pull it
works.
up, right? Yeah,
Yeah, it still
yeah.
works.
It's just going to annoy you, and you might get a splinter in your finger. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to talk to that guy sometime face to face, Robert Simon, before, both of us leave the mortal coil.
Yeah, I wonder why he's never stumbled in here. He probably got like so much trouble for doing that interview. Like, why did you do this interview? You're supposed to be a nobody in the Goddard basement, and you come out of your slimy hole, and you want to get famous.
Exactly. Did you ever see my meme comparing him to the guy they put in the basement with his red stapler in Office Space?
No.
I'm gonna try to find that. I'll find it just for you, hey, because I think you might appreciate it.
I did not receive my paycheck.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's probably what they're doing to him now. He's probably in the basement there.
Excuse me, I did not receive my paycheck.
You guys are getting paid?
Yeah, poor Robert. He never gets any birthday cake when they have the NASA birthday parties. They just conveniently forget to give him his slice. It's all for that Photoshop comment. No more cake for you.
I just love how confident he says it. You know, he's not. Listen to this.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It's like he's so confident about that. I love it.
Yeah, he is a true believer. I mean, they can't be too mean to him. Like, he's
But
a true believer.
he's just telling the truth, right? That is what it is. That was his job. So he can say, well, it's kinda, or I did a little bit, but no, it's completely photoshopped. That's what his job required him to do. So he's just telling the truth. I don't think he owes the globe a lie about that one, right?
But think about how many like globe earthers wish that he didn't do that.
I think they're just as happy to toss him under the bus with everyone else that goes under there typically, like Neil deGrasse, and if it says something that goes against their model, under the bus they go.
What you gonna do, boy, with all these people? Welcome. What you gonna do, boy?
How are you, Roger?
Hello?
Hello?
You're very low for me. Can you turn up your mic a bit?
Oh, am I low for everybody?
Yeah, a little
Sorry?
Yeah, you're low. We can't hear you.
What you gonna do, boy, about your mic?
This better?
Get a little closer.
Yeah, I can't really do much. It's the microphone and the
Or
laptop.
just swallow your mic.
Do you got like family members sleeping or something?
No, man, I told you it's because I have the microphone in my laptop.
Oh,
See,
it was
see,
better.
there you go. Yeah, I used a little gumption that time. See?
Yeah, I can just talk louder if you want.
Sure. So what's up? What you gonna do, boy?
What's up with you, man?
Do? Yeah, I'm fine, man.
Me too.
How did you find us?
I've been a flat earther for a long time.
A long time. Ah.
Yeah.
So tell me, how did you come to the realization that the Earth is flat?
I saw a video like everybody else.
Okay. What video?
I can't remember the first one who made it. But eventually I found like Eric Dubé's videos.
Okay. Okay, so what does it why is let me rephrase this. Why do you think that the Earth is flat? What makes you think this?
So you've seen those videos where they use that Earth curvature calculation, and then they calculate, okay, I'm not supposed to be able to see this fucking building, but I can zoom it in anyway. That's one thing, right? And then there's the whole the stars when they move the fucking trails.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, it's just so fucking obvious if you look at the videos that NASA releases. And fucking water bubbles, and I mean, it's just fucking very bad. I don't know how people can't see through it.
Okay.
What's your profanity? So do you think we live on a shekel?
What's that?
You know, a silver coin?
No, I think it's more like it's more like in a dream world, you know. There's never
like
really,
a realm.
there's never really an end in the dream world. You just keep creating.
Like a realm, right?
Yeah, it's a realm.
Good answer.
Well, so how long have you been looking into the topic?
This was before they started censoring everything on YouTube. Like you could still find the videos on YouTube, but just by searching flat Earth, plenty of good videos would come up back then. So this is probably like before 2020, I think. Yeah, 2018 maybe or something.
Yeah. May I ask where you're from?
Yeah, I'm from Denmark.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was doubting. I was like Germany maybe, but yeah.
Yeah,
Cool, man.
Germans, they sound a little bit more German than me, but yeah.
I know. That's why I'm like, it could be a Dutchy, a German, but yeah, we don't have lots of people from Denmark, so it's difficult to really get that accent. But yeah, welcome again. So was it like, which year were you looking into this? Do you know a year or
2018, 2019. That was like the years that I looked into it the most. Nowadays, I'm just, you know, I'm on this Discord, right, and then I'm on Flat Earth Telegram and following some Twitter accounts. But I'm not actively like looking into this stuff as I used to do.
Okay. Have you done some of your own observations? Because Denmark has a lot of coastline.
Okay, so I haven't personally, but I know for other flat earthers that have. I don't have that equipment like they do.
Well, you can just go to the beach, right, and dock binoculars. But okay, maybe something for in the future, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to go to the beach to see anything. To see what the mainstream narrative is a fucking hoax.
Yeah, but wouldn't you feel it spin? I mean, you wouldn't, right?
Huh?
Would you feel it spin though? You know, because gravity.
If I would feel it spin.
You know, wouldn't you feel it spin if the Earth was spinning? I don't think you would because of gravity, right?
Yeah, that's what they say, yeah.
Right, but I'm asking you, like, if the Earth was spinning, would you feel it spin?
No, you wouldn't.
What about the orbits and around the sun around the galaxy shooting through space and the Great Attractor?
But like the reason they say they wouldn't feel that is because the the attraction pull, the pull the Earth has on them is so tough, you know, that they spin with the Earth and they don't like.
Okay, so you haven't spent much time debating this subject, have you?
So who would I be debating?
The normies in your grocery store, your friends, your family?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay. Well, I just set you up and you didn't bite. Yeah, I don't think they would feel it spin because the orbits around the sun are elliptical and there's all these divergent motions that are going in all these different directions. And as we cross through, two poles pulling down, or, let's say away from the Earth, right? That would like affect gravity. Like centrifugal force alone, the spin of the Earth, would like affect gravity. And a ton wouldn't weigh a ton at the North Pole the same that it weighs at the equator. And that's just one, example that everybody can understand.
Yep.
I mean, I don't spend much time and energy these days trying to prove to the normies what the world is like.
Okay.
Because more often than not, it's just a bad energy exchange. You know what it's like. The sheep, they defend the master, and that's it.
What's different when you talk to people personally, right? It's different. They don't have the. You go ahead.
No, yeah, like you said it's different talking to people on a personal level, but I'm just saying like some of them. I mean, it's just fucking like if you're talking to a person that believes the government has their best interest at heart, you have no chance with that individual. Just let them go.
Okay, so you have done some debating. Okay.
Yeah, I have, and that's why I'm telling you now that I'm not spending more time on doing it.
But there are people that are on the fence. What about them? Would you waste your time with, someone who's open-minded?
Yeah, obviously. No, like any time I feel like the person is genuinely interested in the truth, I will open up to them. But if it's just about getting a good laugh out of me, piss off.
So what are your three best evidences that you would show to an open-minded person who didn't trust the government, knew that NASA and the other space agencies were lying? They were down on 9/11 and the big three, the other things that were, kind of like the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like they were awake on. Go ahead.
My three big things are just look into the moon landing, because that was like the first fucking thing, and then look at the star trails in the sky, and then try to make sense of that with the heliocentric model, flying through fucking space while you're spinning around the sun and spinning around its own axis. The stars can't make those kind of perfect trails like that. They would be everywhere. Yeah, and then I would send them some videos that exist on YouTube where they zoom in things that is not supposed to be seen.
For me, the big things are liquid water, and the physics and how it's level, and 70% of the Earth is level. And then actually the measurements that people around the world have been doing, the observations, right? And then number 3 is kind of common sense, you know? Like, if you have a bit of sense about you, like, wouldn't we feel any of this? Wouldn't we be able to observe any of this? Wouldn't we be able to test any of this? All these claims that people are making, you know, like vacuum of space, we can't verify that. The axial rotation, we can't verify that. And then the curve of the Earth itself, we can't verify that. So common sense for me is my third.
It's funny how they say, well, it's common sense that the Earth is a ball, right? It's common sense. And which sense do you use to experience the ball as an Earth? Right? It's common sense, man. Everybody knows.
But that's what they want to do, man. They just want to turn everything inverted. Everything that's natural, they just want to invert it. And that's what they have fun with. Making you think the Chinese people are standing upside down below you.
Yeah, eating rice out of the other side of their rice bowls.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then, you know, like... when they make massive amounts of people believe in the same thing, it's like a collective manifestation of something.
So, you know, a lot of people don't really understand the word cult, right? And a cult is like a culture, but usually when people hear the word cult, some might think occult and some might think like, you know, the guys drinking the Kool-Aid and the suicide cults. But a cult is really just a culture. And what we have here is the globe earth is a cult, and the flat earth is a cult, and then the anti-flat earthers is another cult, because anti-flat earthers are not globe earthers, right? And this anti-flat earth cult is actually the smallest cult in the world that I know of as far as cosmology goes, right? Because it's a very small group of people who throw Neil deGrasse Tyson and other people like him, Bill Nye the Science Guy, they throw them under the bus, and you know they don't know what they're talking about. We know better. So they've kind of overthrown their high priest, right, and their superiors, and they've declared themselves as, you know, more knowledgeable, right? But they laugh at us for doing the same thing. We've said, "Oh, yeah, you guys are full of shit, right? We're out of here. We're breakaway culture." And then they laugh at us for being a breakaway culture, but they're also a breakaway culture.
Wait, who is it
So
you say that like left their masters?
the anti-flat earthers.
But aren't they just appealing to scientism and atheism?
Right, but whenever you use their masters as a hostile witness and you say, he said this, right? So apparently you don't understand the Coriolis effect because there has to be 2 reference frames, because they say that the atmosphere spins with the Earth, which is 1 reference frame. But Neil deGrasse Tyson said there's 2 reference frames. So when you say that, they're like, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. He's an idiot.
Well, but
Right? So
he was joking. That's what they said. He was just joking, man.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
Hey, Carol. Just a complete side note here. I do not want to get off on this topic because what you guys are talking about is really interesting. But whenever somebody up Jim Jones as if it's a suicide cult, because the drinking the Kool-Aid thing is a very big misnomer, misconception, which I think is definitely relevant in the world today, is that the eyewitness reports, of the actual history behind that, the 3 people who actually escaped, one of which who ran into the jungle when it all began and the loudspeakers started telling them to come and drink the Kool-Aid. They didn't, once they found out what it was, because it had cyanide in it, they started with the children, and then, once people saw people start to die, they didn't keep drinking it. They weren't committing suicide. They didn't know. Once they knew, then they started shooting them, and the eyewitness reports say there were tons of bodies there with bullet holes on them and in them until they destroyed all that evidence and, burned the bodies or whatever it was they did. I can't remember. I looked into this years ago. But the eyewitnesses report, show that no, it was only at the beginning that the people were, taking the poison. Once they saw the people dying from it, they weren't consciously committing suicide. So I just have to put that in there. But continue on with the reference frame thing.
Hey, you had to forgive me. I was unaware of all that. I never did anything more than preliminary research.
Yeah, well, I looked for it, like a year ago or so, because people keep bringing up the drink the Kool-Aid. Like after I researched it, I can't let that pass, because I should find it again. Because you know how you find stuff like that and then you can't ever find it again. It's a one guy. I'll look for it again. It'll just take a research on a different kind of search engine, and probably one of the guys who ran into the jungle. But it's not just him. It's confirmed by more than one person, especially the bullet holes and so on. That's what. Okay.
Makes sense to me, because no matter, what kind of stuff you're believing in, like if they start handing out like suicide, like most people have that self-preservation like hardwired into their, body, and they can't,
Yeah, and
can't go against it.
It says there's a lot of evidence that Jim Jones was tied to the CIA, was likely just a patsy to begin with. I'm sure the whole thing was a psychological experiment, which was much more convenient for them to carry out down there, away from the United States, where there wouldn't be so many eyewitnesses, where they could easily get rid of all the evidence before anybody came in there to actually investigate what really happened, so they could start their cover story right away to say, oh, look at this, they drank the Kool-Aid, it's easy to get people to kill themselves. No, I don't think so. I think not. But, if they get these predictive programming into people's minds, and then it's a common trope now in society, as if that was going to happen, which also keeps people, as you say, from going off the reservation of the actual cult, into any, actually examining evidence and so on, because of this supposed ability for them to get people to kill themselves, which isn't even what happened.
To add on to what you were saying, I think the person that was behind it all, that was convincing them all to do it too, was he didn't even drink he didn't even drink it himself. He actually shot himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them were shot. Yeah, and yeah. And then they say he did. Whether he did it himself or somebody else did. Yeah, I don't know.
Right,
Just the
right.
preliminary DuckDuckGo search. I'm already finding some stuff for you, Hank. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, but I was talking about the 2 breakaway cultures. I think there's more, right? There's also the Cell Earth people, right? The Hollow Earth people. But I think there's a lot more of those than, from my experience, than the anti-flirters, right? And these people are like the most zealous, in my opinion, because they'll just, make up any story, any ad hoc explanation, ad hoc theories to patch holes in it. And it's like, when you take a look at the actual model, there's so many like duct tapes and like paper clips and like stitches and band-aids. It's like you got like this like It's almost like the Frankenstein's monster, you know.
Who is a Frankenstein?
Who's Frankenstein?
Yeah.
It's literature from the past where this doctor dug up a bunch of bodies,
Mic
and
check.
so. Sorry?
I'm just checking my mic, man. I've been trying to fight with this thing for like an hour to get it to work for some reason.
Yeah, it's working.
It's working.
Dude, that was weird, man. Anyway, carry on. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're good.
I've been saying mic check for like an hour over and over again. No one heard me.
Aw, how sad. Oh, we can hear you now, Indio.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Glad you're here.
Hi, everyone. How is it?
Oh, pretty good.
Good, bro.
Yeah, they were talking to this what you gonna do boy who's explaining his thoughts about flat Earth. We haven't really talked to Witty. I don't know. You guys talked to Witty before? VC Verified Nitro Boost VIP? I don't know. We're just kind of shooting the breeze here, I guess.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
God, my hands. Let's see if I throw myself off a bridge.
What? You know Witty?
No, my DMs, I said.
Oh, your DMs. Okay, because Witty said hello, and then you said you're going to throw yourself off the bridge, so I didn't know if there was a connection there.
No. I don't know. It's probably not even worth reading them. He came in, he tried to say, oh, you can't. Why do you see Polaris from the southern hemisphere perspective? So he just starts resorting to insults. Then he tried flight paths, destroy that. So then he resorted to memes. It's like, ugh. So, you know.
You're a better flat Earth worker than me. I rarely respond to any of those people at all.
Yeah. I want to get him in here, but I banned him.
Yeah.
He's in the Flat Earth Society Discord too, so that should tell you.
Oh my goodness, we got to get him in here. Yeah, see if you can get in here.
Who was it?
Yeah, I'll unban him. Senko? Senko?
Doesn't sound familiar. We could use some new blood here.
I'll post the diagram that he sent. Proves the Earth is not flat.
A diagram. That's what we needed this whole time.
With one image. That's what he said. That was his first DM to me. Hey, I can prove the Earth is not flat with one image. Exactly. And I'm going to post the image that proves the Earth is not flat. But I told him before he even sent the image, I said, images don't prove things. He says, are you sure about that? Hey, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Did I interrupt anything?
No, you're good, bro.
Oh, okay. I don't want to have bad manners.
How dare you, Indio, interrupted the most important conversation of all time.
Yeah, man, we were talking about fucking Frankenstein.
No, we were talking about the Earth being flat and Frankenstein.
Oh, were we talking about Frankenstein? Gosh, I must have tuned out. I like talking about Frankenstein.
We're talking about the Frankenstein model.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's the globe model. What are you talking about?
It's the globe model.
So do y'all see the images that prove the Earth is not flat? The image?
The curvature?
The live stream?
Shut down the server.
I posted it in the right place. The diagram?
Oh, this is a.
That y'all see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a Dave picture, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
it?
where I thought it came from.
But go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I thought that's where it came from, but I wasn't sure. I
No, I
didn't go
just
there.
asked. I just asked, but
You'll have to unban him, or I'll unban him. Send him an invite to the live stream. I doubt he'll come in, but give it a shot.
So with that image, do they not understand how perspective works?
No, and I explained it to him. So, what do you think his response was? SMH. That was his response.
Well, when they claim that they don't know how perspective works, you bring up the corpuscular rays, and then all of a sudden, like magic, they can give you like a detailed explanation of how perspective works. They start bringing up stuff like the railroad tracks.
Yeah, that's what I brought up from railroad tracks. If you didn't know about, that's why I always use it. Like, basically, pictures of railroad tracks are impossible. If that image if flat Earth is impossible because of that image, then all railroad track images taken from the center of the railroad tracks are fake. It's the same perspective observation.
So when perspective doesn't fit their argument, they always want to go to an orthographic view of everything. And it's very easy to fool people when you're flip-flopping back and forth between perspective and an orthographic view when it fits your narrative.
Yeah, that's what they do. We observe we see XYZ, and then they'll show an orthographic image, right? Well, that's not how we see. What are you talking about? Like, why are you posting that?
It's kind of like gravity.
If we had orthographic image of railroad tracks, they would never touch each other. Go forever and ever, right? Parallel. They're impossible. Right? So images of railroad tracks are impossible because, my orthographic picture. It's ridiculous.
It's like with gravity, it's mass attracting mass when they want it to be, or it's the bending and warping of space-time when they want it to be. And when it comes to images or observations or views, it's viewing in perspective when they want it to be, and then you need to think of this in an orthographic view perspective when they want it to be. They want to have their cake and eat it too.
No, well, yeah. That's why you guys are talking about Frankenstein models. They're trying to make it unfalsifiable by being able to take both viewpoints, right? Both opposing arguments. You make both of them at the same time, then your model or whatever concept is unfalsifiable.
Right, but the problem is that their ad hoc explanations, they don't necessarily have to be true. They just have to be somewhat believable. And that's the problem. We don't need explanations of our reality of something that might be somewhat plausible, right? We need explanations of our reality that are repeatable, observable, testifiable, but most importantly, falsifiable.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, and something like the image that you posted is the reason why a bunch of people come in here basically saying that on a flat Earth, the sunset wouldn't work, blah, 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 blah. All of those arguments because of providing people with orthographic images and trying to say as if it's reality.
Yeah, a viewpoint neither they nor anyone else has ever seen. Hank, you remember Matt Powerland, right?
Yeah, sure.
So
I do.
that was one of the first things I ever seen was a stand-up comedy routine. That was good, dude. That was one of the most compelling arguments of you've never seen the Earth from here, right? You've never seen the Earth from this viewpoint. And he showed the 1972 blue marble.
Photo or painting?
Yeah, exactly.
Photo or painting? He is a really good artist, and I do wonder sometimes whether he actually did some photorealistic paintings for NASA. I know he kind of claimed that he did at one point, but I also wonder if he was also chosen to run some interference too. But either way.
Well, him and Jeff got into it, and that was like my first experience with the FE drama. So I didn't really, experience it before that. And I think after a while, he kind of got a little weird, and it was hard to follow him. But yeah, his stand-up comedy in the early days, it was really, really good.
Yeah, he got beyond weird, just basically playing horrible guitar riffs for hours. Yeah, I remember that. But I also look at that as he immediately started coming out saying, "Oh, it's getting chilly in here," and had these issues with DeBay and everybody else. It's almost like even though the truth was revealed through a lot of those people, they were almost set there to institute some drama and turn it into some sort of soap opera.
As
At
you
least
guys know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Thought you were
no, I
done.
was going to say at least that's what it appeared to be or turned into very quickly around 2015.
Could just be normal human, ego too. DeBay is an
Well,
egomaniac. Matt Powerland's an egomaniac. They're both trying to take credit for rediscovering flat Earth.
well, math. I don't know if you ever saw some very, I guess, what you'd consider controversial videos pop up of his early acting career. Turns out,
Oh yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason why he didn't maybe last long in the FE community. So
He attacked a lot of people too.
it just
There's a
went
couple of
crazy.
people from the early days, like Jake the Asshole, Matt Powerland, Eric Bay, that started this crazy I was first drama.
Ugh. So
Yeah, it was
crazy.
always I was first, you're stealing my ideas, blah blah blah, even though everything that they said was from people in the past anyways, Robotham and others.
Yeah, they forgot that part. I was the first to plagiarize Robotham. I deserve credit. Dandelion, you still on here?
Yes, I'm on here. What were you going to say?
Okay, so did you see an admin mods about the citations? So want to hear something weird?
Yeah, where are they?
Oh, that's the problem. So I used to post this all on the internet, all over the place, back in 2010, 2011. And usually I can find it by just searching my name in Google and part of the text of the document, right? So that's kind of how I find stuff that I posted a long time ago. Found one out of hundreds that I posted of this quote from it's a report from the Secretary of State to the Congress. So it's a publication, it's an official publication. It's on archive.org. But that text, the text of it, I posted. So usually I can search a portion of that text and find it. Can't find it anywhere. One single one. It's like it's been scrubbed from the internet.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
And then I go look. Listen, it gets worse because I went and looked in my bookmarks, and I couldn't find it in there either. And I know it was in my bookmarks because I used to go into it all the time. The document.
That's the thing that you read to us yesterday? That thing that you read to us? Or something different?
No, a different one. A different one that's about it's called citizenship and expatriation abroad. So it's about like what makes you a citizen, da 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 da.
That is really bizarre. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. It's really bizarre that it's not in my bookmarks. That
Now
blew
you
me
can't
away.
find it.
Well, yeah, I did find it on one website.
Oh, you haven't one, okay.
But I know where it is. I can find it on archive.org. But the thing is, because archive.org is images of books, right? You can't just like copy and paste, and copy and paste it into something.
Yes.
You have to, they do have a version, but it's all butchered and stuff because their optical character recognition ain't that great. So I have to edit it in order to post it. That's why I was looking for me already posting it, so I didn't have to re-edit it. But when I went to look for it, I couldn't find it anywhere except once.
Wow. So you're going
Yeah,
to share it with us so we can save it? Can you print
I
things
found
off
it.
of it? Okay.
Say that again?
Can you print it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll print it. I have a new printer. My old printer was driving me crazy. I got a new one finally. It was very cheap, but I bet it's going to be better than my old one.
I mean, the reason I would post it is two reasons. One, citizenship, and the other one about slavery. I swear to God, every tractor trailer in the city is driving by me. Sorry, it's a me problem.
But, that's okay. Yeah.
There's another one.
If you're pausing, I got to tell Hank Hill something real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna go find it, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Because Hank Hill, I already corrected this in the voice text, but in case there's anybody listening, I have to correct because I don't like it when I give out information that's not entirely accurate. Because I said the eyewitnesses saw that they had bullet wounds at Jonestown, but there were some, that died of bullet wounds. But what they found is the majority, what the doctor eyewitness report was. And this wasn't the guy that fled into the jungle that said this. This was a doctor who examined the bodies before they were taken away, said he found needle marks. And that's what I put there, the quote. Instead, Dr. Mutu found fresh needle marks at the back of the left shoulder blades of 80 to 90% of the victims. So if you want to use don't drink the Kool-Aid as a, trope these days, there's some evidence here from eyewitness reports that you might want to say don't inject the Kool-Aid, because very few people drink it voluntarily, so they did not. There's a lot of evidence to indicate that they did not commit suicide at Jonestown, so I just wanted to correct the record on that in the honor of those victims who died in whatever tragic way that they did die.
So it was a mass sacrifice for the most part, except for the few people who were tricked into doing it in the beginning, the children, and then the people that refused to take it, they just poisoned their heart. You said left shoulder blade? That would be like to get to the heart.
Yep. But yeah, I don't know, were you here, Hank Hill, when India was talking about the Pledge of Allegiance yesterday, and he read this thing about what allegiance is? And
Oh, yeah. You should be careful what you pledge your allegiance to, because allegiance means your life, liberty, and property, everything you own, your men, women, and children, and your family. Like you pledge it to this cause, and you're giving it up willingly.
Completely.
But no, I wasn't here
You're
for
no
that.
longer in control. You're no longer in control of it.
Right. It's like when you
trade
pledge it to the
obedience
king.
for protection.
Except for they don't provide the protection.
Yeah. Except for they don't provide the protection.
I haven't pledged allegiance to anything as soon as
You
I
know,
figured
when I
out what
was
that meant.
when I was a kid saying that in high school, I was one of the first ones to stop saying that in high school. Promise. I was one of the
Never
first
said it.
ones to stop saying it.
Literally never said it in my entire life. Ever.
Well, if you say it and didn't understand what it meant, then you can't be held part of the contract. But if you
Also,
comprehended
you're a
what you were
minor.
saying, right? Also, you're a minor, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah, I
if you
didn't
said it as
understand
an
it
adult,
then.
if you said it
Go
as
ahead.
an adult and you didn't comprehend like the gravity of the situation, like you're pledging your life, like I will give you my life, I will die for this flag, is what you're saying, and I'll give everything I own for this flag.
Well, I got a fun one for you, Hank. If I pledge my allegiance to the flag, when the hell is the flag going to tell me what I'm supposed to be doing?
It doesn't. It's men that act as personas that tell you what you're supposed to be doing. But like, think about this: if you pledge, $500 to a charity, what do you then have to do?
Well, that sense, it's normally like a repetitive thing. I mean, they've redefined pledge a couple ways. I mean, we misuse it as a donation, a one-time donation. Pledge is consistent, like every month or every year. That's why they got pledges and alumni every year.
Do kids still recite the Pledge of Allegiance in school? Like little kids, like elementary school?
Nope.
Depends where you're at.
Well, okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was a thing or it wasn't. Okay. Mhm.
Well, some counties, cities, states don't. Some do. It's down to either the board or the district or the
Yeah,
regional director.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's different in different places. I remember in the first grade in the mid to late 80s, we all said a Christian prayer before going to lunch, which was completely outlawed at the time, I'm sure. But
Wow.
we did it nonetheless.
It would have been better if you actually did that over your food, but okay.
Well, we couldn't do it in front of the whole school, or she would have got caught.
Oh. Oh, I thought you meant it was a school thing. Sorry. I really
No, we
thought
were
I
at
was
school
listening.
in class,
Oh.
lined up to go to lunch, and we all said a
Oh, it
Christian
was just
prayer
that. Okay. It was just that
before
teacher that
lunch.
did that.
Yeah. So it's kind of like where certain things, we're not doing in other places, they are doing it. So that's why I tell people, like, I grew up in the Bible Belt buckle. Like, I'm in the buckle.
Bro, the last 4 years of school, all of that shifted. We had see you at the flagpole every day. We would do it.
Yeah, but that was the students realizing that they couldn't organize it from the teacher, but the students could organize it on their own.
Right. Then they outlawed young people developing who they were and asserting right. Like it's just so weird. Because we used to do it and they're like, well, y'all aren't supposed to do that. Well, one, it's public property. Two, I'm not on your time, so leave me alone.
I remember the flagpole thing was really important for me because, like, I then had people that, like, were my friends that I didn't know who were Christian, right? Because I was in a very low socioeconomic class, right? I was probably near the bottom somewhere. and then like all these, you know, perceived hoity-toity / preppy kids were at the pole, and it was like that was kind of like a connection, because in Christianity there's no class, so that allowed me to make friends outside of my class.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I think he meant class like the socioeconomic class, right?
Okay.
I think so.
Okay, just
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to clarify. Thank you.
Well, it was ambiguous on purpose. Is she
Oh.
roboting?
Yes, she is very badly.
Okay.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, now you're better. But yeah, I was
Okay.
able to make friends
I'm walking around.
outside of my 9th grade class and outside of my economic class.
I was just happy that you used the descriptor hoity-toity, because I thought I was the only one who still used that, and I think it's very, very good and colorful word descriptor to use.
I second that, Dandelion. Absolutely. Oh, you know what's another fun one? And I say this because I get asked a lot, many times a day. Hi, how are you? And then I do the fine, thanks. How are you? And it's like, oh, I want to roll my eyes every time. But I need to make it a habit where I say, I'm just hunky dory. How are you?
You got to go to
I like
Wisconsin
that
for a
too.
little while.
Hunky dory. I haven't said hunky dory in a long time. I gotta start saying hunky dory. Good idea. Good idea.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Jen. When I ask people, I'm actually asking. Sorry, go ahead, Enoch.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't want to change subject or anything. It was just that when I hear Jenny, did anyone tell you when they hear your voice that you sound? Have you seen the movie Chucky's Bride?
Uh-oh.
I've seen one or two of them. Which actress are you talking about?
She's the one that became Chucky's bride.
Well, there's been a couple movies, and I think there've been.
I think
Okay, I
it's
was just trying to
the first
visualize.
Chucky's bride, not the
Jennifer
second one.
Tilly.
Yes, Jennifer Tilly.
Oh yeah.
Has anybody tell you that your voice sounds like Jennifer Tilly?
Maybe I should look her up, and I could be her for Halloween. I could copy her voice a little more,
I don't
like
mean to
her
interrupt you guys, so
mannerisms.
I'm so sorry, Hank. I didn't mean to change
No.
subject or
No,
anything.
you're good, bro. If you got the pareidolia, let it fly, man. Get it out there. That's
Yeah,
one way to
yeah.
get
I had
over it.
to say something. Like,
Yeah, I
all I think
appreciate
about is
you.
Chucky's bride talking the entire time. I'm like, oh my goodness, I gotta get
I
this
love
mental
you,
picture out of my
Enoch. You're
head.
my bro. So Hank was going to talk about exchanging pleasantries, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever I'm on the phone and I'm talking to, well, not the Mexican telemarketers, because I'm quite rude with them, but anyone who's like, you know, like I'm talking to them on the level. Like when I ask them how they're doing, I'm not doing the pleasantry. I'm like, "How's your day today?" So just so you know that every time someone asks you how you're doing, they're not just going through the pleasantries.
Well, when I'm more sincere, I, change my tone of voice and I say, I'm good, thanks. How about you? And I, have them talk. And, a lot of times, sometimes people won't even answer. They'll mumble,
I'm doing
yeah, it's like, well, dude, I'm thinking in my head, dude, why are you asking me?
right.
Well, I mean, it kind of is. I got to work through this somehow because it kind of sometimes it ticks me off how not there people are. Sometimes I'll say, if they say the same answer as me, I'm good, I'll say, well, that's nice to hear at the end. So it doesn't seem like some kind of robot interaction. Oh my God, you guys have no idea. I mean, I should start taking notes about some of these people because you guys would start rolling on the ground. I mean,
Practice. I'm in practice next time. Yeah, that you come in and I see you the first time. I'm going to ask how you are. You're going to say hunky dory, and then I'll say I'm hunky dory too. That'll be really fun.
I love that.
I'll try to remember. Or you ask me first. If I remember to say hunky dory, it'll be even better.
Okay, I got a great question for you guys. You guys are all so smart in here and everything. How do you refer to a gentleman you don't know in public Other than sir. I've looked, I've thought, I've asked. I'm not going to remember people's names. I'm
Governor.
just not. What?
Mister.
Governor.
You said governor.
Oh,
That would
Excuse
be a
me,
good one.
mister.
That would really throw people off over here.
Excuse me, Governor, ma'am.
I'm pretty sure Mister has some ramifications, just like Sir.
yeah,
sure it's
Mr.
negative
sounds
I'd have
too
to
much
look it
like a
up.
little girl or something. That kind of creeped me out because I think I thought of that one actually, you guys.
No, well, I just was thinking of Dumb and Dumber when he how he talks to people. He's like, "Excuse me, mister. I don't like the way that you're talking to me." You know.
I think Mr. stems from wedding, which is the same
Okay.
as copulation.
But
To wet.
sir is the only word. Okay. So I saw this meme with
Right.
some dude, a picture of a dude at a fountain station. Instead of a cup, he had a KFC bucket, and the caption was "Sir," and then it was all caps, "Sir." It's like people actually do this shit. It's like I don't know, but yeah, there's no other word other than "sir," and I try to explain this to customers. I have no choice. You tell me what I can say that's publicly acceptable to say. I have
Well,
to
I
add
like
something.
daddy, but
before.
I could be.
You like
that's
what?
going to. I like daddy. I prefer daddy.
Yeah, no, that's not. See, I'm at work, so yeah.
I know. I'm kidding. I just had to throw it in there.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that makes it more difficult to choose a word.
Happy Chopper. Hey, you
What?
happy.
Maybe it was deliberate when they decided to do it. They just only made it Mister because they just wanted it to be difficult.
I think one person asked me, I said, "Sir, if I don't call you sir, what am I supposed to call you?" And he said, I'm not kidding, you guys. Dumbass is what he said. And he said, I started laughing. I said,
Nice.
I would love
Well, at least he's not in
calling you
denial.
that. Like when you come in, I'll be like, hey, dumbass. It's like, no. Oh my God. I think I
He's
told
gonna
him
have
I'd
us
call
all
him
sound like the
DA.
guy from that '70s show. Hey, dumbass!
I think I told him, I said, remind me and I'll call you DA. You know, the initials DA for dumbass. And I don't think he never did because I don't, maybe he'll come into the store next time I go into work on Friday, but I'm going to shit my pants if that happens. Dumbass,
Oh,
nice to see you. Oh, sorry, you guys. Sorry. I should probably mute
no
and have
worries,
my.
Jen. We're enjoying it.
Oh. But seriously, though, if anybody thinks of anything, you probably won't, and I'm usually optimistic about stuff, but please let me know.
Okay, Mr. means mixture of balls. I'll tell you what that means. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Nah.
Master the roles.
I hear you.
How about now? Master the roles in English law. The officer who bears this title and who acts as an assistant to the Lord Chancellor in the Court of Chancery. The officer was formerly one of the clerks in Chancery whose duty was principally confined to keeping the rolls. The rolls are cases, basically, the records
So
of
it's
cases.
officer.
And when the clerks in
Mister.
Chancery became masters, then this officer became distinguished as master of the rolls.
Okay, but that title can't be used alone, correct? Don't you have to say, like, Master Indio, Master Hank? You have to know the first name, right?
Well, this is Mister.
Mister? Okay, I didn't hear you
MR.
correctly because of my connection. Probably sorry.
It's always,
But
these terms of art,
Mister,
man. Trickery. Just trickery. That's all it is.
I should ask. Hey, if a customer ever brings up, don't call me sir. I'm going to ask my store manager if I can have permission to say as a funny response. She'll probably say no, but she'll probably laugh anyway. Well, what do you want me to call you, sir? Dumbass? Or something like that. I'll have to come up with the perfect verbiage. Oh, yeah, that probably won't work out, but.
So the whole thing with sir, anytime you add like a title to your name, I think it's like diminishing your stance. So if you're like just Larry, right, then it's obviously that you're a man, right? But if you're like, acting as judge, Mr. Smith or whatever, right, then you have like a title, right? And if you have a title, then you have like duties to this and duties to that, and
Exactly.
you have less rights.
You have an office. You have an
Right.
office, and with that office comes rights and duties and obligations.
So when someone calls you Mr. in court or anything like that, just say that I can't afford any titles at the moment, because they'll try to trick you.
We are so far away from the way things are supposed to be that it's almost, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, for instance, a police officer, if you look at the statutes of Massachusetts, they're supposed to be bonded, right? Every officer, a police officer in the state of Massachusetts, judicial officer, they're supposed to put down a deposit, a bond, and that's supposed to go to the Secretary of State. They're supposed to hold that money, so in case that officer gets sued, he's insured against any injury he causes.
So I've heard Cuddles say that anytime you come in contact with an officer, you're supposed to ask for their name, rank, badge number, and their bond. Like, produce your bond, sir, just in case you cause me any harm, injury, or loss. Right? And when you start talking about, stuff like that, they kind of straighten up, especially if you're recording them. Because,
I never heard of asking for the bond. Name and badge number, yes, of course, but
it's just like when they ask you for your insurance, for your liability, for your car. It's the same thing. So if they
fair.
start saying like, well, why would I do that? I don't think that's fair. Well, don't you ask people for their insurance every day, all day long, sir?
Here's a esoteric thing that most people probably don't know. Well, nobody knows about. There's something called breach of covenant. So typically,
Oh, you're breaking up. Start over.
Breach of covenant. So if an officer breaches their bond, you as a third party, just as a member of the public, can sue them.
Yeah, it's the Seventh
Not for your own
Amendment.
personal gain, but for whatever. You know what I mean? Because they breached. Because a bond is a covenant. It's not a contract. There's levels of contracts. Not all contracts are the same. They don't have the same ramifications. So this is a commercial contract. That's one thing. But a bond is a whole nother type of contract because it's under seal. Like when people used to seal documents. I mean, dude, like I don't know how to say this, and there's levels of this stuff. So, like, if you sign something, right? If I promise to do something and it's just a signature, the ramifications are one thing. If I use a seal, the ramifications are another thing. I still have this, even though the document could have the same words and verbiage in it. The way I endorse that has different legal ramifications. Signature versus seal. And sometimes you see all documents, you'll see the signature, and then you'll see /S/. That's supposed to mean seal. But people don't have signet rings anymore, and we don't seal documents.
Well, most people don't anymore.
You got a signet ring?
I can't
Trip wax or shit?
because it's private. People that have them can't really just run around and it's private. It's nobody's business.
You could also use your thumb, right? Because only man can sign with his thumb.
Yeah, you can do that too. That's considered a seal as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a family emblem or anything like that.
No, it turns your thumbprint over your signature.
So, and you also notice this in court documents that typically they're not under seal, which means they're courts of no record, which is
the
what call a Nissi priest, which are garbage courts.
Yeah,
basically they're like binding arbitration is their equivalent to.
So I'll tell you how to get around that. The first thing you do when you go into court and say, "Is this on record? Is this being recorded?" If they say no, right, then you're not in an official court. It's not a court of record. So if they don't provide one to record, you have to pay them. But here's the deal. These guys don't want to go work for private individuals because private individuals, quote unquote, allegedly don't want to pay them. Right? So you have to make sure that when you go to court, it's on record. Like, you want it to be recorded, because if they're not recording it, then what is it? It's what you do to a bully in the alley, right? You pin them up against the wall when nobody's looking, and you say, "Look, mother,
I didn't know you had to ask that. Holy shit.
You have to ask
this is funny. Hold on, dude. I want to say this. This goes back to Mister. The whole Mister thing. Keeper of the rolls. So rolls are court cases that are under seal. Court cases that are not under seal, courts of no record, are not considered rolls.
Okay, so they don't have to be a
So now we have.
what you're saying?
Let me explain it like this. So if you look at old cases of English common law, right, you'll see that the citation will be something like Henry IV, roll 32, something, right? But now we just call them like legal citation, right? There's difference. There's no difference, but we just call it a different name in America.
Oh,
But
sure.
these
Why
are-
not? It happens all the time.
And it only becomes a court of record when it goes through the appellate process or as a superior court. So superior courts, a local district court is not a court of record. Courts of record are your local superior court, which would be the county, right? Or appeals court.
Okay.
You can look on Dun and Bradstreet, right? Dun and Bradstreet lists businesses. So go search company and search for your local district court. It'll be listed as a corporation.
Hey, I never thought of that before because I've gotten a ticket, which I won in a bench trial, but I've been in like official court, where there's like, I think you would call them a stenographer.
It's just my opinion, but we might want to take this conversation, particular one, to somewhere else, because I have a feeling it's going to get yanked off of this live stream.
Master Chief, what are you doing?
Well, we should just end it anyway because this is a better server and we're way up.
Oh, I mean, honestly, somebody's going to hear about it, and somebody that's important is going to come down here, and they're going to make the decision. I guarantee you that they're going to stop you from talking about that.
Fear is the mind killer.
So I shouldn't talk about writs of habeas corpus and torts.
Oh, we should, but I think
My bad.
maybe
I was
we should
cleaning my
just,
vase.
put it out there to take it somewhere else, so that way we can speak freely and not worry about it.
You know what I'm talking about.
Can you stop doing that with an open mic, please?
Apologize.
Your whatever.
Well, if we
Your
weren't
boss.
being
The boss, aren't you high class?
Oh. I was just cleaning
Face
my
boss.
vase.
My vase. I'm smoking out of my vase.
That's what I thought
Yeah,
of.
my
I had
bad.
to
I
admit it.
forgot to mute it.
Anyway, what about flat earth?
Pressure.
There's no model with holes in it.
We can't use the word model. A cartoon illustration of the heliocentric theory. That's what we're dealing with, right?
Yeah, I just want to shout out Migmag, YouTube channel, MIG.
Uh-oh.
He's got some really good stuff on there.
Right.
So if anybody has any time on their hand when they're washing dishes later and they're not on the stream, check that channel out.
I think I'm subscribed. So he's
Real
been
men have
doing
dishwashers.
dishwashers.
What's her name again? Just kidding.
The deeper thing, the fun thing about it though, Indio, the deeper things for people to get to, show them that our previous conversation and Flat Earth.
Hey guys. Sorry, Cuddles. Apologize. Lulu just pointed out that somebody has no roles. Alien.
Yeah, we tried talking to him
Oh,
earlier, and he wouldn't unmute. And then he's
We
the
have
one
a
that was in the
victim?
lobby posting that weird stuff. But yeah, Alien, if you change your mind, and he was unmuted when I checked on the computer. I assume he still is. I don't know. He's the one Indio was
yeah.
wondering
It's only
about
two
in the
possible.
lobby. Yeah.
Yeah, he was posting some weird stuff yesterday too. Like, there's only two possible explanations. There's a language barrier or a handicap. You can pick whichever one.
It's not a true dichotomy. Maybe the language barrier has caused a handicap.
Yeah, there you go. It's called cursing or sorcery.
So I want to play something. Oh man, craziness. Give me a minute. I'm going to play some audio off of a YouTube clip from a quote unquote scientist, Nobel Prize winner. And you hear the ridiculous nonsense this guy says. It'll be like 3 or 4 minutes. I have to find out how to timestamp at the bottom.
It's not copyrighted, is it? Because usually these guys.
We
It
can
might
mute
have
the
been a
live
public.
stream.
It might have been a public talk. I'll take a look.
I mean, if it's pertinent to our conversation, I do believe. Roger, I don't know where you stand, but Helio had said that we could like deafen the live stream
Oh yeah,
momentarily.
that's what I'm alluding to, right? Because usually when you play these kinds of things, they just
Yeah. Don't want to take any chances and monkey around.
You know, this ought to remind us all that there is a force against us and that it's not a conspiracy theory, people. It's a real conspiracy. Maybe you should look up conspiracy lawsuits online and see how many millions there are, and you might see that there's a lot of stuff going on in the world that you don't know about.
But here's the thing, okay? So, like, I talked to you guys about my first guitar transaction, how the guy pulled me aside and said, you know, you're not paying that. And I thought he was shaking me down, and I was like, what, you don't want 300 on the tag? You want 350? He's like, no, man, offer me 200. So I was like, I'll give you 200. He said, sold. Right? So he taught me to do that. So if you were to do something like that and settle privately in the chambers, it's not going to be on the record. Right? Because you settle in the private. The public and the private, they don't mix. So if you're looking for evidence of any of this stuff working, you're not going to be able to find it. And I know that sounds like, you know,
It makes
like
it
a
very
gross.
difficult, yes. It does. You're right.
Right. So the only way you're going to see it is if you're around every day for the last court case, right? And that the last court case was the guy that was told to, you know, sit down, shut up, and wait till the end. I'll get with you later. And then he's the last guy. That's the only time you're going to be able to see it.
Very good point, Hank.
It's either that or they're going to do like what they do to people like me. and they'll obfuscate, they'll ignore us. They might throw a slight ad hom in there, maybe just for giggles, theatrics, and then they'll never, ever, ever call you or mail your house again.
Because they know better.
Them saying certain things is theatrics. However, they test people. It's their job. And if you go, oh man, this is ridiculous. This guy's just, I did all this and blah blah. You're one of the Globies. They know it automatically.
You know, I can think of a couple instances where you're right about that, because the way someone was calm and talked to the police officer aside, and then all of a sudden everything just went weird. And I was like, what just happened? Now I get it.
I think it's really important to understand who you are when you go into the court. Like, if you see yourself as the defendant, right, then you're going to be treated like the defendant. And if you don't advise them of anything different, they're going to presume that you're the defendant. And when you act like it, you confirm their beliefs.
Well, come on.
So,
most people go in there, Hank,
And then they can
saying,
assume and they can give you a ticket.
I didn't do anything wrong, man. Does anyone really take that attitude seriously?
yeah, the I didn't do anything wrong is kind of it's kind of dishonorable, right? Because you're okay. Like, say that someone rear-ended, or say I rear-end someone, right? And then I refuse to like help the guy. I don't have insurance, and I just keep saying, "What, man? I didn't do anything." Right? And then he goes before the court, right? And I go before the judge, and he's like, "Well, it says, police report here says that you did this." And I go, "What, man? I didn't do anything wrong." Like, it's really dishonorable. Like, at a basic level, like, everybody knows that that's wrong.
Well, all right, simplify it. Let's use something that we use here. Can you prove a negative?
No.
Well, then how are you going to prove that you didn't do anything wrong?
Right.
Boom. Automatically in dishonor, because you can't prove a negative. So why the hell are you talking negatives? You're literally saying nothing. You're just putting in white noise. Little things mess with people, man. But it's the little things that'll always hem you up.
I think it's important, like, as a
Devil's
flat
in the
earther, you
details.
know who you are. Yeah, read the fine print. And that dotted line, it's not dotted, it's microprint. But anyway, like, as a flat earther, like, it's really important to know who you are, because this stuff definitely translates back to the flat earth. Because, like, if you're in a room, right, and someone's saying, like, that has been said to me, "Show me your face or I'll cut off your head," or something like that, right? And it's like, as a flat earther, like, you realize that, wait a minute, all the authority lies on me. I don't have to show my face if I don't want to. And there's nothing that they can say or do to trick me into showing my face, because it's my willpower. I have the authority.
Yeah, it's participatory. If you don't involve yourself, then you're free.
What is it? Shit. I'm trying to get this maxim right. I think equity doesn't aid a volunteer. And you can take a week thinking about that one. Literally. And what will happen is you'll see what you do differently. Did I volunteer? Did I act in a way where it looked like I volunteered?
Yeah, because remember, volunteering means you're involved, and once you're involved, then you're part of it, right? Something like that.
Right. So if you volunteer to drive the car for the bank job, equity's not going to save you. Well, I didn't know they were going to rob. I was just driving the car. Right, but you volunteered, right? Right. Well, guilt by association. Oh, there it is. Equity will not aid a volunteer. Short, simple, sweet. Equity cannot be used to take back a benefit that was voluntarily but mistakenly conferred without consultation of the receiver.
That's why they make you raise your hand in class. That's why they teach you that. It's part of the brainwashing.
Yeah, people
Right?
don't
Because
do
you'd
that.
be volunteering, right?
Right. Well, but again, even with raising your hand in school, you can always change it. You can raise your hand and get called on, and then go from being a volunteer back to where you were. It's just you. You are the limit. You. What you think, what you know, how you develop. You're it. You are the limiting factor. You're the only one in your way. Unless you're under 18 and you can't go anywhere, you're it.
Amazing. Because they preach the exact opposite.
Right,
Tell me
you're
we're not
great.
brainwashed. Just go ahead and tell me we're not brainwashed. After you look at all that, how can you not see it? You know what I'm saying?
Well, bro, you're brave and you're strong and you can do anything except for all the stuff that we've never trained you to do, or that you're not going to attempt or learn, or like there's a huge caveat at the back of that.
Endless possibilities.
I'm going to make a snozzberry just because they said it was impossible.
You know what a schnozberry is, right?
So I was going to play something, but I don't think it's copyrighted because it comes from Goddard. That's just Goddard. So, but it's 30 minutes long, and it's like I got to pick and choose. It's so ridiculous, all of it. The part I was just trying to find the spot, and I like every time there was one part that said, "Well, there is no center to the universe," and blah blah blah. That's what I was going to play, but I tried to find that. I heard astronomers measured the size of the Earth. So there's a lot of ridiculous things in there. He said, when you look in the mirror, when you think about cosmetics, think about cosmology, because all the atoms in your face came from the center of the star. It's that
Remember,
ridiculous.
Cosmo means to cover, right?
Yeah.
Nice background.
Yeah, it's a hell of an old clock. I wanted to
Dude,
say
legit,
that
this is the noisiest I've ever heard in the city since I've lived here. Like, there's just truck after truck after truck, and they're not like going to like a construction place, just like random trucks, office furniture. I've never heard this place is noisy, crazy. Obviously, that bells, cars honking, people yelling out their window, shut the fuck up, things like that.
Wow.
Not to me.
So
Other
I
people.
was listening to Lawrence Krauss, cheeky bastard, and he was telling his little story about how all the atoms in your left hand are different than the atoms in your right hand, and they come from different stars and all that stuff. And he's talking about how forget about Jesus because the stars died for you, right? And he's smiling real big, and obviously the duper's delight is just like
Oh yeah.
overwhelming. And I'm just like, man, that is like a rotten dude.
Okay, I'll go even further than that. I've thought of this for quite some time. I would even speculate he's like a hybrid, like, or something. I mean, just, I know that sounds crazy because I am, and that's okay. But, just something about him. I don't know what it is. I mean, sure, I'm biased against him, but even still, you know, I try not to challenge people's whatever, but um so yeah, you're not alone in that opinion. Sorry to go on
So
and
you
on,
think he's
everyone.
like half imp and half human? I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's kind of cheeky.
There's some about him that just ain't right. I'll put it that way. So I mean, sorry to do some logical fallacy against the guy, but mm-mm.
So we're thinking there's people that live in the ground or something. Is that where we're going with this?
The mole people will rise again.
The reptilians. Interesting. I'm from Missouri. You guys know that, right? Sorry, I just thought I'd make that statement.
We can hear it in your tone, my friend.
Show me.
I'm such a butt. I'm sorry. Oh no, I just want to see the proof. I mean, yeah, I believe that there might be something to that story, but
No, Missouri, just show me.
it's another little rabbit hole for
Missouri.
you to spiral down. You know, right?
It's Missouri. Other people that don't live in Missouri, they call it Missouri. That's how that
It's
works.
Missouri.
Well, it's acceptable to say it either way.
The great state of Missouri. You gotta extend that A a little longer. That A-U-O sound. I kind of wonder who that was named after.
I don't know the answer to that, but I bet you it has something to do with a college.
I don't know.
Or the other way around.
Because here in this country, we express all them syllables.
If a
there aren't.
fraternity is short, a frat is short for fraternity. What's short for the other one? Country, that is.
Nation.
I even pronounce the silent letter sometimes. I said salmon the other day on live stream. People were calling me out.
That was yesterday. I remember that. That was funny. Salmon. It's salmon. That was pretty late.
I'm hooked on Pahonics.
I always thought it was like S-A-M-I-N, salmon. That's how you say it, salmon.
Well, maybe he's the L of all fish, right? And I can't not pronounce the L. I don't want to take his title away.
It's funny. I was going to go there with the L, but I was going to say, what about the L? And then I realized, oh.
Interesting thing. Vertical. From the ground, or what we would call level, you go up, generally. From the surface of the water down, you would go down automatically. But vertical means up and down. So how do you invert something if it's always up and down at the same time?
You can't. That would be illogical.
Right.
Another reason why you shouldn't listen. Turn the TV off. You'll be fine.
Invert. Well, vertical is up and down, perpendicular to the floor or the ceiling.
But if the floor goes all directions, then that doesn't. Whoa, dude! Somebody just ran the stop sign in front of my house, like doing like 50.
Yeah.
I bet they thought there wasn't a cop watching.
I bet. Well, I'm not a cop, but
they go to adding things like in relation to the observer, in relation to.
Right.
But
they're specific,
vertical,
right?
it's still up and down. It's not just up. Because it has to first start down to go up. Or if it's coming from the ceiling going down, it's still vertical. You can't invert something. That's one of those words. It just hit me like a ton of bricks too.
You're absolutely right. I didn't even think about it that way, but you're right. It's just another reason why it's not. Bubble?
I mean, we understand invert to turn something the other way. But
Right,
that's what we were told it meant.
What about to pervert something?
Because what does it mean to purr? It means to separate, right?
What does it mean?
To separate, right? Per, like purchase. It's just to take part of. To partake. It's like kind of like partake or whatever. I think that's the etymological definition of it. I'd have to do it. I'd have to look it up again. It's been a while since I've been digging into that stuff. But it'll blow your mind. What words really mean? It will terrify you.
Yeah, you can thank Merriam-Webster for that what words really mean thing. I think a lot of it came from him, like just renaming shit. And if you look at when he like started doing it, it's like it's kind of like taking us this long to like completely lose touch with the language, because this language that we're speaking now is obviously some sort of weaponized version. I think
it's backwards.
Something's wrong with it.
It's sorcery. That's what it is. I know it sounds nuts because people don't like to believe that anything is spiritual, but it is. It affects your heart. It doesn't just affect your physical body or your mind. It's important that everybody remembers that. Regardless of whether you want to believe in a higher power, you should at least understand that you were put here by something or someone.
Yeah, and I spoke about this the other night, and I deal with it right as a Christian. Like, I wonder, what does it mean, right, to say that I'm a god, right, lowercase g, right, because it was in the Old Testament and Jesus quoted it, right, and if it was like in the Old Testament, then is there truth to it? And then you realize that God is like a derivative of the word good, right? But he meant was El, right? So all the angels' names, the top 4 angels, like their name is El, Michael,
Raphael.
Yeah.
I know the other two. Hold on. Shit.
Raphael, and what's the
don't
other? There's another one. Muriel or whatever the hell. I can't remember the name of them. There's 4 or 5 of them.
Right. So it's like this is like a title, like
Ariel. That's it. Ariel. Something like that.
It's Ariel.
There you go.
So if like
Where did that come from? I don't know how I knew that. I don't think I ever heard that actually said that way.
If we're in the family, then if we were grafted into the family, right, we're co-heirs like Christ, and he's within us, then we have,
Birthright.
Like part of him and us.
Physically, technically, we have the blood of Jesus, right? Makes sense, right? Funny how that all fits together like that. It's very interesting. I never even thought about it.
I'm not saying we're the creator of the universe, right? But we are creators, right? I created a child. I created a man-child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
you've been given the power to, right?
Right, and that's not all I can create. I can create stuff like Nikola Tesla created with his mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have the potential to. Obviously, I haven't, but I have the potential to.
It takes a little bit of training, but yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah,
I agree. Go on, I'm listening.
So,
I'm enjoying what you're saying.
Yeah, I think about these things, and it's like, my Christian upbringing tells me to like never say that I'm a god, but if you don't understand what the word means, then it sounds bad, right? So if you understand there's like a difference between like a god and an El, right? Because if you read like what Elohim means, right? It could be a title for a man, an angel, or the Most High. So
doesn't
if you
Elohim
look,
mean man of God?
It's more than that. Hank, can you hear me?
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it also goes for a ruler or a king. Or a judge.
Yeah, it's royalty. It's a royalty type word, isn't it?
So because this is why when the Pharisees got angry, and this I'll leave it with this one because I know you want to carry on. So when the Pharisees got angry with Yeshua, they were getting angry because he was comparing himself to the Most High because he said he was the son of the Most High. And then his response was,
plural, one thing.
yeah, it depends on the context it's used. But
Yeah, he basically came. He basically
could I
told
just
he
let me
was
just
from
finish
God.
the point?
Yeah, I'll give $20 if someone can actually finish a sentence. Like seriously.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish off, and then I'm gonna hand back to Hank. So everyone, just slow your roll. So when his
Mary had a
response
little lamb. I want like $20.
Are you serious?
His response to the Pharisees.
No, are you?
When?
Yes.
Shall I just mute people then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Right. So his response, Hank, because I think you're the only one paying attention. When the Pharisees said that to him was, are you not yourselves going to be called Elohims or gods in English? Because they will, right? If they inherit it, that is, and if they walk in the right way, they will be rulers, kings and priests, a nation of priests. But it was that simple, guys. You didn't have to interrupt. So carry on, Hank. I just wanted to expand what you were saying into the use of the word.
Before Hank carries on, I want to correct something. Hank, you didn't actually create anything. You manipulated things. Everything that's already here. You know what I'm saying? Even Tesla just manipulated physical things that are already in the world. You didn't create anything.
That's true. He did make a point of saying he rediscovered stuff, which
Yeah,
implies
I mean,
that it
no
was already
man has
discovered.
ever created anything. Ever.
Yeah, we're stewards.
Creation, nothing from, yeah, exactly. No one ever made something from nothing.
I didn't expect there to be so many interruptions. I hope Hank is still there, because I did want to hear
Yeah, I'm still here. I completely agree with Indio. That's why I differentiate the difference, because there's that, we're stuck at a word again, right? We're not creator like the creator, right? And I did differentiate that. So I'm not saying that I'm the creator of the universe, but we're like him, made in his image. And I'm thinking light being, not physical being. But I think that we have the ability to create within his creation. So it's like, okay, you got the Sims, right? And the Sims, if you just let the game play out, like maybe in 1,000 years, one of them might actually marry a female, and then they create like a child, right? And the little Sim, Mr. Sim or whatever his name is, like he didn't create his sperm, right? He was created, but he used what was already there to do the creating. So if we can't call it creation, then maybe we could call it organizing. We have the ability to organize. How about that?
I think a simpler way to do it without playing with the words too much is just second order creation. He's the first order creator, and we're second order creations. Or we can create second order. Anyway, but who cares?
How about procreate?
That's a different one.
I'm pro procreation.
Yes, everyone
Yeah.
is.
You should try it sometime. That's good.
I'd suggest getting married, but I mean, that's asking a lot of people these days. But definitely make more children. Look what they're doing. We need more of us.
Oh, thank
Make
you
some
for
flat
that.
earth kids. This already makes flat earth kids, right?
A couple of us were thinking that, Elisha.
I'm gonna have to say again that was dodgy audio.
I would say the fact that as powerful as men are, we can't create anything shows the glory of God.
Agreed.
Agreed. We're just trying to imitate something. It's the best we can do.
Well, again, we're also trying to take carnal
thoughts, carnal ideologies, and transplant them onto a fourth dimensional. And I mean, it's the best we can do to explain what is.
Even if we quibble over terms, the only reason men are able to create or to manipulate or to do anything is because they've been given the wherewithal or the wisdom and the faculties by the Creator himself. And one of the prime examples of that, when you read about the creation of the well, from my position, right? When you read about the building of the tabernacle in Leviticus, I believe, or Exodus. Anyway, the point is, it specifically says that I've given these. So the Creator's talking to Moses. He says, "I've given these people the wisdom to be cunning craftsmen in such and such different forms of craft, right? Be it the sewing, be it the metalwork, etc." And obviously, we don't really need to read that to understand that, but it's a good example to say that where did their wisdom come from? Where did their ability come from? Directly from the Creator, right? So anything we do is only because of him anyway. And that should be a point of humbling oneself, because too often men have been prideful, and look where that's gotten us. Spinning in fake lands that don't even exist.
It's too.
Are ye not also called?
Yeah.
It is something else when he does that. Because the implications after it.
Something else.
Are you hot,
Yo,
Mike?
Godrock? Yeah, I think so. Godrock, can you hear us? You know, this wouldn't have been that hard to have a conversation about maybe 50 years ago, because the kind of respect that would have been in the household, people would have understood that level of hierarchy. You know, the children, I mean, I'm assuming quite a lot of you guys would have called your progenitors or some such title, right? And then more than that, probably Lord, Master from the older times, right? And that's the same thing as El or God in English, right? You reverence the head of the household.
I guess. Sorry,
To the
go ahead. I thought
point,
you were done.
yeah. No, the last one is to the point where I think even in some circumstances, I think it's written in scriptures, but like the women of the husbands will always end up referring to them as Lord, which is the same as Elohim or something. It has the same kind of impact, right? Master, the rest of it. There you go. Go, Tank.
Just for all the people who maybe misunderstood what I was trying to say, I'm trying to find a way to put this thought into words. So I'm not trying to compare myself to the Creator, the Most High God. It's more like I'm trying to differentiate myself from the heathen and try to explain, we have to know who we are. Like, we are different than the man who thinks he's an animal, because we are a man who knows that we are man, right? And we are different from the animal kingdom.
I got you.
We're separate from the animal kingdom.
I think the best way to do that would just be sons of light, children of light, sons of the Most High, because then there's no ambiguity there, and it's quite plain. And I'm not sure what your reading is like, but if you've ever read Wisdom of Solomon, it's an interesting thing, because the heathen get all angry because the righteous man refers to himself as a child of Elohim, and they try to do something. They try to act against those children of light. But what they don't seem to realize is that whatever you do to a child of light in this term or in this test or in this era doesn't mean anything, because the final judge at the end, the creator himself, he's the one that decides whether you continue or not. And the reward for those children of light, which hopefully we can be counted in that when the time comes, is far greater than any evil that a heathen, as it were, could do to us. Hopefully that helped, Hank.
Yeah, because I find myself thinking about this, like, and I try to put it into words, but it's like I am not falling for the lie that I can be like God. I'm not a Gnostic in any kind of way. But I am an eclectic, and I've said that before. Like, I can learn from people of different religions and different faiths and different nationalities. I can learn from people I disagree with. And when people say that they can't, it's like, well, that sounds like a personal problem. Like, how could you not learn wisdom from a Pakistani if he's quoting wisdom and truths, and and if it's out of his holy book or whatever, then it doesn't make it not true. That's the genetic fallacy, right? Just because it's Muslim doesn't mean it's not true.
I know it. Sorry, Hank, I don't mean to interrupt you. I know exactly where you're coming from too, bro. Like, I consider myself an eclectic Wiccan. So I do believe that everybody, like, we all exist to coexist. We don't just exist out of nowhere or out of nothing. There was a creator before us individually, so like, for me, I respect all that is created, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. And I'm not a Wiccan, but I guess you could say I'm an eclectic Bible thumper, right? Because the Bible is my foundation. Not to take anything away from you and yours, but from what I can tell, like, the Bible is one of those things that you just can't take it away from me. Like, it's always going to be like in my heart. And
Right.
there's nothing you can do. You can take my life, but you can't take that.
Right. No, because that, like, I know some Wiccans are confused by me because, like, it like, Wiccans have the choice to worship a god. So the god I choose to worship is my Lord Savior Jesus Christ. That's how I see it as, that's the God I worship. And then I also worship my wife's God, my fiance's God, which is, she's Muslim. So I also believe that her God is my God, and I believe that our God is one and the same. So her and I, like, we have an agreement with each other. We don't even yell, like, there's a lot of things that we come to an agreement on, and I think people don't really understand.
So I'll put it to you like this. I used to be extremely bigoted when I first came into the flat earth. I was very closed-minded in a lot of ways. And some might say that I was even, like, homophobic, if that's a real word. I think it's a made-up word, but you know how labels are, right? And after, spending some time talking to Multi Tom Tom, and he explained to me there's a difference between political Islam, like the Muslim Brotherhood, and the real Islam. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said, well, I'll explain it to you like this. Political Christianity is George Bush said we got to go kill all these people because God told him to. And real Christianity is thou shalt not kill. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. So, and then I talked to Issa, of course. I spent lots of time listening to Issa. Number one, because I didn't understand his message. But number two, after I did, I respected it. But yeah, Issa is also Muslim. And it's like, I don't hate them. I don't know why anybody would just like hate someone because they're not like you. It's kind of like they're racist. Like, your skin pigmentation and your eyes don't match mine, therefore I don't like you. It's like, what? Are you serious? Like, you don't like them because of their avatar? Like that? What the hell? It's like when you're playing Call of Duty or something, and like their
Right.
avatar. I don't like you. Your avatar. You know.
That's a great analogy, Hank, with the avatar, not liking somebody because of their avatar.
Yeah, because I spent a little time working for a Hindu guy, and he was like, a lot of people around here are racist. I was like, yeah, bro, they can't see you, the eye, the eye, and I pointed toward his eye, and I was like, all they can see is your meat suit, right? And I said, that's a problem we have around here. You just gotta get used to it. And when I said that, he kind of looked at me like, he gets it, like yeah, I get it, bro. This is just your meat suit, and I think genetics are important to an extent. Like, I've been learning a lot about white servitude and white slavery recently, and it's like, man, knowing where I came from and knowing where I'm at today, it's not that different. There's not a whole lot of difference. Yeah, so if anyone ever wanted any evidence of white slavery / servitude / indentured servants, I can definitely I can show you a non-biased YouTube channel. And when I say non-biased, like, he's just reading the script, and then every once in a while he'll say, I disagree with that, dodge the hijack. So they're hijacking identities, like cultural appropriation, or think about it like a false flag. They put like a different flag under different people, and he's like, dodge that, we're not African. So other than him putting in like his little 2 cents, he seems pretty legit.
Is this regarding like Irish folks that came to this country and the Chinese building the railroads, etc.?
Not just the Irish. I mean, there were so many different types of slaves because, Australia became a slave nation, right? When? When we started fighting against the slave nation. Like, when we stopped our slavery, that's when Australia's began, right? Or close to the same time. So this nation was built on servitude. This nation that we're under right now, the flag, like, it was built on slavery. And I just found out last night that there's a court case where the first black man, he was the first lifelong slave, chattel slavery. And we thought that chattel slavery started like from the beginning with America, but it actually started like, I think, like in the 1700s, the whole chattel slavery. So there's so much stuff that we did not know about history. There's so much stuff that is wrong about, and I'm just going to say it. Black History Month is 13 years worth of brainwashing. Like, I don't think there's anything true about that. I think that there was so many black folks already here, so many so-called colored folks that were already here because there was 500 tribes here, man. And, they weren't exactly European. So, I mean, except for the ones that mixed early, like the Cherokee. The Cherokee have the whitest face because they mixed the earliest. So it's definitely worth looking into if you like history. like actual history that's like firsthand knowledge, and that's the best you can get, firsthand knowledge, right? Because when they're teaching us like that Black History Month, I don't remember reading or being showed anyone's journal or any book where they're quoting from journals or anything like that. And this dude, he's just like reading shit and showing you where he got it so you can go read it yourself.
Even if you look up like the first black senators, you're talking about pre-Civil War time that we actually had black people serving in the Senate, but that's never really talked about in this country.
You know, I'm gonna hit you guys with some truth that you're gonna have a hard time believing.
Yes.
The word white, it's made up.
The word what?
The word white people, it's a made
Oh.
up thing. It's made up. It's
Well,
completely made
yeah,
up.
we're Caucasian.
And that's made up too because it's where we came from, the Caucasus Mountains. But Caucasian is a better name, Caucasus, because we did originate out of the Caucasus Mountains. But the whole black and white thing, it's just some man-made bullshit meant to divide people. Because let's face it, right? When you say white, what does that mean? Can anybody tell me? What does white man mean?
Well, I've never seen a white person, nor have I ever seen a black person. I see people with varying hues of pigment, period. And like Austin says, I don't change my race in the summertime. Don't make this weird.
Hey, if you cook them thoroughly, you can see black people.
If you cook them thoroughly?
What?
Here we go again.
Oh. You get it? You can't see a living black person. That's the point, right? Charred to the bone.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, what were you going to say about white people? What was the meaning of it?
Yeah, it's a made up term. So you can see like in this YouTube channel that like the whole white thing is like made up. Like there's no white people. White people's a made up thing. Because if you look at what white people are, that would be like an albino. Right? You ever seen a white cockroach?
It's like dumbed down terminology, kind of. It's with added stuff to it.
Extremely. That's why I always think, like, to me, when I think of racist people, you know, like those really, really racist ones, I think like they're so dumb, like so ignorant.
They really
because
are.
all there is different tribes. That's it. We're brothers and sisters, each and every damn one of us, that come from different tribes.
Yeah.
Except there seems to be one tribe that stands out that you got to wonder, like maybe they got like some sort of
his father and all their
Yeah.
fathers.
Yeah, the whole black-white terminology is just to create a duality, right? Just to create a binary that you can associate with, further divide people, period. Pretty simple.
Hey, I wonder if they made up curve. Like maybe curve is a made up word as well. It's just straight lines that aren't very straight.
And for anybody who might be out there like asking, like, does he really mean this, or is this something he just made up, or is this something he believes because he saw on a YouTube channel? Like, I think that I've always felt this way because I was raised Christian, and we did sing songs like "Red and Yellow, Black and White, they are precious in His sight." You know, and I believe that, like, at a fundamental level. Like I said, it's my foundation. So it's like when I hear truth, I recognize it. Like, white is a made-up word. And if white's a made-up word, then black has to be a made-up word. And if, you know, that's why certain people hate the N-word so much, maybe that's why. Maybe we should hate the W word just the same.
Yeah, I had this conversation very early on in my life because my best friend growing up from birth was black, right? Lived across the street from me. So like my dad had to have this conversation with me very early on because as a child, you don't I mean, you obviously see that there's different pigments, right? But you don't associate any negative connotations at all whatsoever towards just that difference in pigment. And it wasn't until I became a little bit older and started to hear people say things to my friend when we were, we played on the same soccer teams and hockey teams. And it was like, my dad told me very early on, like, had to have this conversation with me, like, hey, some people think there's a difference, but you need to judge people by who they are and the way that they act. Because as you know, there's no difference between you and my best friend's name was Ryan. There's no difference between you and Ryan except for the fact that his skin color is a little bit different than yours. And you're going to have people that are going to think that there is a difference, but those people are the ones that are the bad people, not people just because of the color of their skin. Like, I had to have this conversation at like 5-6 years old,
I mean,
Pretty sad.
there are some differences in culture. There are some differences in physiology. Sub-Saharan Africans have a denser bone structure, I think, denser muscles. So they're not very good at swimming, but they kick our ass at foot race like Olympics after Olympics, right? But we're pretty good at swimming. We seem to be a little more buoyant, and we kick ass at swimming. And then the Asians, well, their women have flat butts because they have to have wide hips to birth those big heads because those fuckers are smart. So there's differences, but they're small differences. And then, like, by and large in the population, not everybody has 150 IQ or 80 IQ. Most everybody's like between 100 and 110, right? So there's more differences between individuals than there is between races, or sorry, tribes, because race is also a made-up thing. But I think tribe is evident because you go to any high school lunchroom and you can see people clicked up in their tribes, right? It's like it's automatic. So there are differences, but they're not as vast as some people would have you believe.
Right, it's differences, but it's no reason to treat anybody differently. The only reason you should treat anybody differently is because of the way that they act towards you or towards others, not their physiological makeup.
Exactly.
But you can change your tribe. How do you change your race?
Just
love everybody, dude. I don't treat anybody but with love.
There's only one race. There's a human race, period.
Yeah, that's the thing. They took the human race, right? We're all like in it together symbiotically. Because face it, if China and Africa does good, then we do good, right? Because we're all doing business. And that's what people don't understand. Business is the opposite of war. We can either do war or we can do business. I would much rather do business.
And if you want to change your tribe, just move to a different tribe, and then in a few generations, your descendants will be of a different tribe.
Yeah, because they'll most likely marry in. And then after a while.
Just watch Dances with Wolves. You'll figure that out. You can change tribes.
So I've talked to white nationalists before, and I've talked to black nationalists, and they like agree with each other on a lot of things, and they disagree on very little, which is surprising, but after you understand it, it's not so surprising. And it's like they want to separate and have their own countries, and they like want to have like their own states so that they could rule over themselves. And it's like, well, that's, you know, kind of weird for my thinking, because I don't care who my neighbor is, just as long as they don't break into my house or garage and steal anything, right? As long as you ain't messing with me, right? Don't start no shit, there won't be no shit. That's my philosophy, right? I don't care who you are. But they want to separate, but I think it's because they have a fundamental misunderstanding of who the enemy is. The enemy is not Nick. You've been programmed to think your enemy is the neighbor, but it's really not your neighbor at all, I don't think. Because it seems like there's two types of people in the world. There's libertarian and libertarian, I think. And I think it's a true dichotomy. I really do. Because it's like the leftists, they're not really leftist, they're authoritarian. When as the classic liberal, on the left, that are more of the moderate left, they're not authoritarian. And then the alt-right, they're the extreme right. They seem to be authoritarian. Like they wanted like Trump to be a king or some shit. I've actually heard them say that. Like they wanted him to be like emperor. And it's like, you guys are dumbasses. Like anybody who's authoritarian, and I've heard the argument made that, if it's the king, then we could just go kill the king. It's not, I don't know. I'm anti-authoritarian. I think the more we govern ourselves and the more we get out into the wilderness and live off the land, the more we become ungovernable, the better.
Yeah, you're right on that, Hank. It's the political scale is a sliding scale between freedom or liberty on one side and authoritarianism or totalitarianism on the other side. In the way that our current US politics works, both parties are very far to the authoritarian side of the spectrum.
Yeah, I never liked being told what to do. And I'm a hard worker because I don't like being told what to do. When someone comes up to me and I'm already doing something and they ask for help, I'm fine. I don't mind helping you. But when someone comes up to me and I'm like busy doing something and they're like, "Hey, go do that," I'm like, "Oh, fucking bitch! Like I need a vacation. Like I need to like get out of this motherfucker." But as long as nobody messes with me, I'm fine. I don't know. I feel like I do a good job of governing myself because I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not creating any victims. Not in a long, long time, anyway. Let's see. The last time I fought, 8th grade. So yeah, it's been a while.
Well, I at least have a lot of respect how you talk to people, Hank, and yeah, Karma too, and I think I have a lot to learn from a lot of people on this Discord. So I just think my lucky stars every day for having found this place.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people to learn from. Lots of good people to learn from. But yeah, if you notice, like Jesus never did anything to anybody. He never like created any victims, right? And even when he was in the temple, he cracked whips at them. He didn't actually hit them with a whip. And he talks about turning the other cheek and everything. And I think that there's like a lot of good in that, right? Like If you can walk through life without owing any debt and you die not owing anybody anything because you're not guilty of any crimes, like, I think that's what it means to be like sinless. You didn't miss the mark. By the way, guilt in Germany means debt. So if you're guilty, you owe a debt, and you become a bondsman to pay that debt.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Trace was saying, I benefit a lot from the things that you say, Hank, and I appreciate your conversations on here. And I try to adhere to a rule, and that is when Hank Hill is speaking, I listen.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely in tune, bro. Like you could tell, especially because like I'll give you an example. This dude like exactly knew. Like a lot of times I'll tell somebody that I'm God, right? And like I'm sure you remember this conversation we had 2 days ago, Hank. I tell somebody that I'm God, and like they completely just like, oh, this dude's a troll and all this stuff, and like Hank was the only one that like exactly knew what I meant, like 100% correct. Talking about like how when you have the creator, you're basically getting wisdom straight from that source, and because you have that relationship, you are considered as a god, right? Because you have the same knowledge as God Himself. Therefore, technically, you are a god, right? And like he knew that, and like he was like the first person I probably come across where they knew, like they didn't think I was like a troll or something. Like he exactly knew what I meant, and I didn't even tell him what I meant, and he kind of explained it to the room. You know what I mean? And then he asked me like at the end of it, he was like, "Is that what you mean?" I was like, 100%, that's what I mean, dude. And he was like the first one that has ever done that. So like, he's got a lot of good insight, dude. I'm just adding to the pile, right, of these people that are like, oh, this guy has a lot of wisdom, because he does. Like Hank does have a lot of wisdom. It is like probably like 6 years of telling people that I'm God. He was the first one that hit the nail on the head, bro. So 6 years is a long time, guys. He's got a lot of wisdom to share, trust me.
Well, to be fair, I study religion, so I mean, I've been studying religion for a long time.
Yeah, but see, you had no basis for my statement, and that's the thing that surprised me. I gave him no basis for my statement, yet he already knew. He already knew the like the thing behind why I said what I said without even being told. Right? He had no hints, no clues, or nothing. He just had insight straight, like that came straight from the source itself, that gave him the insight to explain to the room what I meant. You know what I mean? So he's directly connected, I think.
Well, I just had that conversation like less than an hour ago. I was talking about it because I'm still thinking about it because I don't know if I believe it or not. I'm trying to entertain it without believing it, just to investigate it, because I don't really know if I understand it in my own life.
It goes back to the book of life, bro. I mean, we won't get too deep into it right now. We could go down to biblical later or something, but like it says, they will become as sons of God, bro. So if you're a son of God, it's the same thing as Christ, right? So yeah, I think it clearly says that you can be not God Himself, but of the godly like spirit. You know what I mean? So
it's all about agreement, right?
I mean, if it's based on the truth, right? If it's based on the truth, we should all agree on the truth.
Yeah, because even the knowledge you speak of, having the same knowledge, you don't have the same knowledge in its entirety, right? You may have bits and pieces, but you know, there are those who look forward to that time when they all may be one or in agreement and speak with one accord and have the same knowledge and all these things. But
Oh yeah.
even the son doesn't have the same knowledge as the father.
Hey, so we ain't gonna go too deep into it. We'll take it to biblical later.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate everybody's kind words. You know, I think I have, because of my dad. Like, he would always say like these really wise things, and he didn't talk very much, but when he did talk, it was like really powerful. So all I've done is like recognize wisdom, and like the reason I'm on here is because I want to like spread this like way of life that I'm living, and I want other people to live it, because I think if everybody was living the way that I'm attempting to live, then it would be a better place. And if it was a better place, you know, if people like recognize like, hey, that makes sense, and they incorporate it into their life, and you know, they start living it, then like I've made the world a better place than the way I found it. And that's like my goal, right? Not just to be here and, you know, make no ripples and play video games, but I share what I've learned from other people, and I try to consolidate it and repackage it and rephrase it that way people can understand sometimes complex, you know, ideas in like the everyday vernacular. I think that's what I do. I think I just translate things because the language is so difficult.
It's powerful. It's powerful stuff, Hank, for sure. And I also have a very similar mindset to your own. And I always seldom think as like if more people were doing what we're doing, it would speed up the process, right? So like, kind of like I'll have these talks about like health with people. You know, of course, it's all divine oriented and put together from above. But I'll have these talks with people about healing, and we both eventually come to the same realization: is like, what's stopping you from doing what I just did, right? Just having this conversation with you and offering the truth to you to ultimately like heal yourself and save yourself, right? And then once you've done that to yourself, what's stopping you from doing the exact same thing that I'm doing, right? The only thing that's stopping you is you. You know what I mean? But yeah, if everybody does it, I mean, it's just going to speed up the process. So, and that goes for anything, you know. As long as it's, I mean, I can get down with anything as long as it's the truth. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what the notion or the connotation is. It's just, you know, if it's based on the truth, you know, it's the house of God. So.
You know, I don't think anybody can look at the Lord's Prayer and they could see that, you know, he's speaking commands. And they could look at that prayer and say, even though this is a prayer of authority, it's also a prayer of humility. And if you really analyze it, any Jew, Muslim, atheist, like anybody could say this prayer, and it's a beautiful prayer. But at the same time, if a Christian were to go look at a Muslim prayer, you know, that prayer that they say in the mornings or whatever, look at it in English. I challenge you. Look at those Muslim prayers and think to yourself, would this not be an appropriate prayer for the Most High God?
Hey Hank, I would love your input on this, and I'll make it short. There's an epistle that says, "Though there be many gods in heaven or on earth, because there be many that are called gods. To us there is one God, the Father, and there is one Master, Messiah. One God, the Father, by whom or from whom all things are, and one Master through whom all things are." So I'd like some input on that if you could. I'm kind of working. I'm going to get back to work in a few minutes.
Well, you just gave it to me, so I have to analyze it for a minute. So people always ask me questions, and when I can't answer immediately, it's, I got to give me a minute. So if you could post that scripture for me. And
I'm driving, but it's 1 Corinthians chapter 8, 5 through 6.
The first thing that stands out is the hierarchy, the obvious hierarchy. And I guess I have to think about it.
Yeah, I would say it goes into creator and maker, and yeah, the hierarchy, like you're saying, being a difference of Almighty God or Mighty God.
Good day, everybody.
How you doing?
What? Hello.
That's my Jen.
Hey, hey, hey.
What's up?
Oh, just going through my memes, trying to organize and delete ones I don't use. What are you doing?
Working.
Yay. So yeah, I just don't see the purpose of having tons of memes. You don't even know where they are when you want them. So kind of like how I purge things in real life. If I haven't used it in 6 months, you're out of here.
And then you throw it away and then you need it again.
Oh, don't you say that. Oh, let's hope not. So Lulu asks, how about that FE?
It's crunchy.
How y'all feeling about these vaccine mandates?
Not here.
Not here, but
all right.
Not here in Texas. Grab Abbott said no, but we ain't talking about that.
Are you new? Did you just get here? Yes, so yeah. Crickets brought to you by Raven Song. Round of applause for Raven.
Hey, wait a minute. Why is it my fault?
It's almost like that meme of Risky Business. Tom Cruise slides in the room.
Yeah, I only asked because I was trying to stimulate conversation. I wasn't trying to.
Get us shut down? Sure, I believe you. I really do. So what's new with FE for you, Raven?
Yeah, it's just been about the same. I talked to a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers on TikTok. There's a lot of them on there, actually.
Really? You know, I can't remember who was asking about material on TikTok. It was on Ladies' Night somebody was asking. I think it was Lulu. So if you know a lot of, yeah, it was Lulu. So if you know a lot of TikTok FE content creators, DM them to Lulu if you would, because I
Yeah,
guess she.
I've been trying to get him in here.
Well, Lulu has a younger family member she wants to try and reach, because that's how she. I guess he spends a lot of time on TikTok, like other uh ones his age, you know. I mean, I've never been on TikTok myself. Can you share someone's TikTok to someone else?
Yeah, not a problem. Hang on a minute.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't want to go on TikTok and get addicted. I have a hard enough time with what I got. But anyways, you guys, I gotta skip out of here. TTFN.
Bye, Janae.
I sent you a DM, Hank. Here's two of the scriptures I was referencing. I think these two are pretty cool. It's like they'll be in one place, and before then they will be his people, but after that they will be uh, the exact same as him. And that's what I find kind of fascinating about the concept that we were talking about earlier. You probably eat this stuff up like I do, so I would love to share it.
Hey, Hank, you still around, bud?
He got pulled in by the spirit, man. He's somewhere else.
Probably researching that scripture.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't put it past him. Yeah, I was almost surprised when he gave me the response he gave me the other day. Like I said, 6 years, and I had not crossed paths with anyone that had his insight into my statement. And like I said, I've always done it like that way on purpose, you know, not really like tribulating people, but just to ponder their minds, I guess, right? Like you can make this absurd statement, right? What is considered absurd to many, many people. And you can kind of base, I guess, their wisdom of how they react. And when he reacted that way, I was like, wow, you know what I mean? Like this guy, you know, he's definitely got wisdom from above. It was very clear to me. It's like at this point, my intuition is so strong. I feel that it's just like it either just makes sense or it doesn't. You know what I mean? Or like I don't have to like question the response of the people. Like it either makes sense or they get it or they don't. You know, and I can just realize that like almost instantly these days. So as soon as I heard what he said, I was like, yeah, this is one to be, you know, to be nearby when you can.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that have a cursory understanding of things, various topics, subjects, all that stuff, but it's very rare that you bump into somebody where it's like you can be talking about a specific topic and they just, for lack of a better term, get it, right? Like they have the knowledge, they just understand completely what you're saying. It's rare to find that. I find most people that have that understanding or just outright get a subject or a topic are the ones that try to boil things down all the way down to its base level. And when you do that, sometimes the concepts are so simple to understand and it just gets, the waters get muddied the further up you go, right? From the foundation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, usually if I see Hank in the channel these days, I at least stop by and see what the conversation's about.
Yeah, for sure. So when you were talking about that, right? Let me see if I can kind of unpack that a little bit. It's basically stating that you you are retaining basically all of your power, right? You're not subjugating any authority to any other man over you, right? Like
It's like what I would say is it's like being equal to Jesus, right? Being equal. Now, of course, he's the one that has the authority. Don't get me wrong, just like you said. But because he basically gave you the same wisdom that he has access to, you are basically equal. You know what I mean? Of course, he's the king. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's because you are equal in knowledge because you have access to him, right? I'll give you some of the scriptures I shared with him. It's just two. You know, it's just two. And I can kind of give you what I'm basing, you know, my statements off of. Because I don't
right,
want people to
because
misinterpret what I'm saying, right? I don't want people to just be like, oh, this guy's saying he's God and all this stuff. No, no, no. I'm saying I'm a son of the living God. And everybody has access to be a son of the living God. Who is this, by the way?
right. This is napalm.
Okay, one
So
sec.
so just to kind of unpack that a little bit, I don't have scripture right in front of me, but it's
Yeah, I sent it to you.
it's my understanding that I mean, when Jesus was performing miracles, he even said, you know, all these things I do, you can do, and even greater, right? Kind of like saying we have the
Exactly.
capacity within us.
Exactly. Like he
The
came with
least of you, the least of you can do all I have done and even greater things.
Yeah, yeah, he says that too. He says like I'll be away, right? So you'll do greater things that he does because he needs you to do them because he'll be away. That's exactly right. And it's like he had the same temple as we do, right? I mean, we're all like of the flesh, and he came as the flesh too. So it's like we have access to everything he has access to. Like that's like keeping it simple, you know what I mean? I mean, we're both humans or human beings or whatever we are, right? We had the same exact temple, the same access to everything. So it just comes down to wisdom and applying the truth. But yeah, we could definitely be equals, right? Maybe not the authority aspect, but in every other aspect.
Mic check.
Hey, welcome back. You're good on my input.
Thanks. Yeah, people were saying that, like some of the stuff I say is wise or whatever. A lot of it comes from the spiritual books that I've read. It's like our ancestors like wrote this stuff down and these different books, and like a lot of them, like died to preserve it, to like make sure that it gets passed down or whatever. And it's like, man, if it was that important to them, maybe we should check out what's in these books. And in the Bible, it warns about philosophy, like beware of the philosophy of the Greeks, right? And that's where the heliocentric model kind of comes from in a lot of ways, is the philosophy of the Greeks and the Egyptians. And if you look at the warnings in the Bible, like it warns you about pseudoscience, like in literally those terms, science falsely so called. That's how it's translated in my Bible. And there's so much wisdom, and it's not just in the Bible. There's a lot of wisdom in these books. And I kind of think that we've really been overlooking it.
Oh yeah, I mean, the key to infinity is in the book, bro. I mean, it's called the Book of Life for a reason, dude. I'm right there with you. Trust me. But I mean, it also tells you how to achieve that. You know what I mean? So we all know who we get that wisdom from and where it comes from. So us that study,
And I said it's not just in the Bible. Like there really is some good stuff in the other books. And I didn't study philosophy till much later. I didn't start looking at philosophy till after the flat Earth, when Cathexis was like, "What do you mean that philosophy is against the Bible?" And I like showed him the verse, and he's like, "Wow, I never saw that before." And at that point, then I started to like study philosophy, and it's like, yeah, there's some good stuff in philosophy, but some of it's a load of shite, like that solipsism crap. I think that's like Satanism, like what's his name said. Oh, what's his name? Jenny's always talking about the guy talking about natural law, the former Satanist.
Mark DePassio.
Thank you. It's those people that come in here that can't really say whether or not they're a male child or not. Right? Those are the ones that are just completely unreachable. Right? So I totally get it, when it says to beware of the, the Greek philosophy. It's like, how long? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say before you go on, you were away, but I was just letting you know I linked you two scriptures that I wanted you to just take a look at as well, kind of like the other guy wanted you to do, and that was kind of like the basis of the statements I made when we had the original conversation a couple days ago. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Sorry.
No, it's cool. So the philosophy, right? So if you look up the definition of philosophy, it says something like, studying the world, gaining knowledge, right? And then that's where we get the natural philosophy, which is why we call it science, is because it means knowledge. And then after you do an experiment, you've gained knowledge. This causes this, right? So, for example, lack of vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy, right? So what do you gain knowledge? Well, now all the British people are going to carry limes with them, And that's why they're called limey bastard. Oh, we've gained more knowledge. Okay, so like there is like a good role in philosophy, right? But it's not just not the guessworks or the leaps of logic. Like it's the actual method for eliminating variables that is where it's at. And that's when Paul says, test all things and keep that which is good. So how do you test things? Well, what's a test? Right? And an experiment is a hypothesis test, right? So if you experiment on all things and keep that which is good, that's kind of what I do to the other scriptures. Like I read it, and if it lines up with righteousness and it lines up with the Bible's teaching, and you know how like Buddhism teaches you to take the center path and you're not supposed to be too angry or too happy or too sad or too depressed. Like take the center path with your emotions. Like, wow, that's kind of what the Bible talks about. Like, don't get too angry, right? Or, the Bible says, be slow to anger and quick to forgiveness. So that's like really good information, because when you're angry, you're going to do and say stuff that you normally wouldn't do.
Like, I find it really interesting. You know, like it's almost like giving you a timetable in the things that I sent you. It's like, in one time it'll be like this, but once that's done and complete, then it will be like this. And like that's what I find interesting about those two things I sent you.
So when I was reading like Taoism, or I say reading, when the person on the YouTube channel was reading Taoism to me, um, it's like I was like incorporating that stuff. I was like, whoa, this is good. Like, oh yeah, 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 I like that. I like this. And when I looked at Buddhism, like it had me for a while. Like I was like really getting into it. And I was saying to myself, you know, like Buddhism doesn't really affect Christianity at all, because it's kind of like a way of life, kind of like veganism. Like if I was a vegan, it's not like God is going to smite me because of my way of life, you know? And I was kind of thinking the same way with, you know, Buddhism, because it's just like Christianity in some ways about, you know, being good to your fellow man. And according to the Bible, the way that you serve God is to serve man. So Buddhism is teaching you to be more selfless and not so many words, but pick up your cross and carry your burden and, you know, help other people. Like I don't see Buddhism as a bad thing, right? And so when I talk about, you know, eclectic spirituality or eclectic Christianity, like this is what I'm talking about. It's like I found something in here that may be in, you know, some ancient text, not from the Middle East. Does that make it unholy? I found something that seems holy to me. And, you know, most religions of the world, they're different from Christianity because it's you that gets yourself into the afterlife. It's your deeds, what you did that saved you. And in Christianity,